Right, guys. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We're back for another space. Do retweet, reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Lots to get through, lots to speak about. So make sure you are retweeting the space. You are resharing the space. Anyone who quote tweets the space, I will retweet their quote tweet. We have got Professor Marandi coming in. He's coming in at 5 now, actually. 1 second, 5 p.m. Now, so yeah, Professor Mirandi's coming in. That'll be awesome. So we're gonna ask him the $1 million questions. What happened during the negotiations in Islamabad? He was part of the negotiation team. Why did they go? What broke down? Why are the conversations about more negotiations in Islamabad? Is it real? Is it not? What's going to happen? What's going to go on? We're going to speak about the professor on all of these issues. So it's going to be a golden interview. It's going to be a great interview. So do check that out. Well, not check it out. You're already in the space, but reshare the space, co-tweet the space, let everybody know about it. That would be awesome. I am going to, right now, retweet your core tweets. Lots of news to speak about today. We've got the what I would call the Lebanon trap, and I know some people may disagree with me on this. For example, Ethan, what a very great person, very good and great content creator. Do give him a follow. Remember, we've had him on the show. He kind of disagrees with me. He thinks the negotiations are a good thing. I disagree. I don't think they're a good thing between Lebanon, the Lebanese government, and Israel. And I break it down in that video. So, and actually, I probably now thinking about it, I should have went into a bit more detail. But I always try and keep these videos short for you guys. But yeah, check that video is in the nest. Check that as well when you get some time. But I'm gonna retweet this quote tweet. So make sure you're doing that. So we're gonna speak about that. I think the Lebanese government, the Lebanese the deal with the conversation, the negotiations between Lebanon and Israel is a trap. Let me know what your thoughts are when you watch the video. But also, we're going to speak about it on the space, obviously. In addition to that, what else? We have, we're going to be speaking about new ceasefire talks. I just mentioned that. There is conversations that possibly, Trump mentioned it earlier, that in Islamabad there's going to be ceasefire, or they are looking at going back to Islamabad within the next couple of days for ceasefire talks. So that's going to be interesting, to say the least. What else is the Strait? The Strait, is it open? Is it closed? The United States of America say there's a blockade. We've seen reports that 4 ships have gone through. We've seen other reports that 9 ships have gone through. I haven't looked at the 9 yet, but I have looked at the 4 ships that went through. 2 of the ships went from Iran. They say no ship from the port of Iran has gone through. 2 did go through Iran. So that is, first of all, seems like we don't know what's happened with the blockade, because it seems like Iranian ships are traversing the Strait of Hormuz. What's the reason for it? Is the United States of America unable to stop them? What is going on? That's another question we're going to speak about. We've seen the oil prices drop all the way down to $93. What's the reason for it? Do they still believe there's negotiation? Is it because they don't believe that the USA has a real blockade? Is it because ships went to the United States of America to fill up? We're going to speak about all those things in the space as well. In addition to that, what else are we going to speak about? Oh yeah, the last one is, yeah, we're talking about the Strait close. So those are the main topics to speak about today. Obviously, the war in Lebanon is continuing, and that's it. We're getting on with it. We're getting on with it. Make sure if you're on the YouTube, you're liking the YouTube, and they're liking the video. How many people? We've got 200 people already on there. I haven't tweeted it out yet. And okay, it's pretty decent actually. 83 likes. It means at least a third of the people in there have liked it. But if you're part of the 2/3 that haven't liked it, sort your life out. You need some painful life lessons. Okay. I don't know if Beatrix has actually turned up this time. Beatrix, are you there? Nope. Okay, cool. So, like I said, guys, co-tweet the space, retweet the space. I'm going to get into the conversation right now and give you the news. Guys, you can hear me, yeah? What's the thumbs up? I don't speak sign language. Why is she sending me thumbs up, blood? Okay. So we gonna get into the news. Okay, let me go through the news with you guys. And yeah, I need to put the poster out, Professor. I need to put the link out as well. So let me do that first, and then I'll go through the news. So yeah, we're gonna have Professor Marandi on today. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be golden. So make sure you are tuning in for that. Got some great guests coming up this week, actually. So let me just type in here live on YouTube, live on YouTube, and join the conversation. Okay, I've tweeted that out, and then I'm gonna get into the news.
I'm here, Suleiman. I'm here. Should I do the news?
Yeah, where have you been? What were you sending me thumbs up for?
I was telling you I was here. Okay.
I don't speak sign language.
Sometimes I just don't think you speak any language that I can communicate to you in, but never mind. Um, so Pakistani media is reporting, right? This is crazy, guys. I wouldn't believe it, but I'm just telling you that Trump's going to be traveling to Pakistan on Thursday. And he's likely to attend the second round of US-Iran talks. That's what they're reporting in Pakistan. That he'll meet Iran's delegation and finalize the US-Iran deal. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. It may happen, it may not. But I'm saying don't take that as gospel. It's such a crazy thing that he could possibly do it. I don't think he will, personally, but that's an opinion. This was from yesterday. I wanted to read it out. Netanyahu made a statement yesterday. He said, I spoke yesterday with JD Vance. He reported to me in detail as members of this administration do every day. I don't believe it. I think Trump's cashing it in. Trump ain't calling him every day. Trump made a statement and he says the Iran war is a, quote, true investment in your children's and grandchildren's future. This is what he's telling the American people. That the Iran war is a true investment in their children and grandchildren's future. It's like, whoa. Seriously? He's literally told them, he's told America, I remember in the last week or 10 days, that it's going to increase the military budget and it's going to come at the war budget or whatever it's called, but it's going to come at the cost of healthcare and, you know, all of these other things in America. He was like, we can't look after all these local problems. They've got to deal with it themselves. Do you know what I mean? Where we've got big country, we've got to look after our military. And now he's saying it's an investment in your children and grandchildren's future. That's crazy because, you know, the only person that's cashing it in, the only people is him, those immediately around him, and the big oil companies. That's it. Nobody else is going to cash that in, the military companies. Anyway, moving on. I did want to report this yesterday, but I forgot. So there's a new Mossad director has been appointed. A new Mossad director. And no, it's not Davos Jonah. This guy is IDF Major General Roman Goffman, and he's going to replace David Barnier, but the replacement's going to happen on June the 2nd. So he's going to replace David Barnier, and his name is Major General Roman Goffman. He's going to be the head of the Mossad from June the 2nd. It's been reported that Saudi has been pushing America to end the Hormuz blockade because they're afraid that Bab al-Mandab will close as well, and then it'll be really difficult. CNN's reporting that Iran has said there's still no agreement with the US. Kind of knew that. This guy that I told you about, right, who's going to be the head of Mossad, the Mossad director, he was once shot and wounded by Hamas fighters, apparently, right? This has literally been on the front lines. And he called for the occupation of Gaza. And he's the one that used a teenager in one of his intelligence operations and then abandoned them. Pretty ruthless guy overall. Also, CENTCOM issued a new statement today, and it said it is blockading all Iranian ports on the Persian Gulf and Arabian Sea and stopping vessels of all nations from reaching Iran. And 6 vessels were reportedly ordered by US forces to turn around. That's what CENTCOM have said in their statement, right? The Indian Prime Minister Modi, who's about as significant as Keir Starmer, not very significant. Well, actually, he might be on the geopolitical stage more than Keir Starmer, but it's like, who cares what you think about the Strait of Hormuz? But Indian Prime Minister Modi has called on Trump to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. He says, received a call from my friend, President Donald Trump. Calls everybody's friend, this guy does, right? Have you seen that video of him where he says Dorland instead of Donald? He doesn't even know how to pronounce it, but he says, we reviewed the substantial progress achieved in our bilateral cooperation in various sectors. We're committed to further strengthening our comprehensive global strategic partnership in all areas, blah, blah, blah. We discussed the situation in West Asia and stressed the importance of keeping the Strait of Hormuz open and secure. That's what he said. Okay. Masoud Pezeshkian made a statement today. He made a couple of statements, actually. So one of them was, he said, the essence of civilizations reveals itself at critical historical junctures. The position taken by Spain, China, Russia, Turkey, Italy, and Egypt against the warmongering and crimes of the Zionist regime stem from their deep cultural and historical roots. I don't know why I added Egypt in that, but maybe things are going on that we're not focused on. But anyway, yeah, that's what they said, right? That's what he said. And then he said, and actually that was it, then it was just translated. What else was there? Yeah, the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez met with Chinese President Xi Jinping, and he stressed respect for international law and a shared sense of justice during talks in Beijing today. Do you know who Trump's going after big time today, right? Italy. He's going after Italy big time. And obviously the Pope still as well. So yeah. Iranian media put out just a really simple tweet saying, "Dear Americans, Iran is not your enemy. Israel is." Trump said about the Pope today, he said, this is what he said about the Pope. He said he doesn't understand and shouldn't talk about the war because he has no idea what's happening. He doesn't understand that in Iran they killed 42,000 protesters last month. I swear that's gone up by about 8,000 since the last time Trump spoke about it. And obviously he's a bit mad at Italy because the Italian leader said, yeah, you know what, freaking lift that blockade and, get yourself together. I'm not supporting this. So he says Iran would blow up Italy in 2 minutes if it had the chance. And then he's just smashing Italy's praising Viktor Orban and saying he did a great job. He didn't let people come in and ruin his country like Italy did. So he's basically crashing out. Let's see what else there was. Yeah, this was reported today. It said that sanctioned Chinese tankers broke the US naval blockade on Hormuz. They're saying tanker Rich Starry transited the Strait of Hormuz today. So that's interesting. China slammed the US blockade as well and called it dangerous and irresponsible. Israel hasn't actually struck Lebanon now since Wednesday or Thursday. So that's holding up for now as well. I think that's just the tip of the iceberg for the news from me, Suleiman.
Thanks for that, tip of the iceberg, is that's if that's how you're describing it. Oh, let me change this, guys. Yeah, appreciate you guys coming in. Make sure, as I said, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. That would be awesome. Also, if you're on the, what's it called again? If you're on YouTube, make sure you like the YouTube. We need to get all the likes up. We need the numbers high for when Professor Marandi comes on the space. So make sure you're liking the YouTube. This is what they want. They want us to give up. The aim is always, this is what they did in Gaza, and they're doing the exact same thing now. This is why, another reason why they don't think the ceasefire was a good decision, really. But anyway, retweet the space, reshare the space. If you're on YouTube, make sure you like it, put it on your posts or whatever on YouTube so people are aware of it. The Total Energy CEO said we prefer paying fees to Iran rather than closing the Strait of Hormuz in its entirety. Tucker Carlson came out and said Muslims love Jesus, but they don't want you to know that. And this got a lot of people angry, such as Crowder and various others. He said the people in charge don't want you to know this, but Muslims love Jesus. Islam reveres him as a prophet and messenger of the Lord. Believed that he performed miracles and insists that he will return to earth to defeat the Antichrist. That's why Donald Trump's painting depicting himself as the Son of God offended the president of Iran. It was an attack on his religion as well as Christianity. Today morning's Note newsletter covers Masoud Pezeshkian's condemnation of Trump's desecration of Jesus. The Iran war's gutting effect on Americans' housing market. Colombia's plan to murder Pablo Escobar's Hipotami, and more. So obviously Tucker Carlson coming out in condemnation of Donald Trump. Hezbollah continues to hit Israeli assets. Uh, for example, they targeted an Israeli enemy army soldier gathering at the Megaf Am site in Israel with a cruise missile. What else have we got? Obviously, I mentioned the negotiations between Lebanon and Israel in Washington, D.C. begin for the first time since 1984. I wrote, and obviously in the video in the nest, I went into it in a bit more detail, but I wrote this isn't for a ceasefire. It's so Israel can bomb Lebanon without a response, like they have done since 2024. They don't want people to know that a real potential for a ceasefire was caused by Iran resisting. Trump said the following, but Beatrix mentioned this, but it's been reported by the New York Times. Something could happen over the next 2 days. We're more inclined to go to Pakistan. The field marshal is doing a great job. He's fantastic. He's doing a great job, and that's why it's more likely. Israel continues to bomb. Modi came out with a statement, and he said the following. Let me bring some people up as well. Modi said the following. He said, received a call from my friend, President Donald J. Trump. We reviewed the substantial progress achieved in our bilateral cooperation in various sectors. We are committed to furthering our comprehensive global strategic partnership in all areas. We also discussed the situation in West Asia and stressed the importance of keeping the Strait of Hormuz open and secure. Obviously, India is, after China, the most impacted by the closure of the strait. China has reserves, but India certainly does not have those reserves, and so the closure of the strait is decimating India. So obviously that's just coded way, because he said we also discussed the situation in West Asia and stressed the importance of keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. They need it open. Trump continues to harm his own allies. Look at it. India going to be decimated by this. I thought India was the motherland and Israel was the fatherland. Well, the motherland's getting brocked really hard. Really, really hard. And it ain't feeling good. CENTCOM are claiming that they've allowed zero vessels through the strait, but we've already got information that at least nine have gone through the strait. Two out of the four that, when I say, because there's two reports, one report says four, one says nine. I didn't get a chance to look at the nine specifics. Uh, and but the four out of the four, two of them are went from Iran. Why am I reading? What is this chat saying? So we got a couple of super chats. Let me read them actually. The first one is, good evening, all. Mad times. Look after yourself. The second one's for Beatrix. Thank you for the news update. Yeah, it was so good. I was really listening attentively. So I don't know what you guys are saying on the chat. I was listening to her news so attentively. So why is this guy saying, love how Sully just ignores Beatrix and reads out the exact same news she just read out as if it didn't happen? Bish bash bosh. Bruv. I was listening to what she was saying. She was giving us like really interesting news. It's just coincidental if I may or may not be reading it again. Sent a UAE senior military commander has also landed in Tel Aviv at the same time as CENTCOM commander Brad Cooper. They're planning something. They're brewing something. Did you watch the new Lego movie with Melania Trump as Epstein Queen? That was interesting to say the least. Did you watch that, Beatrix?
No, I haven't seen that one.
You're not on the news, you see. You're not on it. Uh, Anyway, that's the news. That's the information. These are the big topics. We're going to speak about them. Let's get to Andrew. Andrew, give us your thoughts and views on this ceasefire.
Yes, Suleiman, thank you so much, Beatrice. Hello. Yes, I wish Suleiman would listen to you a little more. Sometimes, a little more, Beatrice. But thank God you hang in there with him. Yeah, much love to you
Oh
guys
my
for both.
God, Andrew.
Sorry, but I know it's okay. But anyway, Sully, real quick, please check your post on the meeting there with Lebanon. There, you had 1948. There was a typo. Not it's 1984. And I know you know it's 84. You said 84, but your post and I reposted it. Have it here. It's 84, not 48. Just I'm looking at that. Okay, yes. The As we said, we talked about this at length yesterday. This whole ruse, it's a big bunch of saber rattling. This blockade, the United States can set up that blockade with, especially with our submarine force. We do have the advantage there. I know that our little Chinaman buddy, our little our dear sweet inevitable is like saying no, the Chinese Navy is superior. David Zio come in and say no, the Russian Navy is superior. But no, our submarine. Even we had Larry on here, Larry Johnson. Our United States U.S. Navy submarine force is superior. I know the gap is closing, but we could enforce it. We could literally start dropping stuff, sinking stuff, and with the exception of the tankers, but we could cripple a tanker, not sink it or rupture its hull, container hull, but we could severely cripple it. We could board it, but we haven't because it's just a bunch of, again, Trump talking his taco stuff, big blustering. And we're seeing the facts. And then also, I'm reading the post that you said that, there's Chinese ships getting through. Ships are getting through. And CENTCOM, again, is finding themselves lying on lie on top of lies. Simon has some excellent posts. I know he and the financial experts will come in, doing their thing where the stock market's dying up. But from a military standpoint, here real quick on this, Suleiman Beatrice, we are seeing the same replay, a bunch of rhetoric and saber rattling and bellicose bellowing and insanity from Trump, but we don't see it's a no burger. We don't see the evidence of they're not backing it up, Suleiman. I don't see it.
Who's not backing it up? What do you mean?
Meaning Trump is not. If there really is a blockade is a blockade. Am I correct? There's no one gets through, but we're seeing that ships are getting through. So I don't see this as being enforced. In other words, without the enforcing, anyone can make a statement. For example, when the IGRC said The Straits of Hormuz are closed. It was closed. Someone wanted to try it. They were hit, struck with a missile hit. Where we don't see, unless there's a slip through, a couple slipping through, but I don't see this blockade as being very effective so far, Suleiman. I really don't, unless I'm missing something.
Well, just explain that to the audience though. Like, if you're the American fleet, would you just fire on everything? Would you allow a few to slip through? Like, what would you do in this situation?
Oh, that's Suleiman. That's the perfect point. The way they work, it's a psyop. Now, they could be toying, saying, "Hey, we have a blockade in place. Someone wants to test it." They might let one through and then make another warning. We're giving you another warning. They may even blare, like a surface combatant could come up within a couple thousand yards and blare a real loud blast, a siren, kind of like, if you can imagine like a police siren saying, "Hey, you have violated, you're now crossing a naval blockade." For example, when the amphibious fleet was off of Beirut, Lebanon in '82, when I was there, before I transitioned into submarine warfare, we would have a bullhorn telling a boat, for example, fishermen and stuff, "You've entered into the United States Navy amphibious objective area. You must leave now." And then they'll stop usually, right? But I'm sure there's been warnings. It's called a note, like a NOTAM, notice to airmen for flight advisories. Well, in the sea, these merchant marines get these notice to sailors, and these captains get a notice warning. This is, and they'll give them a longitude, latitude. They'll say longitude, latitude. There is a point of a point of blockade established by United States Naval Forces. Do not cross this line. The warnings go out. And those sea captains will stop. I mean, they're not going to proceed through there. And believe me, the companies will be, same thing with the Straits of Hormuz. The companies will be saying, "Whoa, hey, whoa, don't go through there, stop." But unless the evidence proves me wrong, I don't see this blockade as being enforced. And it's just like saying there's a speed limit sign posted that says drive 50 miles an hour, but if everyone's driving 70, that speed limit sign is basically worthless. But how many times have we seen Trump do this? He's talked big talk, but we don't see it backed up. So what the threat is knowing that the potential is always there. And I know that our David Z and other my people will push back against me and say, no, the Iranians, they can strike any ship they want with this. Yeah, but our submarines are not out further. I'm not talking in the Persian Gulf now. I'm talking out in the deep. We call it in blue water, the deep stuff. We get out. The U.S. Navy we have that. That is absolutely undisputed territory there. We'll sink anything at will once we get a command. We saw it happen already. That fast attack submarine did an easy approach. We call it a target. You draw up a target package, then you get target bearings. You get everything done. We compute it by both a computer, then we do an online hand analysis, not a hand solution, meaning we verify it by hand. By hand meaning the fire control party will literally say bearing rate, set, bearing, set, distance, range, ... The computer matches it. And once the commanding officer of that submarine has the order to kill that target, hits a simple command, match bearings and shoot. And then we just determine how many fish we're going to throw out there. We're going to do a 1-shot, 2-shot at it. So it's very simple, and they're ready to go. As I said before yesterday, the United States submarine force, those fast attack guys, they're out there, they're ready. They're just like, they're trained for this. But will we use it? I seriously doubt it. But could we? Absolutely. We could start dropping ships left and right until we run out of torpedoes and or vertical launch. We could just keep going. But I don't think we'll use it. I think it's just the same thing as bringing up the Marine amphibious units. It's a big show of force. They won't land it. It'll be a bloodbath. It won't happen. They'll be exactly as you said, Suleiman. You had a perfect military analysis. You said it exactly. It happened. There was an incursion. There was a, quote, invasion of those forces. It went wrong. Then they lied and backed it. Like even Anthony Aguilar and others backed you up, Suleiman. It was a big fake. It didn't work. So now the United States is going to try this, and it's not working either.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play this, and it is exactly what I said. You may call me Nostradamus.
All right, okay. Suleiman, all right, okay. Nostradamus, there.
Yeah.
Beatrice, I tried. I didn't want to do it, but we kind of have to.
Exactly, you gotta do it. Exactly.
Okay.
The Lebanese government joined forces. Okay, the tweet I'm putting out right now, I'm gonna play it. The Lebanese government joined forces with Israel against Hezbollah. They agree to disarm Hezbollah. I told you. Okay, so I'm gonna play this for you guys. This is why, if you watched my video, you would have been expecting this. You would have been aware of this. You would have realized this was gonna happen. That the Lebanese government are Zionists. They're in bed with Israel and the United States of America. When they saw the resistance succeed, when they saw Iran succeed to say, we want a ceasefire, Netanyahu got on the phone, made sure Lebanon wasn't included. Then him and the Lebanese, the president of the Lebanese government, they colluded together to make it look like that they're going to come to an agreement. What agreement did they come with? Was it to stop bombing Lebanon? No, it was to disarm Hezbollah. They want to give Lebanon away to Israel. They're in collusion. This is why Hezbollah exists. It exists to fight against this. Why is it not posting? It's taking ages to post. Anyway, I won't be able to play it for a few seconds, guys, because it's taking ages to post. But what I'll do is while it's posting, it is posting in a few seconds. I am gonna take it and I'll play it. Just want to welcome Robert onto the stage as well. I finally posted, and Rahul's here, and Gigi, and Thomas. Okay, let me play this. I finally posted actually. Why is this taking so long? So weird. Okay, let me play this.
Sit around I was honored to sit around negotiating table with His Excellency Michel Issa, United States Ambassador to Lebanon, and to Her Excellency Mada Hamadi, the Lebanese Ambassador to Washington. We discovered today that we're on the same side of the equation. That's the most positive thing we could have come away with. We are both united in liberating Lebanon from an occupation power dominated by Iran called Hezbollah. Lebanon is under their occupation, and we are suffering from their constant barrages of missiles and terror attacks trying to cross our border.
So, yeah, this is it. Told you guys. Okay, I want to welcome Robert onto the stage as well. But just before I go to Robert, just want to go to let's go to Gigi, and then we'll go to Rahul, and then we'll get to Robert. Go ahead, Gigi.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, Gigi, we can hear you. Gigi,
Okay.
you have to unmute your mic.
Let's go to Rahul. Go ahead, Rahul.
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, thanks for the mic. So a couple of things. So the one thing is that it's quite clear that that the IRGC is in charge of the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf. It's absolutely clear. The reason that the USA, let's just remind us all, the reason that the USA went there was to say, well, we're going to make Iran suffer because Iran is still able to trade via the Persian Gulf, and their ships to China and wherever else are still happening. So we're going to have a blockade. If we suffer, then they must also suffer. But clearly that is not happening. So whatever Andrew says is 100% correct, and he would know better in these military operations. It's just a lot of brouhaha, and bravado and conjecture and the psyops. They are definitely not in charge. And yes, it is true that before the war started, there were 100 ships that were going through every day. And since the war started, then Iran placed a blockade and said, okay, no one's going to go through unless there's a $2 million payment and whatever else. So those, whether it's 2 or 4 or 9 ships that went through, they went through, of course, under the authorization and processing and management of Iran. That's how I see it, unless someone can show me differently. Secondly, I tweeted about this as well. I mean, how can you have, it's laughable, Suleiman, Beatrix, Andrew, and others. It's laughable that you have America, which is clearly on the side of Israel, stage a mediation. So Marco Rubio is the great mediator between two supposed fighting for. I mean, you have mediation when there's a conflict between an employer and employee, if the employee gets fired, or between a global conflict or whatever, some dispute. So under the guise of a dispute between the government of Lebanon and the government of Israel, you have a partner and an agent of Israel, being America, Marco Rubio, all staged there in Washington, D.C., with cameras all around saying, I'm the great mediator, and here we are. Before the mediation actually starts, they say that no, the ceasefire, and this was important, they say the ceasefire in Lebanon is not, it's not up for discussion. That's not what the mediation is about. The mediation is about disarming Hezbollah. That's what they say. And the outcome is exactly that. They both come out and say, well, we have decided that Hezbollah must be disarmed. So what was the point? That was all just a staged PR exercise, and no one's buying that nonsense because America cannot be mediators. They're part of the conflict. And secondly, the people with whom they are having a dispute was not there. So that's not mediation. I don't know what you call that. The third and last point is that let me disclose that I am a Roman Catholic. I'm not the most religious person in the world, but I, as a student of history and politics and anthropology, and also coupled with that, of course, is religious history. I think Donald Trump is in over his head with this dispute that he has picked with the Pope. He seems to believe somehow that this is an American. There's no Pope that belongs to any nationality. So Donald Trump keeps saying that, the American Pope, even CNN and BBC and others refer to this American Pope. He's not an American Pope. He's a Pope for the billions of Catholics that there are throughout the world. He lived most of his priesthood life in South America, in Argentina in particular. And the rest of his time he's obviously spent in other places of the world. The fact he was born in America is something else. But to get back to the point of Donald Trump's stupidity in this regard, is that you've got to understand is that besides being a religion, the Vatican is an organization. And in that organization, they have cosmologists and they've got scientists. And of course, they have theologians. And they also have political scientists and international relations specialists. And part of the Pope's utterances would be, after having been briefed on what is happening throughout the world, to make certain statements within the context of being someone who is a messenger of peace as being Jesus's and God's representative here on earth. So Trump has now alienated a lot more people, even among his base, because of it. Because in America there is a significant number of Catholics. I don't know what the current number is, but he's obviously now alienating them as well. And for the first time in a long time, he had to delete one of his posts of him representing himself as Jesus. So yeah, so we are where we are now, Suleiman and colleagues, in that it still seems the same way, that Iran is still winning in the broader scheme of things. America is still losing in the broader scheme of things, and by extension, of course, Israel is losing. So yes, there will definitely be a round two of talks in Islamabad this week. I'm pretty sure of that, certainly within the next few days. I do not agree with what was said last night about that in 2 weeks' time there'll be an end to this blockade or whatever. And I had to switch off last night. But if I had spoken last night, I was going to say no, within 20. I agreed with Beatrix because she was saying no, it can never be 2 weeks or years or whatever. It will be within a couple of days. And look, within 24 hours, there's not really a blockade as such. So anti-Zionism is winning, guys. I'm excited about it, and I hope that it will continue. And yeah, I'm looking forward to Professor Marandi gracing us with his presence. So thanks for that. We'll chat soon.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Want to go to Robert. Robert, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts. What's happening with the? I see oil prices are down. I see the stock market up. Give us an update on what's going on, because it makes no sense based on this claimed blockade.
Well, I can't make sense of it because it doesn't make sense. But yeah, that's what the market appears to be pricing in, both with the stock market, like you mentioned, today up another 1%. So we are now higher than when the war broke out by about 1%. Before 20 million barrels per day of oil got taken offline via the Strait of Hormuz closure, before 13 million barrels per day of oil capacity got shut in by GCC refineries. And it's pretty wild. I really don't get it. I've been trying to make sense of it going back to yesterday, where we also had a pretty green day on the stock market. And yeah, oil appears to be totally dislocating from fundamentals. So if you look again, I keep mentioning it, but if you look at real, actual physical oil, that spread is actually growing wider. So you have dated Brent, which is real, actual oil, going up. So yesterday when I was here, I told you that dated Brent was 120. Well, after at the end of the day, we get a new print for dated Brent, and yesterday afternoon it was 125. So during that time period, WTI has fallen by like $3 a barrel, $4 a barrel, and actual real physical oil has gone up by about $4 per barrel. So yeah, when it comes to oil, I think that actual real oil is continuing to stay, basically double the cost that it was going into the war. The tax on everyday Americans has doubled. Oil going up in price is not inflationary. If anything, it's disinflationary because it is a higher tax on the everyday American. The everyday American, which by the way, average hourly wage growth is running half of what it was during 2022, which is the last time we really had an oil price shock. Who is obviously tapped out if you look at consumer sentiment at an all-time low, literally an all-time low going back like 65, 70 years. The average American's personal savings is lower than it was in 2022 and near a record low. The average American's not doing well already, and then you double the tax rate for energy, and I just don't think that they're going to be able to sustain it. But somehow consumer discretionary today is up 2%. consumer discretionary is, I think, the best performing sector in the entire S&P 500 today, despite the fact that real physical oil is, double what it was going into the war. And trying to make sense, I think, is probably a losing game right now. I'm certainly not trying to make sense of because I don't think that markets understand. The average equity investor, or the average equity analyst, really truly doesn't understand that we just can't print oil, right? There is no, oh, it'll be fine. The Fed will take care of it. The U.S. Treasury will take care of it. It'll be okay. S&P 500, stocks always go up. That is normally true, right? In a demand driven issue, whether that be a recession or something kind of along the lines of 2020. But when the constraint is a real physical thing like oil, there is no light switch that you can flip if you're at the Fed to print oil, and therefore either there's going to be massive shortages or there's going to be a huge run up in price. And that run up in price will be to destroy demand. The 13 million barrels per day, even if the Strait were to fully open like a light switch, which I don't think is possible, but even if it did, even if the Strait opened fully and completely back to 130, 150 ships per day, you still have 13 million barrels per day of capacity that's going to take 1 to 3, maybe even 1 to 4 months to bring back online. Iraq, Kuwait have older infrastructure, and for them, it'll take longer than Saudi Arabia or some of the more kind of advanced economies in the GCC. But you're still talking months to get that 13 million barrels per day offline or back online. Excuse me. So why does that matter? Well, 13 million barrels per day is about 9 times worse of a shock, a negative supply shock, than 2022 was. And in 2022, we got, 2 quarters of negative GDP, which was traditionally kind of one of the definitions, or kind of the everyday, colloquial kind of definition for a recession. We got, basically a mild recession, and we got a bear market in the stock market. And again, just the shut-in capacity, not to say nothing of the Strait of Hormuz. Just that shut-in capacity is already, 8-9 times worse than 2022. So yeah, I don't really get it. I've been trying to make sense, trying to rationalize it for the past couple days as we've seen. I mean, we've basically been going vertical. There's kind of a common saying in markets. Elevator down, stairs up. But if you look at the war in the past 2 months, it was opposite. It was a very kind of gradual, orderly kind of move down, and then a vertical move higher. Now, some of that is probably due to positioning. So CTAs, or commodity trading advisors, they're kind of a systematic. They take a systematic approach to trading. They're kind of trend followers, and if the VIX goes down, they add to their long delta. They are probably buying. They're set to buy, I think, like 50 billion a week, just given the fact that they degrow so much. And so we could be seeing kind of a mechanical kind of thing where it's not necessarily fundamental driven, right? It's not, oh, the economy is going to be doing so great and earnings are going to be going up, and right, that kind of thing. Multiple expansion. It's most likely, if I had to guess, it's not that, because 40% of market cap weighted S&P 500 earnings come from overseas. And I've for a month and a half now been outlining very, very in detail how exactly this higher oil price is going to hurt Europe. It's going to hurt Asia. That's going to really hurt the GCC. So that's basically half of the S&P 500's market cap weighted earnings. 40, I think it's like 41, 42%. So yeah, I don't think it's fundamentals getting better. I think it's probably just a bit of a short squeeze, a bit of a short volatility kind of thing. The VIX has come way in Right now we have 18 handle on the VIX. So, VIX has come, far below the levels it was at just about a week ago, where it was up above 30. So I think that that's part of it. And I think that also indicates some amount of kind of, put selling and that kind of short volatility sort of trade. When you short volatility, when you sell puts, there is a positive kind of bolstering effect. I don't know what dealer net gamma exposure is. I don't track it super closely, but that could be another mechanical thing that might be providing a bit of a bid. But all of that to say, that the real economy is not in a better outlook than it was a week ago, in my opinion. The Strait of Hormuz still effectively closed. I mean, I think there were like 5 ships that went through yesterday. So yeah, earnings again. About half of S&P 500 market cap weighted earnings come from overseas. Is Europe suddenly doing better? Because all I hear about is jet fuel shortages. Plans to cap gas station margins in France, right? And all those kind of things to deal with the shortage over in Europe. Asia's already, multiple Asian countries already in a state of emergency. So I don't think that their earnings from Asia are going to be that great. So I think that it's just kind of a mechanical thing, a structural thing when it comes to the way that markets actually function, kind of under the surface. It's important to remember that like over half of trading volume per day comes from algorithms, comes from a computer algorithm. So, the old days of, buy and hold and the economy gets better and everyone's actually worried about, how is the company gonna, make more money, or expand their margins. All that kind of world is, I think, long gone. We're obviously also in a very liquidity driven kind of era, right? That is becoming much more of an important factor. And I haven't seen any evidence of like a huge liquidity surge, but over the past week or week and a half, we did see an increase in swap line activity from the Fed, about $100 million to the ECB and about $5 million to the Bank of Japan. We also saw the DXY dollar index move lower, which is generally what you get in an influx of liquidity. This was right around the time that dollar yen was approaching kind of the critical level of 160. And the dollar needed to be weakened, not just for Japan, but for the rest of the world. You get too strong of a dollar, you get a dollar kind of short squeeze, right, or rip higher in the dollar. That is a negative. That has a negative effect on not only the effective energy bill for Europe and Asia, but also kind of broader liquidity conditions. So, was there some amount of kind of vol control going on? Probably. Swap line activity picked up. You saw the SOFR Fed funds spread go negative. And that's a technical thing with the repo market that, I can explain to people if they are really curious. I've done tons of videos on it, but kind of wonky thing with the repo market that indicated, again, positive kind of liquidity conditions. And then you also had bank reserves, which are the half of the monetary base. Those increased. We've had the Fed obviously doing their reserve management purchases, which, for people that know what QE is, it's basically QE, but instead of buying, 10, 20, 30-year bonds and mortgage-backed securities, they're buying short T-bills, short-dated U.S. Treasuries called T-bills, anything under 1 year of duration. So, they've been pumping some amount of liquidity. You can see that in the bank reserves. So a number of factors, but none of them really fundamentals improving, if that makes sense.
I've got some big news for you guys because I'm writing out the tweet. I just need another minute. This is shocking. And I just want to welcome Simon onto the stage as well, as usual. Appreciate him. And but just before I do, can I just quickly go to Doc and then I'll just finish writing this tweet out. Go ahead, Doc. Oh, and just
Can
before
I
I do,
can I
sorry.
just can I just ask Robert?
Just before you ask Robert, 1 second. Just want to thank Hussein with a huge super chat. Really appreciate it. £100. And it says for today and yesterday, keep up the great work, everyone. Really appreciate you, Hos, and your.
I couldn't give you the money yesterday because you were on the other channel, so I made up for it by giving it twice today, mate. That's it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your support of the space. It's not easy doing these spaces, so all of this really does help uh, us to continue doing these spaces for the long hours. And also want to thank another chat which is on the website. Thanks to that really big super chat as well from Abu Ivy. So thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. And guys, just before Beatrix goes, there is a tweet in the nest. It is the interview poster for the interview with Professor Marandi. So if everyone can go to the tweet in the nest and retweet it, reshare it, quote tweet it, let everybody know about it, that we're all excited to hear from Professor Morandi and to hear what he's got to say about the negotiations. They're going to be huge and they're going to be amazing. So do that for us. That would be awesome. So the tweet in the nest, uh, we do these spaces all the time. Maybe not everyone can help financially to help support the space, but another way you can support is by retweeting or even resharing the space, or in this case, the poster for the interview with Professor Morandi. Okay, Beatrix, go ahead, jump in.
Thank you very much. Robert, I was listening carefully to what you're saying, and hi to Simon as well, and to Andrew and Rahul. And anybody else who's on the panel that I can't see. But I was listening carefully to what you're saying, Robert. And given what you're talking about, 13 million barrels per day, 3 to 4 months at least, right? At the current time it would take for us to even clear a backlog. Would it not be fair to say that this position we find ourselves in, given the magnitude of impact it's going to have across the world, across so many different countries, it's a complete change of life. It's not a case that they just fell into this scenario, given the magnitude of the impact, because there's no way these major conglomerate oil companies would just allow this to happen. So it's not that it's just an eventuality of where they found themselves in war. It's that it's calculated, because otherwise oil companies won't allow it to happen.
Yeah. Well, yeah. To go down Simon's kind of general approach, looking at it through that lens.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, it was Beatrix that actually just said that, and how you're saying Simon's approach. Like, why are you casting us all with the same stone? Oh my
Well,
God, that's so bad, Robert.
He's fitting in now, isn't he? He's caught on.
The only point I make with that is, I think that they enjoy higher prices. They just don't want them too high. So there is actually kind of in a weird way, a bit of a benefit. If they're able, it needs to be in a really, really tight kind of window. They don't want it too high, right? Where people just stop buying oil. But higher oil price, that just goes right into their margin. So there's kind of like a window, I guess, where they would like to keep oil. They don't want it too high because if it goes to $500 per barrel, the first thought, oh well, they're going to make all this profit on each barrel of oil. Well, yeah, but no one can afford to buy it. So I think 90-ish, right, where it's kind of trading now. I think that they actually might like that, given the fact that it's not too high. So yeah, that would be my only comment. And also, shut-in capacity, that is just because it's not necessarily like intentional thing that they choose to do. They have to do it. So if you're pumping oil out of the ground, you're normally putting it in a storage tank, called the inventories, and then from there, it gets put on a ship or a pipeline or whatever, and gets taken to Asia or Europe. But if the ships can't take it out from the Gulf, and your tanks are full, well, the only other option is to just kind of take a step back and let it spill out onto the Arabian sand. And obviously they can't do that. So it's kind of once the oil system broadly has to kind of always be flowing. And anytime it's not, you get kind of a really big air bubble in the system. And that air bubble is still kind of working its way through. So you mentioned, change in life for Europe. I think that, Asia's already seeing a pretty drastic change in their kind of living standard. If you're in an emerging market in Southeast Asia, like Philippines, Thailand, that kind of area, you've already seen a pretty dramatic reduction. If you're in Europe, I would argue it's starting to kind of be seen. I was looking earlier. Spain only has like 8 days left of I think it was crude oil in terms of their inventories. It might have been a refined product like diesel or something like that. There's so many headlines to keep up with, but Europe I think is kind of in the early stage of feeling it. But even if the Strait opened today, there's that air bubble that Europe and Asia is probably not going to get the steady stream that it kind of needs for I don't know, at least a month. And if you look at the shut-in capacity, it could be between one, even half a year for a lot of the Iraqi and Kuwaiti oil production to make it back on. So, where there's this huge air bubble that like no one except the commodity people and the oil analysts, they see it, right? And they're trying to warn everyone. But if you're just kind of an everyday market participant or equity analyst, you don't see that air bubble. And I think that it could be quite painful to markets, but also to kind of everyday people in terms of things like gas rationing or shortages or higher prices. I think that Europe is not going to let prices go too high. I think they're going to generally trend on the kind of price control sort of approach, which doesn't work because you just end up getting shortages when the government tries to cap prices. So I think that Europe will probably just end up seeing a shortage, and then the gas station doesn't have gas, it doesn't have diesel, and so some trucks won't be able to make it to deliver the good that you ordered. If you're a company or an individual, you might not be able to fill up your tank to go on vacation. So yeah, definitely, I just don't think that's quite like hit immediately. I think Asia definitely is kind of feeling that reduction of living standard. Europe, I think it's probably within the next week or two that it really starts to hit Europe.
Has Robert cut out? Is it me?
No, so
Okay.
yeah, thanks for that, Robert. I mean, Ireland's already feeling it, so yeah, it's only a matter of time, I guess.
I think to piggyback on Solomon, did you want to make your announcement or so? To piggyback on, I'm not sure if Solomon can hear us. To piggyback on
No.
what Robert was saying, I think he said about 50% of the market is bots. Just remember that $25 trillion of assets use the same technology or have access to the same technology, which is BlackRock's Aladdin. And you know who else uses it? Most sovereign wealth funds, most pension funds, most asset managers, most central banks, including the US Treasury and the Federal Reserve. And so, with Aladdin's AI technology that has access to the largest data set of financial markets in the world, and is moving more money than anyone in the world, you can scenario plan, and everyone will be scenario planning, and the same data that will push capital in the same direction is what will be sparking off these algorithms. So I completely agree with Robert in the sense that nothing is fundamental. There is a big hole in the system that everybody's plugging into the same technology, and the algorithms of all the large pools of capital are using the same data points and the same scenario planning. So effectively, whatever that input produces becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy as well. And that's what I think markets have become.
Yeah, there's momentum, and there's entire systematic funds, like entire funds that are literally just devoted to chasing momentum. You know, this was part of what the South Korean Kospi, right? Part of that was just, and silver, right? Before that, those kind of momentum driven moves, you know, there's an entire kind of cottage industry, I guess you could call it, around chasing momentum, and entire algorithms that, you know, are built by firms like Jane Street that literally are designed to ignite momentum algos, right? So Jane Street has, you know, an algorithm where they try to ignite other momentum algorithms, and then, you know, make a small spread, right? Get, you know, go short, ignite momentum to the downside. All the other algos pick up on that momentum swing, and then they cover their short into that weakness. So yeah, it's yeah, you're trading against computers. You know, a lot of it doesn't make sense. A lot of it is just kind of this hyper financialized, you know, gobbledygook. But you know, it is what it is.
And to add to that, there is one particular company that is the largest provider of ETFs as a result of the global financial crisis, that also controls that technology, that also has $14 trillion of assets under administration. And that company is the largest shareholder via your money or other pools of money in over with board seats on over 20,000 companies, including all of the technical companies that are building the police and surveillance state, all of the military companies that are profiting from war, all of the big oil companies that are cashing in on these high oil prices, all of the energy companies, and all of the financial institutions that are providing the capital. But of course, we're told that this is, you know, the most sophisticated market in the world. And remember all those hedge funds? Yeah, they're all in the portfolio as well. So, you know, that's the market. And if you want a scenario plan, then all you need is lobby financing. And if the Trump administration answers to the lobbies, and so do multiple governments around the world, as well as their treasury departments using BlackRock software, as well as their real estate markets having real estate investment trusts and unit trusts that require investment from the pools of capital of BlackRock, you can start to imagine how this actually works. And so if you're managing a portfolio and you control lobbies, and the central bank is using your technology and the treasury is using your technology, then shifting capital in order to create wars, end wars, and get governments to do what you want them to do is really a asset management exercise, as long as you've got enough capital under management. And so if you wanted to enact a change of the chessboard and move the world to multipolarity, execute a global reset, and push forward an agenda you already had with ESG and COVID, and you wanted everyone to invest in renewable energy, and you wanted your oil portfolio to make a shit ton of money, and you wanted to create the circumstances for your technology companies to have more access to algorithms and more control, then something like an event like the closure of the Strait of Hormuz might be pretty useful to you. Um, and I think that's the bigger picture. To add like one bit of, I'll say the unpopular thing here because I know people won't like it. And I'll always reiterate that what I think is happening is different to what I'm advocating for. Those are irrelevant what I advocate for because it won't change anything. But I think if you think of it, the Lebanese government, which was a multiple CIA coups and CIA actions of the past, is effectively a US proxy that is a financial dependency by the IMF, and the IMF put it through currency wars, stole all the savings of the Lebanese people, and effectively put it through war after war in order to make Lebanon a proxy for US interests and a playground. And on one side, you have those financial operations. On the other side, you have Israel. And my estimation of what's happening here is the US proxy of the government of Lebanon and the military proxy of Israel. After the meeting that we're told is a failure, which I probably call a check in and a progress report, I think you're going to see that Iran will allow this process that leads to either the elimination of certain members of Hezbollah, and that will then lead to a political process that will lead to ceasefire talks. And those ceasefire talks will likely end in a plan towards the integration of Hezbollah into the Lebanese army and a political process. And there'll be continued war until that happens. And there'll be lots of rhetoric around these different negotiations where everyone's pretending that they're not negotiating, when I think they've all been negotiating all along, and everything we're witnessing is just the execution, and they're just having progress reports. I
Simon,
know
can
it's
we have a
unpopular.
£10,000 bet on that?
I don't bet. We're
Oh
not
no,
allowed
no!
to, are we?
Bet on your on your bullshit about Hezbollah's going to be allowed to be destroyed, but and Iran's going to sit on the fucking side. Put your money where your mouth is, or just shut the fuck up about Iran allowing Hezbollah to get fucking burnt. You're talking absolute fucking dog shit. We will never ever fucking let Hezbollah go down. Not in your lifetime. Not for money. Not for nothing. I came up here to ask a question from Robert, and you're coming up with Hezbollah is going to get destroyed and Iran's going to let it go? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Seriously, get a grip, mate. Robert, I came up here to ask you a question, and I'm going to ask my question. And I'm going to fuck off, okay? I apologize for him.
Hope you need to calm down.
I
Like
can't calm
literally.
down when I hear him telling me how Hezbollah is going to get destroyed and put into a little box, and Iran's going to be okay with it because,
I
as
didn't
if
say the word destroyed. You did, Horace.
no, no, okay. The whole point of your conversation is that Hezbollah is going to be abandoned by Iran. Yeah, that's what you said.
I'm saying that
That's
America
what you said, or
benefits.
not? Just a
I'm
yes or
saying that
no.
America benefits from Hezbollah being there as well as Israel being there
No,
and
you
profiting
said
from
that
war.
Hezbollah.
And the second they don't want Hezbollah to be there, you probably find out that there's a way of actually making it happen. I said it's more likely to be some decapitation campaign, some terrorism, and then eventually lead to a process, a political solution, a ceasefire, and then some kind of negotiation that leads to integration into the Lebanese government and Lebanese army. That's where I think it's directionally going to go.
Yeah, that's what you've said.
Let me give some breaking news. So some breaking news, funny enough, on this. We have Israel demands in Lebanon negotiations. So sorry, Israeli demands in the Lebanese negotiations. They want all of Lebanon. So Israel proposed three different zones to the Lebanese government, and this is exactly what I said in that video. I said that the aim is that they want to occupy Lebanon. So the first zone is going to be a permanent 8-kilometer buffer strip in the south. This will now be under the control of Israel. No civilians can return. So 8 kilometers Israel just completely has. So the first 8 kilometers Israel completely has. Zone 2, Israeli military control everything up to the Litani River. Any Hezbollah resistance fighter in the region will be disarmed. So all Hezbollah resistance fighters in the region will be disarmed. So they're saying Zone 1 they completely control. Zone 2 they're saying their military will control. And then zone 3, which is north of the Litani River, they're saying Lebanese army to fully disarm Hezbollah on its own. If none of those things happen, then the Israel will essentially keep control over everything. So that's the Israeli plan for Lebanon. That is what they're trying to do. And this is why I said that this Lebanese government is extreme Zionist. They're in collusion with the Israelis. The only reason they had these negotiations is because what happened was Iran agreed to a deal with the USA and Israel. No, sorry, Iran agreed to the deal with the USA in Islamabad, and the deal was that Lebanon was going to be included in the negotiations. Once Trump had agreed it, Netanyahu got on the phone with him and basically told him to pull out. Then got on the phone with the Lebanese president, said like we need to meet, and then they basically organized these meetings in Washington. And I've explained this before that the reason is because if they'd basically ceded to Iran as per what they did, it would have said that actually look, Iran's mode or method of doing things has worked. They've resisted against Israeli oppression from a military perspective, and that's resulted in peace in Lebanon. So this is why Netanyahu and the president of Lebanon basically colluded to have these negotiations. And what are these negotiations? These negotiations are basically a facade in the sense of what are they negotiating? They're negotiating that Israel tries to they're basically negotiating. Well, they're not really a facade actually. What they're negotiating is that Israel has control over everything we always said they were trying to get control over, which is the Greater Israel Project. And the Lebanese government is going to work with them to disarm Hezbollah. So basically, what they're saying is Lebanon has joined, but in bed with Israel and the US, which they've always been in bed with them. But the difference now is that they're going to be overtly in bed with them. So that's basically the result of the negotiations. We said that you can't trust the Lebanese government and you can't trust Israel, and this is the result of it. So yeah, that's kind of the update on what's going on there.
So, Suleiman, when you said it's the Israeli plan for Lebanon, I would say it's the Israeli-Lebanese plan for Hezbollah. That's what it's about. It's not even about Lebanon. And I literally
Well, it is
said
about
when I
Lebanon
joined this.
because it's Lebanese land going to Israel, so that is Lebanon,
No,
right?
it is, but I'm talking from a political, like in terms of parties, right? Because the Lebanese, because Rahul was saying this earlier, he was like, oh, they went there and then they came out and they said it wasn't even about the ceasefire. And I thought, of course, it wasn't about the ceasefire. Like, who thought that meeting in Washington was about the ceasefire?
Can I just
It
jump
wasn't.
in?
It was about that meeting in Washington was about showing publicly that this puppet that they've got in place in Lebanon is the real leader, right? And he has made a decision that he's even sick of Hezbollah in his own country. It was about optics, and that meeting was. And I literally said on this space last night when I joined, I said, you know what they're going to do? They're going to create buffer zones. And I was explaining to the listeners what buffer zones means. And I said, that's going to be the territory they'll want to take, push people back. And the Lebanese government is going to do what it always does. It's going to side with Israel. And then they're going to work together to try to get rid of Hezbollah. But I think Hezbollah has overwhelming support in that country. And it's probably going to be where buffer zones are allocated to Israel. So Greater Israel, as you say, Suleiman, and then Lebanon in civil war. I even said that last night. I said, I think that's where it's going to go to. And I think that's by design.
Can I just jump in? As
Sure.
you're talking. I have to disagree with pretty much everything that's been said. I don't think there's going to be a division of Lebanon. Israel can have its little dreams and wet dreams of how it's going to divide up everything. Almost a quarter of the Lebanese army is made up of Shia people. None of them are going to be sitting there on the sideline going, yeah, let's just destroy Hezbollah. It's just not a possibility that's going to be accepted. No one in the Lebanese army that is a Shia is going to accept to be giving these lands away to the what's it called, to the Israelis. Okay, and also the largest single powerful force that is able to fight on the ground, as in physically on the ground, is Hezbollah, and they're not going to give up anything. At the moment, the Israelis are doing whatever they can, and they're being fought tooth and nail. I don't think that anything of the sort is going to happen, and I don't think Lebanon's going to get what's it called, divided up or carved up. In the end, my personal opinion is Israel is going to get destroyed because this war is the final war for Israel. There is no way that they're going to walk away from here, especially with what's happening in America at the moment, that they're going to get the support that they think they're going to keep getting forever. America is changing, and Israel only exists at the at the what's the word I'm looking for, the generosity of America. And America, once it turns against Israel, as it is right now, as Dan Bilzerian and other people are moving into politics, the group of people that are being, who are the minority at the moment, will not remain the minority. The Thomas Masseys, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Candace Owens, the Tucker Carlson, the majority of the people agree with them. The machinery and the oiling of the psychopaths that are the murderers of Gaza, that are the murderers of Lebanon, and the murderers of everywhere they can. Those people are getting turned on, and you can't make Israel exist without money. And America will get taken off them because of what they've done to everyone. The amount of normal Americans that have turned against Israel, that have turned around and said, we don't want nothing to do with them, including the young Jewish people who've just turned around, even middle-aged and
Yeah,
older
but Moz, we
Jews.
agree with that. But you don't agree that this is the Israeli plan. I don't get it. You
No,
don't
that
agree.
is that's the plan, but I promise you, it ain't gonna work.
Yeah, we know
That's
that. We've been saying that.
oh, alhamdulillah.
Listen, we've
Okay,
been.
I thought you guys are saying it's gonna work. Sorry,
No, when did I say that? I'm literally one of the. I've been covering this for so many years, and I'm the one who predicted that Hezbollah was going to destroy Israel on the ground, and even
inshallah,
this one. So I'm not sure where you're
inshallah.
getting that from.
No. Okay, in that case, we're okay. I thought you guys were
Plus,
But in
saying like
you
terms
know
of the
what?
Shia
I
in terms of the
misunderstood
Shia in the Lebanese army, I mean, question to you: why are they in the Lebanese army?
because they're getting paid a salary, mate.
But so exact for the Lebanese army is an instrument for the Lebanese government. They've
Hmm.
never protected Lebanon. Every time the Israelis have come, they've retreated. So really, I get you gotta pay a salary. I understand that. Look, we all struggle financially or whatever. But in the end, they have chosen a salary in order to basically, not fight with Hezbollah and the resistance
But
because.
it won't be the same once it
No,
starts, though, mate. That's what I'm
Sorry,
saying to you. I don't think it will be
so
the same.
but it already is.
so
They retreated.
so no, they have to do that constitutionally. They have to have every sect represented within the army, and I think that's the right thing to do as well. It avoids one single group controlling the armed forces.
Yeah, but then what's the point of being in the armed forces when I get there's a quota? I know the system in Lebanon, very well aware of it, but I just think that whenever people are like, oh, guess what? Because they're Shia, they're going to do this. But then in reality, of course, it's been the Shia who fought against Israel. But actually, it can't be like every single one's an angel. In reality, those people have chosen their personal, basically,
Well,
finances over
but but
anything
but,
else
but it's not
because
as simple as that, Salman. Because
well,
even in
I know
Iraq,
you get. Well, to be honest, Hassan, you're normally quite rational, but it seems like actually now I'm starting to think that for you, Shia good, everyone else is bad because yes, those people have chosen a salary, and in 2024 they did retreat, and now again they retreated, and there's many instances when Israel's fired on the Lebanese army and they've done nothing.
so look, I think you're missing. I agree with you. I
I'm
wish
starting to get
everybody would
concerned
join.
actually because all the time I've never seen things as like Shia Sunni. I've always
let
seen it as like
let
right and
me
wrong.
let
But I'm
me let
starting to think
me
like a lot of people on the other side are just like if it's Shia, it's good, and everybody else is bad.
look. Let me explain.
Okay.
So, firstly, I hate sectarianism. Secondly, the Iraqi look at the Iraqi because I'm speaking as Iraqi. I look at the Iraqi situation. We have armed forces in Iraq. Yes, they are kind of the government's compromised. There's a lot of influence, but I don't think it's a bad thing to have representation in the army across all people. That's what I mean. It shouldn't be like one sect controlling it. The issue with Lebanon is it historically has been a set up to fail with the sectarian politics, the same as Iraq. So both have they adopted the same policy with both the colonizers. They adopted the same policy whereby they brought in these sectarian politics where you have to have proportional representation of the sect, and that causes so much issues in Iraq and in Lebanon, where it's no longer about meritocracy and delivering for the people, but it's about can you get your guys in. So I'm agreeing with you a lot of what you're saying, but also I'm saying to you is a reality on the ground is that you can't have a situation where the army
is no representation from the Shia, and then if there's ever and they can't prevent a sectarian war. So I'm looking at it from a pragmatic point of view that if you've got Shias in the army or Sunnis, everyone they're there, they can prevent a sectarian takeover and basically a civil war. That's the way I'm looking at it. I hope that makes sense.
I mean, I just don't agree because basically what you're saying is, look, those, let's say Shias, who are 30% of the army, I believe, that basically they need to be in there because then it'll end up being like a Sunni army and then Hezbollah will be completely Shia and you basically would have a civil war between two different sides and they kind of stop it from happening. But what use, and it makes sense logically what you're saying, but what use is that army if you've taken out, if let's say you're right and those people would fight with Hezbollah, what use is that army if they basically have been taken out of the equation? And what I mean by that is you basically have it where whatever 30% of the army, I can't remember how big the Hezbollah army is, but those people who could be fighting on the side of Hezbollah, as well as I think others, don't think it should be a Shia thing anyway. I think it should be anyone resisting against them. But that being said, those people have chosen not to fight with Hezbollah, and by joining the army, this is you. We're all saying this existential. Now you're like, oh, but I don't know. They need to get a salary, and we need to think about the politics, and we need to make sure that like there's no sectarian issues. Like, okay, but the thing is, there is literally an existential situation, and you're basically putting yourself on the sidelines and out of the equation. I remember in 2024 when the Israel start firing at Hezbollah, start firing at the Lebanese army. They retreated, and then this time as well, they just completely ran away, and then Hezbollah came and smashed them up, but they ran away. So all the
So if
army, whether Sunni, Shia, Christian, whatever it
well,
is, they all
The,
ran away.
The
but
Lebanese army is basically a dead army. It's not a proper army, as well.
yeah,
Look at it.
yeah,
That's
and
it.
that's my point. It doesn't really serve. Look, it's just a bit like the political system. Hezbollah, are they not politicians also inside Lebanon? They have political wing where they have politicians. Are they necessarily sellouts? Look, I'm saying to you that
Yeah,
Hezbollah.
they're not sellouts because the difference is they won't basically do the will of the government. What is the army but basically carrying out the demands of the government? So when the government tells them retreat, they retreat. When if the government was telling them to fight, they would fight. So they are the arm of it. So in reality, yeah, I do see the Lebanese army as traitorous, and I don't
But
care if
isn't
it's a
Hezbollah
Sunni.
part?
I don't care
But
if
my
it's a
question.
Sunni or I know for you it's like the Shias in there don't count, but for me, I don't care if it's
No, no.
Sunni, Shia, or
I
Christian. All of them at the moment are traitors, and they need to basically say, look, we disavow this Lebanese government, we disavow this being in bed with Israel. We need to join the resistance, and it's over. And until they do that, I don't care if you're Sunni, Shia, Christian, atheist, whoever you are in the army, you are responsible. For you, it seems like you're saying, oh, but the Shias,
No, no.
they don't
By the
count
way, I don't
anymore.
say any of them are sellouts. It depends on why they're there. I don't say it's just Shia. I think only. I think you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. I don't say because they're Shia and they should be in the army. I'm saying anybody, every Lebanese person has a duty, or every group has a duty to support the Lebanese army in an ideal situation. Now,
So
that
why don't
doesn't mean that.
Hezbollah join the army then according to your position?
Well, because right. So look, the issue is that look, you said the government controls the army, right? Now, the Hezbollah itself is in the government, is it not? So it kind of has to coordinate and work with the army in practical terms. Yes, look, I agree with you. The actual defense of Lebanon is Hezbollah. It's not the armed forces,
Why don't they
but they
merge with the
don't.
army? According to your position, they should merge with the army though.
No, no, no. Because it's compromised. It's compromised.
How is it
It,
compromised?
the army is
According to
compromised.
your position, I know how it is according to mine. I think I've laid it out, but according to you, how is it?
So, look, as I said to you, the reality on the ground is that the Lebanese army is controlled by the government. Hezbollah is in that government. Everyone should you can't.
Hezbollah has seats within the Lebanese governmental
Yes.
infrastructure, but they're not in charge of the government. They're not the decision makers. The
No,
decision maker
but
is fully Israeli controlled.
But my point is there is an apparatus there. Yes, it's compromised. It's set up by the West, but I don't think it's a good idea for you to unless everybody disbands. Either everybody disbands from the army or nobody disbands. You see what I'm saying? Like it's the same way I look at the Iraqi army is in a sense that it
Okay,
serves a
stop that.
specific
Stop that. So
purpose.
1 second. So everyone disbands from the army or nobody does. But Hoz's argument was that actually the Lebanese army, the Shias within it would disband. But now you're saying the opposite. You're saying actually either everybody disbands or nobody disbands. I'm saying different to both of you. I'm saying actually the Lebanese army right now, in my view, is complicit, especially with this expansionist. There's a war going on. This is existential. They're bombing. They're literally doing the Gaza treatment to Lebanon. This isn't a time to be like, oh, I'm going to stay with the army because of a salary, or because we need to keep a representation in the army. Or, and I'm not just saying about the Shias. I'm just saying from your argument because that's the one you're talking about. But all of them, Sunni, Shias, Christians, all of them, they all should be saying now, right now, you know what? This is existential. Iran's put everything on the line. We'll see if the ceasefire holds or not. I don't think it will. So I think Iran has put everything on the line. We're putting Hezbollah's putting everything on the line. These guys are bombing our people. Let's forget about the salary and the we need to have a representation.
I
This is
agree
it.
with everything you're saying, by the way, Suleiman. Yeah, every word of you said, I 100% agree with you. Carry on.
Yeah, look, I think, to be honest with you, I'm in agreement as well. I'm talking generally, not in the specific circumstances. In the current circumstances, I agree with you. I agree
And
with
also,
what you're
and
saying.
I also want to add one other thing, Sully, to what you said. The people in Lebanon, even the Christians, like if you look at Gadi Francis, she's not a Muslim. She's a Christian. But guess what? She's coming out on the side of Hezbollah. There's loads of Christians right now that are saying, our country is getting gobbled up and eaten up. Why are you, as the army, not supporting what Hezbollah is doing? So what you're suggesting is already something that a lot of Lebanese people, that there's a hardcore Christian Maronites that are, as far as I'm concerned, they should go and get Israeli citizenship because that's how Israeli I think they are. And I don't think of them as Lebanese. I think of them as actually genuinely the haters of Lebanon because Lebanon is not what they want it to be, and they want to make it in their thing, and they're not the majority of the people. And it is because of the structure of the government of Lebanon that we have this thing. And as you said, and other people have said, that whole structure has been put in place to make Lebanon fail as a state. That's the problem we've got. Because if it was just left to the majority and the majority of the population and voting, things would change and Lebanon would become a what's it called, an Islamic state. And people who'd be in the minorities and whatever else would have to get on with life as it is. And that is, I'm not suggesting that's going to have to happen because there's loads of the Lebanese are also, there's more Lebanese outside the country than there are inside the country. The population is made up of 20 or 30, 20, 25 million people outside the country, and about half of that or less than half of that in Lebanon itself. And those people have a lot of influence over what happens in Lebanon because of the currency and money that they're able to pour and bring back to help everyone there. I agree with everything you've said. I
Look,
do think
I
the
think, I think,
army
I think,
should
I think
sit down.
I largely
Sorry.
agree. In this current situation, that it's an existential threat. Everyone should support the resistance. I'm just speaking generally. Hezbollah has in the past coordinated with their army. They've performed different functions, and there was some kind of like cooperation going on. That's all I was saying. But in terms of
And it
now,
shouldn't
absolutely
be,
I
and it
agree.
shouldn't be Shia Sunni. It should be
Absolutely,
Lebanon,
absolutely, I agree.
Lebanon, Lebanon,
Absolutely, I agree. I
Lebanon,
agree.
Lebanon.
Look, I'm against sectarian politics, 100%. The issue is like with Iraq, it's been set up to fail. They put on the sectarian kind of principles, and it's been set up to fail. And this is what the country is left with. So I'm just saying that this is kind of, apart from this specific case where there's an existential threat, that the Hizb has been forced to work with the army and recognize the army, and they perform different functions. That's all I was saying, basically.
Yeah, I don't think they perform different functions. I think the Lebanese army is there as a means to be used against the resistance, and I believe that the Lebanese army and the government are there in order to basically carry out the demands of the Israeli government. And this plan they've got, we've been saying that this is their plan for a very long time. And the only difference now is that they've laid out in writing that this is their plan, because Axios, the where I got these zones things from is from Axios, and Axios is but the arm of the Israeli government. So they tell you what the Israelis want. And I just think that personally in 2024, I think they should have supported Hezbollah at that time. Uh, Especially when they were in a strong state and when they were in a weakened state. And now that Hezbollah is absolutely dominating Israel on the ground, imagine the Lebanese army was in conjunction with them. It would be very very difficult. And I think anyone in the Lebanese army, this will have to be the decision to be made, because you're going to be put through a more maybe later you may have to be put through a more complex decision, but why not help now before the Israelis start taking, I don't think they'll take ground, but let's say hypothetically they start taking certain areas. But what they are doing is they are bombing from the air a lot. And if you look at some of the scenes that are coming out of Lebanon, some of the villages they're destroying, it's really bad. So for example, I'll give you an example. I was speaking to Ethan. If you look at my video, I mentioned it on there, and I'm speaking to him privately, and we had a back and forth publicly. Really love the guy. He's doing such great work. We interviewed him. We'll definitely get him on again. So no shade to him whatsoever. Like much love to him. But his position, and actually his position is probably a position held by a lot of people, especially if you're kind of not being in the political scene for as long as we have, and you're not as flippant psychologically battle hardened by the Israelis. He's like, look, anything, like, he was like, look, you know where it is, like, I'm seeing all this bombing in Lebanon, I'm seeing all this destruction, like, this meeting is good because at least that will be, stop happening, or it'll be reduced or whatever. And I was like, but it never works like that, because in reality how it works is, let's say you were to get an agreement, even if we know this agreement won't happen, but even if we went with your hypothetical agreement where they agreed to reduce the bombing, all it means is a more slower death, even by their means, because since 2024 till this day, there hasn't been a day where the Israelis haven't bombed Lebanon, and there's been a ceasefire with Lebanon, sorry, with Hezbollah, and Lebanese army and the Lebanese government did nothing. And every day Lebanon was bombed, and every day there was casualties from Lebanon. And what happens is people sometimes look at it in a kind of very not emotional way, but in a very like, oh look, I just want the like bombing to stop. And so what we know is that this manipulation, not in terms of this kind of narrative, can get people to think that that's the right position, but unfortunately it's not, because we know through our experience of covering this for a very long time that actually resisting against the Israeli oppression is the only way you can succeed against them. You can't negotiate with them. They ironically always made this statement, but it is more true for them than anybody else. You cannot negotiate with terrorists, and this is what they are. They are unwilling to be partners in negotiation, because anytime they get into negotiation, either they break the deal. You saw it with Trump. Negotiation after negotiation got broken. They had a deal about Lebanon, and within hours it got broken. But the second thing is that they always want to create an environment where they're continuing to be able to get their goal while you are having to yield, put the white flag up, and bend the knee. And this is what they want in Lebanon. And coming back to the point at hand is, don't get me wrong, like many of us had this question, and I am going to ask Professor Marandi about this question. Like, I asked who was it, Larry Johnson, about it, right? He's very pro-American, but he was like, the reason Iran has allowed the current situation with Lebanon is because they have an agreement that they can't bomb Beirut. So right now it's Hezbollah against Israel, and Hezbollah is dominating. So just from a strategic perspective, in a war perspective, it makes sense that right now you allow that to continue. But I'm going to ask Professor Morandi the same question. I'm going to ask him about the ceasefire. There's conversations about possibly being more ceasefire conversations in 2 days in Islamabad. Trump said it. It's reported by New York Times. Are they lying? I think they're lying, but I want to know. I'm going to ask Professor Morandi about that. So these are important questions what we all have. We're not all just like blind followers, but I think it's worth having these conversations. But yeah, that was a good. I got to jump in, Hassan.
Yeah, no. So I just wanted to comment on about the Lebanese resistance and its current state compared to where it was before. Back in the day, they used to fight with very basic weapons, homemade guns, homemade weapons. This is how they used to resist back in the 80s. And the Lebanon in South Lebanon, you have this culture of resistance which is embedded into the fabric of every single family in the south. And so the idea that they're actually getting weaker and they're going to negotiate, with these terrorists, I think is quite frankly ludicrous. I think that they're in a state now where they're ready to fight, they're ready to die, and the other thing is, if they were to in any way kind of sell out and integrate into the armed forces, then there will be another Hezbollah that would emerge, pretty shortly after that. And so and the other thing is from a strategic point of view, although Iran is ideologically aligned, and we know that the Lebanese they follow the Wilayat Faqih system, and they are very close to the Islamic Republic. Almost you could consider them an arm of the Islamic Republic. Despite that, they they are also an asset to Iran. Not that it views it or uses it as such, but the fact is that they are able to influence the region, extend Iran's influence in the region, and they'll continue to do so. But the ultimate goal remains the liberation of Lebanon, and as part of that, they will never accept the existence of the satanic entity. The people in South Lebanon will never accept the existence of the Jewish colony to their borders, because they know what it means. They've dealt with them for decades. They know that their existence is a continuous existence threat, and the fight will go on as long as they are there. Whether it takes 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. Look, the people in South Lebanon, if you ask them, they'll tell you, if we have to fight them for 1,000 years to get them out, we'll fight them for 1,000 years. And so that's the kind of mentality and spirit that I don't think people understand. I think if you've met people from South Lebanon, they're a different breed. Like I'm from Iraq, for example. When we sit with the people from South Lebanon, and I'm not talking about, obviously, I don't know people from the organization, but collectively as a community, they think completely differently to normal people.
Hassan, you say this about every Shia Muslim.
I didn't say anything about Shias, by the way.
You say this about Yemen. You say this about the Houthis. You say this about you say this about Iran. You say this about IRGC.
Hold on.
About all. I'm just saying, you think they're a different breed. That's not even Quranic. That's not even our understanding of human nature. Like it's so disjointed and detached from reality.
So hold on a second. I'm from Iraq. I don't believe. I just said they're a different breed to us. What are the majority of people in Iraq? Are they Shia Muslim or Sunni?
You are talking about the Shias in Iraq, right?
I just said we're a different breed to them. The people from Iraq are a different breed. I said even we're different.
The Shias in Iraq, you mean the Shias in Iraq?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So even us, we're a different breed to them. So I'm saying this: the people of South Lebanon, they're a different breed. If you've met them, if you had once researched them and gone to South Lebanon, you might have discovered them. Maybe Beatrix and Suleiman might be able to inform you as well. But the way they live,
you know who else think they're a superior breed? Zionists.
I mean, so are you comparing the people in South Lebanon to Zionists? Is that what you're doing?
I'm saying that supremacy is supremacy, and thinking that one type of people is beyond everything that happens to other humans is a supremacist ideology.
So is a moral person superior to an immoral person or not?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So is the one who sacrifices his life?
Are all Shias moral and everyone else immoral?
I just gave you one example. Iraq. I'll give you another one. Azerbaijan. They're Shias as well. They're not moral people.
So you believe in collective. Also, you believe collectively you can take a whole group of people.
The Palestinian resistance,
and say they're not moral.
The Palestinian resistance have sacrificed more than anyone else in this whole world right now. They're not Shia.
I understand that, but you're trying to tell me that there's no one corrupt and no one doing bad things within Palestine.
No, I'm talking about the people resisting oppression. I'm not talking about the governments who don't resist.
I get it. It's the cartoon ideology story.
No, it's
the same thing that they sell. The same thing they sell to the Jews to get them to join the IDF.
Really? So you're comparing the people in South Lebanon to Jews? I mean, look, we expect this from you by now. I think everyone expects this kind of stuff from you, to be honest with you. So it doesn't really surprise me. But let me finish anyway, and then you can come back with your your propaganda.
I just treat humans as equals, and like you just seem to have this supremacist ideology.
I'm coming back.
Simon, if I could, please, gentlemen. It sounds personal, but Simon, there's a collective identity of people beyond their religious faith in any country. And so I'm tending to side with Hassan here in the sense that people in southern Lebanon have been victims of invasion after invasion after invasion, and they grow up with their fathers killed and their grandfathers killed, and so on and so forth. So I think that in and of itself creates an identity of which he may be speaking. But excuse my interruption.
Thank you, Doc, for clarifying that. I'm really appreciative that you understand that. I think most people do understand it as well, but seems Simon still doesn't. Hopefully, he will one day. The point is, we have a situation in South Lebanon where they will not give up. And what I was coming to explain, the reason I was explaining this is the idea that there will be any kind of sacrificing of these principles and these goals when you've lost your brother, when you've lost your father. If someone comes and attacks your family and kills your father and your brother and sits down with you and says, let's negotiate a deal, you're not going to do it. This is how the people in South Lebanon all brought. They've all lost family members. They've all lost their sons, their parents, their cousins.
The people don't negotiate. The
Simon,
people
can I ask you a question? Simon, let me ask you a
question. Go on, Haz, I'll leave it to you.
No, just a quick question, yeah? Simon, do you think the people in Gaza are like the Hamas and those fighters, do you think they're Shia?
I don't think it's got no. They're Sunni.
They're Sunni, yeah? So do you think that their fighting spirit has come from being Sunni or Shia, or do you think it's because they've been smashed to pieces and they're not willing to give up, no surrender?
I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking
I'm
about the
asking,
people.
no,
I'm
no, no.
talking
That
about
is,
the
well,
decision
that's what he
makers.
said. That's what Hassan said. He's talking about the people in South
Yeah,
Lebanon
but the
are
people aren't
like that.
sat at the negotiation table. The
I'm not
people
talking
are
about
just
no, no.
the people
Listen,
are
you're
chucked in
changing
the
the
meat
subject.
grinder to take their lives.
You're changing the subject, okay?
It's
The
not the
point I'm trying
subject.
no,
This
this, what he
you're
said,
saying that the
the
people
people
are going
from
to
South
decide the
Lebanon.
outcome.
No, you said the people in
Are
South,
the
he said
people
the
in
people in South
America going to
Lebanon.
decide the outcome of
Are
America?
you gonna listen, Simon? You turn around and said, he turned around and said, the people in South Lebanon are not the same. And I'll tell you who's not the same. Anyone who is put into a cauldron of fire, people like the Houthis who have been attacked for years and years, people in Gaza who've been attacked for years and years. Anyone who is in a position where they're getting attacked and dominated and carry on fighting, they are not the same. And it doesn't matter if you're a Shia or a Sunni or a Christian or anything. If you want to look at it, look at the Chechens. They were getting attacked and they stood up and said, you know what? Fuck it. And that is the point he was trying to make to you. He's not saying because they're Shia, they're super people. They have gone through a whole load of pain for 20 odd years. That is all he said. But you're turning it into, you're saying everyone's not equal.
40
No, no,
years, 50 years, 50 years, in fact, it's
no.
been
But the
going
point
on.
I'm trying to make to you is it's not the fact that you're a Shia or a Sunni or anything. It's to do the fact that how much damage has your society had at the hands of someone who has had no limitations put on the violence that they can bring to bear, and the whole world watches it happen. It's exactly the same as the Chechens. It's exactly the same as the people in Gaza. If you, I think I made my point, mate. It's got nothing to do with Shia people being
I mean, look,
superior.
look. I would argue from my perspective personally, but this is separate to the point I'm making. I'm just explaining the situation on the ground in Lebanon and what they've had to contend with in the past and why this fight will go on. This is what I'm
Does
explaining.
Trump
Just,
represent the people on the ground in
just like,
America, or are
just
leaders
like
different to the people?
the leaders are no doubt different in the Islamic group, and I've said this before. Khamenei was the leader of the Islamic Republic. He sacrificed his life and his family's life, and he's the leader. And all the leaders, if you go and look at the pictures of leaders, that's a lot of people have been lost. These are leaders, a lot of them negotiators. They killed the negotiators. They killed the families of the negotiators.
And
No
none of them
negotiator
have been hunged as
no
treacherous
no
and all that
negotiate
stuff. No,
no negotiator will
so
sacrifice his
they've never
family
found a traitor
unless
within their own ranks and had to take them out or hang them. No.
look, look, if you look in history, even at the time of the prophet, there was, or there's always going to be traitors around.
Exactly. So let's be
That
real.
doesn't mean, yeah, absolutely, let's be real, but that doesn't mean that the fight of the prophet wasn't the fight of good over evil. Just like the Islamic Republic represents all that is good now, the leaders of the Islamic Republic, and it's not a sectarian issue. The Palestinian resistance applies to them. The Yemenis are not Shia, it's not Ashari, they're Zaydi, and there's Sunnis amongst them. The point is, these people represent all that is good. Their leaders
Okay,
are
but I'm
willing to
talking
sacrifice
about
their lives.
the geopolitics is the people are sat around a table making decisions.
Yeah, but what you're not understanding is that the people who are the decision makers are a different type of people. Like they're not Trump.
Does Trump represent everything that the American people want?
Well, you're comparing an Epstein regime with an Islamic Republic. That's your problem. You're not getting the difference.
Okay, so it's,
You think
yeah.
an Epstein regime is the same as Islamic Republic, and it's not. It's completely different. Islamic Republic. If maybe, do you know what, you need to go to Iran, like these other people from propaganda, and go, Ahmed, his name is, like Dimitri. Go and learn what that society is like, what the leaders like, and then you'll understand when they come out in public, ready to die at any minute. Knowing that they can be killed. There's a different type of people to those who go in their shelters, like Netanyahu. When a missile comes, one missile comes, which has got 1% chance of hitting within 100 meters of it. These are different kinds of people. Yeah, they're willing to sacrifice their lives for their country. Even Pezeshkian, who's more liberal, he came out and said, "I'm ready to die for my country." These are different to the people who go in shelters
What
and
about the
hide away like
American? What
rats.
about the American veterans? Are they willing to sacrifice for
So,
their country and do
you're
whatever
talking
it
about
takes?
something else now. We're talking about political leaders, and now you're changing it to
No,
army. Which one are you
okay.
talking about?
Sorry, I
Which one are
thought
you
you were
talking
talking
about?
about. Okay.
So I'm talking about political leaders. Political
All
leaders
right,
in the
Hassan.
Islamic
So we
Republic.
have an incorruptible, non-geopolitical. Like they are There is somebody that is. They can't be blackmailed. They can't be corrupted. They can't do what they make a bad decision for their country. We've got literally, what is this? A prophet? Is it God Himself that we're
So
talking about here?
let me explain. I'll explain. Maybe you'll understand. So this is not sectarian. Yahya Sinwar, okay, one person. Khamenei, another person. Nasrallah, another person. They live simple lives, not looking for money. Go and look at their homes. The Raisi who was taken out. Go and look at the
I
home of
get
his
it.
mother.
And do you
Right.
think that there's anything
Okay.
suspicious around
They live
Iran's what happened there?
only in
And
your mind. Only in your mind. But
just my
otherwise,
mind,
no.
yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
just your mind. You because you concoct these ideas. Yeah, absolutely. So,
Okay.
but the
And shouldn't we
reality,
be suspicious of leaders? Is that something we shouldn't do?
if a leader stands by his principles all the way to death and sacrifices his own family, then you need to question the premise of your argument. Absolutely, you need to
Okay.
think
And then
about
when
what
you
you're
have
talking about.
decapitation campaigns to take out those leaders, and then there's other leaders in place, why and then they keep going until there's a leader that will negotiate. Can't you see that's what's happening?
That's what the enemy tries to do. Absolutely, but the thing is, with the institutions we're talking about, whether it's Hezbollah or the Islamic Republic or the Ansar Allah in Yemen, they have created a structure whereby these morals and these principles are embedded in the
So why
fabric
did the
from top to
Houthis do a
bottom.
deal? Why did the Houthis do
From
a
top
deal
to
with Saudi
bottom.
Arabia? Why did the Houthis do a deal with Saudi Arabia?
So the Prophet made a deal with Quraysh as well. If you look in history,
Exactly.
he did
Geopolitics
a
kicks
deal.
in, right?
He did a deal.
Geopolitics kicks in.
No,
It's
but
not just about
if you,
sacrifice everything for a holy jihad, is it?
you have to be pragmatic. That's different to having
There
not
you
breaking your
go.
principles.
Now we're talking the same page. Pragmatism kicks in.
Pragmatism doesn't mean sacrificing your principles. You stick by your principles, yeah. So if you have to do a
No,
peace
sometimes
deal,
you have to sacrifice your principles for
no,
a
you don't.
greater
No, you
goal.
don't.
You
No,
absolutely
you
do.
don't.
You
No, you
absolutely
don't.
do.
So you're saying that. So you're saying. So if you're a Muslim, you're saying the Prophet sacrificed his principles in Hudaybiyah.
I think there are
Yes. Is that what
plenty
you believe?
there are plenty of stories of sacrificing principles in the short term because the greater goal is what they're working
No,
towards,
you
which they
don't.
believe.
In
Plenty of
Islam,
stories of that.
if
Short
you
term, what
if you're a
looks
Muslim,
haram in the short term is not necessary. Could be
if
halal
you
in the long term.
if you're a Muslim, you would know that sacrificing principles is not acceptable in any situation. There's a difference between sacrificing principles and doing peace deals with an enemy because there's certain
And
principles.
well, there are plenty of stories in Muslim history of
I,
needing to do a sacrifice in the short term for a greater long term goal. Plenty of examples.
the Islamic Republic has been sacrificing for 50 years, maintaining its key principles. It's undergone sanctions. It's undergone terrorist attacks. Its nuclear scientists have been assassinated. Its leaders have been assassinated, and it's continued up until the point now where it controls the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, well
Strategically, it's
let's
fine,
see.
no problem,
We
no
will see.
problem.
Let's see what happens to Lebanon. Let's see what happens to Palestine. Let's see what happens. The Gaza border peace, did that look like an acceptable deal based upon your Islamic principles?
Which deal? Sorry.
The Gaza border peace, did that look like something acceptable? The 21-point plan?
I mean, look. If you look at the
Do you
situation,
not think he should just wipe
hold
out
on.
Israel based upon that right now?
Hold on. So if you look at the situation in Gaza, they're facing a genocide. Children are being mass slaughtered en masse. Now, there's nothing against any human principle to sit there and say, "Look, you know what? We're gonna have to, in order to preserve
So why
life,
sit around the
give
table with
something
those
away."
people rather than take out Israel when you've got one opportunity to do it?
So the issue with taking out Israel is that it's got nuclear weapons, right? This is a problem. So and it's got the Samson
Okay,
options.
so
That's the
pragmatism
problem.
kicks in, right? So then you have to think differently because you're saying that the Israelis are all going to be expelled even though they got nukes.
So the expulsion of the Israelis, my theory, maybe others would share it. Hussein, maybe you can explain, you can elaborate if you agree. And Suleiman, my theory is this: if the Americans leave the region, then the forward protective bases of the Jewish colony are no longer there, and then gradually the state will weaken as the Islamic Republic becomes
What
more
about the
powerful.
nuke? You said you can't attack a nuke.
Hold on. You don't need to attack it. So then, as it becomes weaker, because of the nature of the people in the Jewish colony, they are child killers, they're rapists, they're murderers. Their existence depends on rape, on murder, on child sacrifice. As soon as you stop them from doing that, they'll turn on each other, and the society will crumble from within. That's the theory
Their
that I
existence
follow.
actually comes down to war profits, and they've got a lot of justification for war profits. That's what's happening here.
Yeah, look. You have a different theory. My theory is this: I don't think it's 100% likely to happen, but I think there's a very good possibility that when they lose that they don't have that feeling of the security umbrella of America in the region, that by naturally they'll pick up their bags and leave. That's by the way the not my theory. That's the theory of Hassan
Who's going to
Nasrallah,
take
with the
over the
Marshal Hassan
nuke?
Nasrallah.
Who's going to take over the nuke? When they leave, are you just going to, like, is Iran going to come over and
No,
control Israel?
I
And
think maybe they'll pack
is
the nukes and take them
Gaza and
and
Hamas
take
going to become a
and take
nuclear
them
force?
and take them with them. Take them with them. I mean, it's not very difficult to transport. I don't know the logistics of transporting nuclear weapons. You have to ask and someone with that information. I don't know. I don't know how they will move those nuclear weapons out of there. They might decommission them. They might destroy them. I don't know what they'll do. But the point is that is a very possible scenario. By the way, Hassan Nasrallah said that for about 10, 15 years ago. I think it was about 10 years ago. He said that as soon as the Americans leave from the region and the entity feels very weakened, the people there will pack up their bags and leave. That's a theory. Is it guaranteed? I don't know. We'll see how it plays out.
The reason I'm not commenting anymore is because I think Simon's just being pedantic. He understands the situation, and all he wants to do is just sit there and keep arguing in a pedantic manner. I think you've made your point, Hassan, that when you turn around and said they are made differently, I agree with you, and I don't think it's got anything to do with religion. It's more to do with the environment that you live in, and that's it. And then he's gone on talking about President Trump, talking about something else, bringing something else into it. Reality of the matter is, Israel cannot continue the way it is at the moment, and it cannot be allowed to exist in this manner. It has to stop being this thing, whether it takes the armed forces of the world, whether it takes the money not being given to them by America, one way or another, that entity has to come to an end because they are worse than the Nazis. They are genocidal. They're quite happy to have committed a Holocaust in Gaza. And
Well,
now
that
they're going,
entity is America, Hoz. That entity is America. So if you want America to come to an end, then that's what you're asking for.
well, if America has to come to an end, or the Americans need to wake up to the fact that their country is occupied by Israelis, and I'm hoping that my friend Dan will change the subject on this matter, and I'm hoping that Thomas Massey will, and I'm hoping that the numbers of American people that I have met in spaces and all around the world who've turned around and said, we're sick and tired of the Jewish supremacists telling us what to do. We don't want to be in any more wars. I think their numbers are increasing, and they're increasing because of Israel. So I don't actually call it's America, because it's not America. It's this lobby.
It's America.
It isn't. Okay, it isn't 80%. Is it
It's Zog.
80%?
It's
Is it
Zog.
80% of the American people are in support of Israel right now when it's
The
attacking?
people don't matter. It's the leaders that matter.
Okay, well, that's where we're going to be agreeing to disagree, because the matter is going to change on the ground, because the matter is already changing on the ground, mate. And I don't think you're going to realize it, but November is going to be an amazing time for America to wake up, and Donald Trump is not going to be where he is for long after that either.
Look, Hoss brother, understand. I would love for you both of you to be completely right. And I'd love for that to be the outcome that actually happens. I'm just not trying to
Inshallah,
argue. Yeah,
inshallah.
inshallah. Um, I'm just trying to share what I think is likely to happen. It's not arguing in good faith, in bad faith. I have no desire to argue with my brothers and sisters that we've shared this journey on. I'm just trying to share what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, if I could
Yeah,
also, Simon Hassan, brother, we're brothers on
Sorry.
this battle, this war. I'm a Christian, and I hate it. I absolutely hate with my heart, beyond you can imagine, the Christian National Zionist and Zionism. and I've lost my son to that war, and on and on and on and on. And we hear you, brother. I'm listening to this conversation. I'm like, yes, we hate the evil because it's satanic, and we're all on the same page here. We're all on the same page. All Simon is saying, and it's so wrong, is they always are working a deal. Yeah, okay, let's get rid of Trump yesterday, but then there's going to be it's so deeply embedded into the fabric of this world. It's got to only God Almighty is going to change this. Okay, let's do right now. Let's do a massive revolt. I'm going to go out with my pitchfork right now, brother. Right now. Is that going to change anything? Well, okay, I'll meet you out here. I don't know if you can meet me here at the square. We'll go out and start changing things, but it's not going to happen until God Almighty changes it. But until then, yes, we resist. And we're all on the same page here. We are all on the same page. The only problem is, how do you think I felt when this man wrote, General Smedley Butler wrote, "War is a racket. We die and live. Our military does not serve the American people. Our military serves the Luciferian global elite."
I 100% agree with everything you said, Andrew. And what I say to you is, I'm not
I
suggesting
love
for
you,
one
brother.
moment.
And my
I'm
heart's broken. In fact, I'm so damn mad right now. Well, I was in Beirut, Lebanon. I was there. I was standing right there. I went into a rage. I said, these bastard Zionists. I mean, I saw what they did, the IDF there. And I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I'm sorry I'm yelling. But
no.
brother, please don't think that we're going, Hezbollah. No, I hope Hezbollah continues destroying everything they can lay their hands on, and that they completely take over and run the Lebanese army. I pray that happens, but the problem is I don't see it happening, and I hate it. I hate it. But
Give it
that's
time. Give it time, Andrew. I promise
ugh,
you.
Yeah,
yeah.
See,
if I can, if I can just quickly
you're a
weigh
classic
weigh in,
example of
and
someone that has turned away from the American way of things are done. And what's going to happen is there's going to be more and more Andrews in this world, and not in this world, in America. And then when the time comes, I'm not suggesting for one moment that it needs to be a kinetic thing where people come out with their shotguns, because you'll lose that war against the army. What I'm suggesting is at the ballot box, you destroy every person that's an APAC money taker. And that is what needs to be done. And then once you start doing that, and to be honest with you, this is something that maybe other people can think about, and maybe Simon can jump in. But there is a rule and a law in America to do it against monopolies. Please tell me how Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock are not a monopoly of power, a monopoly of money. The government of America needs to turn around and look at those entities that are throwing their weight about in America, throwing their weight about around the whole world, and saying to them, you know what, you have to be broken up into smaller organizations, just like they did with what's it called, Western Oil, whatever it was called. These organizations have way more than oversized power across political machinery around the world. They choose who can run for the presidency of Romania. They choose who can run for different places. But the important thing is you are so passionate, Andrew, and I swear to God, you are not alone in America anymore. And everyone who's watched humanity bleed for 3 years in Gaza and now doing it in Lebanon, the weight of your numbers are increasing. And what you have to do is you have to make sure you go and support Thomas Massey and every person that looks like Thomas Massey and every person that's saying, we don't want any more wars. We want America first. We want America only. Those are the people you need to get behind. And your whole political system will change. And guess what? It will change, because the most toxic brand in the world right now in American politics is APAC, because everyone has seen that the money of America is going to forever wars. Your money should be spent in your country to build your roads, your hospitals, your this. Man, you're not getting nothing. It's all just going to Ukraine. And now today it's this war here. Tomorrow will be another war in China. And the people in America have to say, you know what? This ain't happening no more. And who are you going to get to go into power? The people you vote for. And that's how
But
democracy
Hos,
works.
if it goes to China, that's not Israel, that's America.
Yeah, but listen. I'm just saying, like, the wars that will go on, Simon. I'm saying, like, the war that was in Ukraine that ended up sucking up the goodwill of
Israel,
American
Israel
people.
is the Middle Eastern wars. It's got
Yes.
nothing to do with all the Southeast Asian,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
the
I'm not
Latin
Simon. I'm
American,
not
all the
Simon, that wasn't
Canadian, all
Simon.
the Australian, all
That's
the
not the point I
genocide
was
after
making.
genocide.
I'm not talking
Like
about. So all I'm
I
saying,
know,
Simon,
but
is
it's a distraction from the reality of how the American system works.
well,
You
the
take
American
out
system needs to
APAC and it won't
change.
change a damn thing. The
Well,
system will still exist.
that's why BlackRock. I'm suggesting Vanguard and State Street
And
need to
BlackRock
be.
own the government.
Well, that's
BlackRock
why
own
they
the
need to go.
judicial. BlackRock own the Senate. BlackRock
They
own the
need to
Congress.
go. The American people need to go. They have to get on the streets in the sense like go out and vote for people who are saying BlackRock's going to have to go. These data center people, they have to go. And this AI bubble that's taking place. And that was my question to Robert. I wanted to ask him was how much of this 1% that has gone up above what it was 46 days ago, however long it was, how much of that is actual AI or is it oil that's gone? Because the profits that oil companies are making today from this doubling up in price, it's beyond astronomical amounts of money being made by them. And the less there is in the market, guess what? More American oil companies are making more money. So therefore, I don't think they even want this thing for the Hormuz thing to even be closed. So they can even make, because the biggest oil producer in the world is America right now that's able to actually deliver.
So the thing is, Jose, I think you make a valid point. I don't. I think I kind of agree that the political system in the US
Can I just
is
say, I didn't even come up here to talk to you guys. I just wanted to ask that Robert that one question, and I was going to f off, and then
well.
Simon ended up about Hezbollah. So I'm going to go down and shut the f up and leave you guys to it. And if Robert sometime in this evening can give an answer to my question, I'd be absolutely grateful.
So what I
Yeah,
was going to say is,
I
well,
gotta I I gotta go
sorry,
here
go ahead.
soon. Yeah, I gotta go here soon. Sorry. So yeah, the if you look at the Magnificent Seven, that is kind of the AI trade. Microsoft, Meta, Nvidia, they have outperformed energy over the past couple weeks. Looks like 2 weeks or so, but generally the Mag Seven is still well off the high, right, from pre-war. Whereas XLE, which is energy, that is it's a very broad way of looking at energy. It's not just oil producers, but kind of the entire energy complex. They're right back to pre-war levels. So it's kind of a bit of both. You get outperformance one day, underperformance another. But if you zoom way out and look at it, XLE is basically flat to where it was going into the war, and Mag 7 is still, it's off the lows from about 2 weeks ago, but it's still well off the high from before the war.
And Robert, just a follow-up question, if I may, and I'll be quick, and I know you've got to go. Do you think the impact of the money that the fact that the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and all these other people that have been investing in the Mag 7 and or providing future funds to future-proof their ability to roll out what they're rolling out with the asset destruction that's taken place and or sovereign wealth funds that are now not going to be purposed to do these kind of things? Do you still think those 7 companies and what they're doing is still going to go ahead and the funding will still be in place?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I've been kind of harping on that since, I don't know, week one or week two, which is that if you look at the AI trade, it's kind of the one sector that's been holding GDP up. Without the AI data center trade, GDP would be about 0% here in America. Well, it's going to require trillions of dollars to adequately build out the compute capacity that is required. And that's to say nothing of the energy demand that is going to be required. It's going to require trillions of dollars just for the chips and the data centers. And, where's that going to come from? Here in America, we run a twin deficit. We kind of overconsume by definition. So it can't come necessarily, in aggregate, at least from America. It's got to come from overseas. And the GCC has been a growing investor class, I guess you could say, as a regional bloc because they run such huge trade surpluses. They make so much money from energy and to some degree, with Dubai and UAE, Qatar and UAE, tourism too. So they run these huge trade surplus, current account surplus. By definition, that kind of makes them an investor in the rest of the world. And they were a lot of the trillions that was being pledged that Trump would always talk about. Oh, foreign countries are going to invest $18 trillion. Number one, it was much closer to, I think, 10, 11 trillion, still a large number. A lot of that was coming from the GCC. And a lot of it was, the GCC looking ahead and being like, yeah, we'll probably, make $100 billion a month for the next couple of years doing our thing, selling our oil, Qatar, UAE, tourism, that'll just go on forever. Nothing could possibly disrupt that. And of course, now they're not able to sell their oil, their natural gas, and are getting pushed into a current account deficit. I'm sure within the next month or two. By definition, that means that they went from a creditor to the rest of the world, where they are supplying outbound credit, or capitals flowing out of the country into other financial markets, in investment. They went from that to, if anything, they might actually turn into net sellers. If the war goes on long enough and the disruption is long enough. So yeah, this is one thing that is kind of boggling my mind when I look at the S&P and the Nasdaq just ripping higher. Yeah, some of it might be on, oh, the AI trade is back. It's like, well, is it? Right? If the very countries that are required to invest, or that we are dependent on to invest in the data center build out, if those countries' investments are drying up because their revenue is drying up because Strait of Hormuz is closed, then what does that say about that AI theme and the whole data centers theme? It's something not very many people are talking about, but I think it's really important. I mean, it's just kind of very, very fundamental balance of payments sort of thing. And I think that there's going to be a huge funding gap that, again, if the war continues, if the disruption continues another month or two, I think it'll be severe. And those countries that generally are creditors to the rest of the world, like the US, they might even turn into net sellers of the various assets like US treasuries, US equities, and such. A lot of the investment that 10, 11 trillion that they had pledged, a lot of it wasn't actually written, right? The check was not written. It was a verbal pledge. And so again, that's easy to do when everything is going well for you. It's a totally different scenario when it comes time to actually invest the money, and you're looking at your country's finances, going, "Oh, well, we went from running a 20% of GDP current account surplus to now we're a deficit, right? We got to fund our retirement funds and our police and fire and military and whatever it may be." If anything, they might turn into net sellers. So I think it's a great point.
And
Thank
Oz,
you
to add
very
to
much.
that as well.
I'm gonna go now, guys. I'm gonna be listening, but I've got a 10 p.m. What's it called, Medellin, Mayadeen interview. So I'm not going to be there to watch my favorite in the world, which is Marandi. But thank you for the conversations, guys. And Simon, love you, mate. Even though you wind me up sometimes, but you're my brother. Take care, everybody. Have a great night. I'll catch up with you after my interview. Ciao.
Okay, thanks, Oz. What's going to add to that is normally when you pledge trillions of dollars, foreign direct investment always comes with terms and conditions. So that's a leverage point. And if America is not meeting its obligations for that foreign direct investment, or you want to hold out the money and you pledge it, then there will be terms and conditions, and the Gulf countries will be using their leverage right now, if they're going to make those investments to get things in the direction they want it to go. I mean, the other thing I'll say is, of course, we know what's going to happen. The American people are going to pay for it through inflation. They're going to print the money. They're going to create a national security narrative that says China's going to win the AI race. And for national security, we are going to do a ginormous, let's call it AI infrastructure bill. Remember the one that Biden did, infrastructure bill. I think he called it an inflation bill. And you're not going to get the equity because there's no American sovereign wealth fund. You're just going to pay the bill. And then we're going to invest it in the AI companies. And those AI companies are going to build out the biggest and the best data centers ever, the biggest ones you've ever seen. And The Americans are going to pay for it through inflation, and then the debt's going to be added to the national debt. The Fed will buy it. It will add it to the Fed's balance sheet. And who's the shareholders of the Fed? The banks. And who owns the largest shareholding in the banks? BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. Their assets under administration is going to go up. Your debt's going to go up. Inflation's going to go up. And they'll get the benefits. They'll socialize the losses and privatize the gains. That's why they needed a global reset.
Robert, can I ask questions? If he's still there, is he gone?
I think he jumped down.
Okay, never mind.
Cool. Guys, do me a favor, retweet the space, reshare the space. We're live on YouTube as well. Make sure you're liking the YouTube. We should have Professor Marandi coming on in about 30 minutes. Let me just make sure you can message me to cancel nothing up. So we should have in about 30 minutes. That should be pretty awesome.
So, man, question for you: have you heard about this news of Pakistan sending their army over to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, I did.
Don't know if I've been discussing the space what the implications of that is and kind of what it could mean. Because what I'm worried about with regards to Pakistan is if there's a psyop going on there and they're kind of in on it. If you know what I mean.
I wouldn't be surprised. I've always thought Pakistan is a vassal state of the USA. I know a lot of people do think that maybe they're moving a bit more towards China, but I've always seen them as a US vassal. I was looking at that deal, and to be honest, it's hard to talk about Pakistani politics because people just like lose it. You can't really even talk about it. But I don't really care, so I'll talk about it. I was looking at the deal, and it seems like, and I need to look at it in more detail. I had a quick read of one paper on it and read the deal quickly. It seems like what happened was that Pakistan and Saudi always had some kind of defense cooperation agreement since I believe it was the 80s or something. Obviously, you know the Saudis, they don't know how to fight, do they? So they need to. I always said this about the Gulf states. They don't know how to fight, so they've got to import their fighting force and even their military force from elsewhere. So they always had a defense agreement. I believe when Imran Khan was president, Prime Minister. Flip, sorry, this is just 1 second. Just resetting there, YouTube, it crashed. So when Imran Khan was in charge, he apparently, during his reign, it was signed that this deal or this agreement would now be that if Saudi ever went to war, Pakistan would physically fight the war with them as well, which is through combatants and military weaponry and fighter jets or whatever. And then this current regime, the current government with what's his name again, Shabazz Sharif and Asif Mania, expanded on that and basically got more money for kind of the same thing, which is that you're going to defensively be supporting and defending Saudi Arabia. So from my understanding, and then the people who are Imran Khan fans, because for them he's like they believe he can't do anything wrong. They say, oh no, Imran Khan signed it, but he was forced to do it. And the people who, but when I look at it, and I need to look at it in more detail, but just on surface level, it looks like both him and the current government both had the same deal. And this is why I've never really, when it comes to Pakistan politics, I know people are like, oh, we love this guy, we hate this guy. I'm like, I don't know, I don't see much difference between any of them, to be honest. And so this is an example of it. So what would the result of that be, I guess, is what the main question based on what I've just explained. The result of it seems to be that if Saudi Arabia gets into direct conflict, Pakistan will have to directly help them. So if Iran, hypothetically, was to fight with the Gulf states and then Saudi was to declare war, it seems like they would have to actually help with combatants and also military equipment.
To add to that, Sully, as well, to add the financial side on that, Pakistan, during COVID, they were one of the countries that were the most hit and they're going to be one of the most hit by this as well. And they actually ran out of dollars during COVID, and they got significant IMF dollar debt. And the Americans and the IMF forced them to continue paying in dollars, and so they had to print a bunch of their local currency, which created like really bad inflation during COVID as well, which just created a massive crisis. And two parties effectively bailed out Pakistan. One was China's Belt and Road Initiative, and managed to get them the FX dollar swap lines as well as the UAE. And what happened right prior to this as well is Turkey, Saudi, Pakistan signed whatever the agreement is. I haven't gone into all the details. Um, but also, just prior to this, there was a America and the IMF called on the complete payment of all their dollar debt. Pakistan didn't have the dollar reserves; it was going to drain it right to the bottom. And then UAE called their debt as well. And then Saudi and Qatar decided to lend them the dollar line right prior to this. Because if Saudi and Qatar didn't do it, then they would have had to have gone to China. And so it looks like Saudi and Qatar are trying to keep on the right side with Pakistan, and they're just like really on the verge of bankruptcy and floating them. And their last option would be China, and it looks like so. I think that coincides as well with they're leveraging their only asset that they really have, which is the military side.
Do you not think, Suleiman, the look, so far we haven't seen the ability of America or the entity to create sectarian strife in the region. And, so for example, they tried to use the Kurds, that failed. Multiple times it's tried to create a civil war inside Lebanon. That's failed. Iraq again, Iraqis now awoke to this whole sectarian game. They're not taking the bait. And so there must be what the plan A of they're kind of being forced into this direct confrontation because this is this is the way I look at it is they would much rather everyone kill each other than they come and take the spoils than have to directly take on the Islamic Republic. They tried to do obviously with the riots, the terrorist riots inside the Republic to create that division. There must have some other plays, and I'm just worried that some of these movements with the troops, with the different actors in the region, might be that might be their plan B now. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, causing sectarian strife has always been something they've always relied on from day zero. And if you look at like some of these influences in the from the Gulf, they're still using that type of language. It's just that it doesn't work as much anymore in the people because they realize what's going on. Previously, it would work a lot, and I guess there's also a lot of us who are like anti-sectarian who become a lot more bigger, and so therefore they've not been able to work down that road. But historically, it's always worked, and it's worked because the main influences you look at from the Muslim perspective is all mainly Salafist Wahhabists, and those influences do get into the sectarianism very quickly, and they basically galvanize their followers to do the same. And human beings are generally speaking do follow the statements of whoever they consider to be, if it's an influencer, if it's a leader, if it's a scholar, or whatever it may be. I think what's not worked this time is because of social media, because everyone's kind of rebuked this sectarianism, because of, I'd say, our platform probably played a big part in it, as did many others. I think Sneeko and all these guys have been against it. So it's really not worked for them from the Western perspective, and from the region perspective. When you mentioned the Kurds and all, I don't think it's because of sectarianism it didn't work. I think they've realized that they've been used and abused so much that it's not worth sacrificing themselves again to be left with nothing. Especially when, for example, you take the Kurds, they're kind of in a bit more of a slightly better situation than they were before. They're having discussions with Iran. They're having discussions with Turkey. And so for the first time, they chose their own interests probably over the interests of the United States of America, which they'd hoped had been, they always thought of it as being like this savior. So I think those are the kind of things that had happened. I think it's more geopolitical. But yeah, there is this attempt to cause sectarianism, but generally it doesn't work, but sometimes it does work. And I think this
What
is,
about with Pakistan though, and their army? Like, could create kind of a division amongst the Muslims. That's what I mean by that, where you have
yeah,
Muslims fighting against each other if they're dragged in to support Saudi, for example.
yeah, I mean, listen, Pakistan joining, but I think if Pakistan joined in, funny enough, what would happen with Pakistan and this in this scenario would be a good thing, I think. If Pakistan joined in, I think you would have a big pushback from Pakistanis. Uh, any Pakistan, most, I'd say all Pakistanis that I know, unless you get someone kind of highlight it, from my own experience, are like very pro Iran. This is why Professor Marandi was like, we were treated like celebrities when we went to Pakistan. They were treating us like, you know, like they loved us, and you know what I mean? And they got a lot of love and affection. And I've not met a Pakistani who's not really pro Iran in this, because they just see them as, you know, standing up for humanity. So I think the people would be against it, first of all. The second thing is, and that could cause it could cause a overthrowing of the government, because remember, even the government itself is in a very tenuous situation. There's a huge political disagreement within Pakistan. You have, for example, Imran Khan, who's in prison. His followers would very much be against this decision, irrespective of it. And then a lot of the current leaders' position, Shabazz Sharif, they would be against it as well. So there's probably more of a chance that the military or the government could be overthrown over this than there be an actual civil war in the country, if that makes sense. Because I've not met a Pakistani, or I've rarely met a Pakistani who's not for Iran.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just think that I guess what I'm trying to do is figure out what the next play of this war is like. What's going to happen next? What can they do next? And that my thinking, you know, we must have a plan B, plan C,
Well,
and
I
I'm
think this
just
is the reason why Pakistan's trying so hard to, to actually try and get the ceasefire. Part of it could be because Americans telling them to, right? But the other part will be that they actually know this defense pact that they've got, and they know abiding by that defense pact may cause the overthrowing of the government. Like, let's be clear on this: if the government sides with Saudi Arabia against Iran, we'll be massively calling the government out, and you know we'll be doing a lot of drama about it. So I don't think it's very wise for the government or the military, who controls the country in a very tenuous situation right now, would allow would basically go ahead with this, because if they do, they're probably going to get overthrown.
But yeah, the government's literally in a sovereign debt crisis. They have to go whoever's gonna like, you
Yeah.
know, they'll have to go with China if they can't get the Gulf money.
Yeah, and I
And
think that's why the Gulf, the Saudi and you mentioned, didn't you? And I read this actually. The Saudi and Saudi and Qatar did give them is it $3.5 million or $5 million bailout, $1 billion
billion,
bailout?
billion. Yeah, they paid off UAE's debt
Yeah,
and just
yeah.
trying. Yeah,
But it was 3.5 or five. Do you remember what it was?
5 bill,
5 billion. So I
billion,
mean,
billion.
yeah, billion. Yeah, sorry. And they did that because because what you said, that they'll end up having to go to China, which tells you that they've seen it as so important that they keep Iraq is Pakistan available for them if this war does escalate into their country. So, but the point from Pakistan's perspective is, I mean, you listen, you don't trust Pakistan as well. They play both sides as well. They could end up reneging on that as well. And I think they're gonna have to renege on the deal, to be honest, because unless they want the actual government to be overthrown, if they want like civil, not civil war, I think it would just literally be the people who will come out against the military, and they'll have to like mass slaughter people on the streets. I think it's not going to be a smart decision to make. And even if it isn't the case, like they will listen. Like I'm, you know me, I'm very. I've called out Pakistan a lot, and if they were to do something like that, they would get smashed every single day. Let me tell you that now. So yeah, that's kind of that. But let me pass the mic back to Beatrix. I need to quickly just get a few things ready for this interview. Beatrix, you there? Is Beatrix even on this space, blood? My back's hurting from carrying this space, bloods. My back is in pain right now. All right, let's go to Gigi. Gigi, jump in.
Hi, Suleiman. Firstly, I want to thank you and Beatrice and Simon and all other speakers for doing what you're doing. You're doing it for humanity, and I cannot thank you enough for all the hard work you're doing and all these spaces that you hold, hours and hours of work. And I really pray for you, and I really thank you. Well, I just wanted at the beginning. I tried to come to the space. I keep getting disconnected. I don't know what's wrong, but anyway, I just wanted to add something that has actually talked about a lot. There is a real love between Iranian and Lebanese. There is something there. I mean, if you have done Hajj, which I have, you see that during that pilgrimage, Iranian and Lebanese are always together, and they really protect each other. There is a love between these two countries or these two nations that has been going on for a long, long time. I know we are not talking about love and harmony and all of those things here. We are talking about war. But even Iranian like me that are outside Iran, we don't want Lebanon to fall. I know that we are sending donation to Iran, but everyone that send a donation is always with a message that do not let Lebanese to suffer. So I think the government of Iran or they are aware of that. They are aware that Iranian really care for Lebanese and also for Palestinian. It's something that I think Iranian are, we call it mehmandust. We really care about our neighbors and care about the region and care about. I don't. I try. I respect Simon very much, and he is a scholar of history, and everything he says it makes sense. But there is certain culture within certain countries that you cannot deny. I won't sleep if Lebanon is bombarded. And I've been in Lebanon when I was 5, 3 days. So and my son has all his friends are Lebanese. Like we are very close, these two nations. Another point and a last point, and I leave you. Iran. We are talking about blockade of the area that America is blocking the Persian Gulf. But remember, Iran has a lot of different ports. Chabahar, for example, that is very right on the edge of almost neighboring Pakistan, is what Iran receive most of the shipments from China and everywhere. They don't come all the way to go to Hark and to go to Bushehr or Bandar Abbas. Chabahar is a big port. They both export oil and also receive goods. So it's not that easy. They can maybe block close to Hormuz, but they cannot block the entire south coast of Iran. Again, I just wanted to add these 2 points. And I thank you very much for all that you're doing.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Solomon's trying to set up the interview. I can't see any hands. Has anyone got their hand up?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have.
so
Who was speaking?
Well, I had my hand up, but I don't know if I'm allowed.
Yeah,
I think you
Turing, why
might be.
don't you chime in?
Okay, okay, thank you, Simon. So I'm Team Simon, I'm Team Hussein, I'm Team Suleiman, I'm Team Beatrix, and I echo what Gigi just said. At the end of the day, we're all in it because we are human and we are feeling the pain of other humans. I'm an AI scientist. AI, we study human intelligence. What we're seeing, and if any of you want to read a paper, there's a 1976 paper by Drew McDermott, the late Drew McDermott. artificial intelligence and natural stupidity. What we are seeing is massive amounts of ego, lots of natural stupidity, and that is causing the death of thousands. I'm feeling very sorry for myself because I've had a cold for a week. I need a big slap. Today I read a journalist report that 4 children were found without decapitated in a bomb Israel dropped on Lebanon. I don't know what religion those kids are. I don't practice any religion. Yes, I'm emotional because I'm not a robot. I'm sick and tired of the deaths every day. I'm sick and tired of it. So I'll just shut up now.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And one of the things I found quite hard about this is I like I've always given an analogy. Right now, I'm wearing my humanitarian hat, and I'm sick and tired of the deaths. But when I'm trying to do the analytical stuff, I have to put aside what I think's wrong or right, and just say what
Simon,
I think's
Simon,
happening.
yes, Simon, totally understand that. May I just say that, the YouTube crowd, please say a big thank you to you. You've got some really fantastic supporters on YouTube, like Petra, Helena. Can I do a Oscar? Dan Asher. There's so many, Deborah, Claire, so many good people who are supporting the space, because at the end of the day, you're allowing us to hear what is happening without going to biased BBC. So sorry to have interrupted you there. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Beatrix looks after the YouTube comments as well. Doc, did you want to chime in? I think you haven't spoken yet, have you? I think Doc's otherwise engaged.
Simon,
Maybe he's
yeah,
having a
Simon,
shower. Rael?
yeah, yeah. So I get you, Simon. I do. I like your reality. Your realpolitik, as we say, and I get your point of pragmatism. At the same time, for those who led and lead liberation struggles, proper in the true sense of a liberation struggle, like Hamas in Palestine and Hezbollah, and I can relate our own experiences with the ANC here in South Africa and the PAC and the ZAPO. All of those leaders were offered bribes and comforts and whatever else over the years. But there's a deep sense of morality and nobility. It's not about religion. I mean, of course, many of them believed in God, and many of them were church going or whatever. But it was simply and I know that in a pragmatic and real sense of the world, many may find this difficult to understand and accept, but they were incorruptible. And that's not to say that every single leader in the liberation struggle was. Obviously, there were one or two guys who were placed there by the apartheid intelligence forces, helped by the CIA and whatever else. But by and large, I mean, if you look at like Steve Biko, he had his head bashed in, He refused to name others. Solomon Mashlangu. We were speaking the other day, I think it was Beatrix who mentioned Ronnie Casserols. Albie Sachs had his hand blown off. Nelson Mandela was in prison for 27 years. And from time after time, he was offered, look, we can take you out, but you need to renounce this and renounce that. And he said, no, never. So there is this noble attachment to, I'd rather die than have even a pragmatic arrangement with you.
Sure,
For
but we
sure,
all have a red line,
yes.
right? So if I kidnap your child and I'm an intelligence agency and I say I'm going to kill your child, do you think you got a red
Yes.
line?
Yeah. Let's just take that as an example. So never mind me. Maybe I'm not strong enough. I don't know. Hasn't happened to me. But for example, to like Winnie Mandela. So Winnie Mandela, I always say, suffered more than anyone else. Nelson Mandela's wife, because she had two young children, girls, in Soweto, and Nelson Mandela was in prison. And what the apartheid forces would do, they would come at 2 o'clock in the morning and take her away from her children, take her and throw her in prison. And they had a 90 days act. So the apartheid forces were allowed to imprison you for 90 days without a trial, without any reasoning or whatever. And they would taunt her and say, your children or whatever. But she lived through it. And that's just one example. There are plenty of others. That's someone who is famous or we
Rahul,
know.
Rahul,
Yeah.
Rahul.
Yes.
Um, didn't she work against Mandela after he came out of prison? Didn't he do a
So,
deal where he said that no more fighting and she wanted them to fight? And she was working against his interests, not to mention the affairs and everything else. And that's why they
mm,
separated, number
yes.
one.
It's,
Number two, he made a deal
mm,
because his deal was fine, one man, one vote. He didn't do the, I mean, I love Nelson Mandela, an absolute
mm,
hero. So this is not a criticism. I think he achieved things that probably nobody else could have achieved at great cost to himself and his family and his country. But he made a
mm.
deal because he didn't do a
Yeah.
reallocation
We
of
all,
land. He did
yeah,
one
we
man,
all,
one vote. I
yeah,
read his autobiography. So he still
yeah.
did a deal. All of those things that applied there will
Mm,
probably apply here as well. Doesn't mean it's
yeah,
like somebody's been bribed or, nobody said that someone's going to do it for the sake of money. Although,
yeah,
although there are 30% Shia serving in the Lebanese army, right?
yeah,
In the
yeah,
enemy camp.
yeah,
So I'm not going to even
yeah,
go there and make this about Shia Sunni because that just either it's a freaking Shia cause or it's a humanitarian cause, but you just got to make your mind up because I'm really tired of this
yeah,
flip flopping.
yeah.
But
But that's
everything
Real,
exactly
that
what
let,
applies
I'm
let,
with the
let
saying.
ANC
Beatrix,
applies
Real,
here.
Real, let Beatrix speak. Like, you keep
Sure, sure,
interrupting.
sure,
Just
sure.
mute
Sorry,
yourself.
sorry.
Or
Thank
Sure.
you. Everything that applied in that Nelson Mandela scenario applies here. Winnie was corrupt. She even had corruption charges against her. He separated from her. It was very damaging for him what she had done and the fact that she was working against him. She wanted to keep going. He was negotiating the higher stakes for South Africa. And when you said about the fact that how they turned up in America now for the Lebanese negotiation, and you're like, oh my God, why did they say this? That was the plan. This isn't like you think there were real negotiations, and that's why you feel disappointed. That's why you're like, oh my God, what happened with the negotiations in America? And look, they said it's not about the ceasefire. And you're disappointed and you've got the shock factor because you actually thought there were real negotiations. In what world are there going to be real negotiations? It was a message to the world that actually, look, Lebanese government, and we're all aligned. So the only problem here, the only obstacle here is Hezbollah. So we need to figure out a solution. The
But by the
story
way,
for the world.
sorry, very, very briefly, sorry if I
So,
interrupted you. Are you finished, that,
so,
Beatrix?
Yeah,
so
go
if I
ahead.
can just,
So can
okay,
I just
so if
jump
I
in?
can just,
Can I jump in before you do, Rahul, very quickly?
okay, sure,
So
sure.
yeah, eschalatologically, I've said I believe that this is the final war that will take place. So I believe this is different to any other conflict in the past because it's a zero-sum game. I've said this from the start of the war, if you remember, Beatrice, and we'll see how it pans out. Even if there is some kind of like lull or temporary ceasefire, it will keep returning this until one side is completely destroyed. So this is different to like South Africa, where there was an arrangement made, because you're talking about an entity which is wanting to expand and annihilate everybody in the process. We saw what's happened to Gaza. They've turned parts of Lebanon into Gaza. They've turned parts of Iran into Gaza. They want to destroy everything and create their Great Israel project, and it's all or nothing for them. Similarly, the other side knows that there's an existential threat. As long as they exist, they'll be always a threat to their survival. I just want to say.
Okay, thanks. If I can just quickly respond. So, firstly, about the so called mediation, I'm saying exactly what you said, Beatrix. I said it's a so called mediation. It was all about the optics. It was just an exercise in futility. It was just for them to have the pictures for the media and whatever else. So, no, I wasn't shocked about anything. I think you missed my point there. I was being sarcastic to say, like,
Of course you
Marco
were, yeah. Of
Rubio.
course you were. Of course you
Yeah,
were,
yeah.
Rahul.
No, I was. I mean, that was. I even said, sardonically that yeah, Marco Rubio, the so-called great mediator, and I said the word so-called exactly that. Just about Winnie Mandela and Nelson Mandela, we were all there were many differences, many debates. We were all part of those discussions and debates about. So not just Winnie Mandela, people like Ahmed Kathrada and Chris Hani and others were not necessarily in agreement with the approach that eventually held sway. Many of us were not in agreement with a negotiated settlement, but that's how it was. So it wasn't, it's a tad simplistic to say that people were working against one another. Remember,
I
Winnie
didn't say
Mandela.
people were Rahul.
Yeah,
You didn't actually
sure.
make this point. I noticed this about you. You make a point. When I give a counter, you actually adopt the counter and say, but that's what I was saying all along. You did this yesterday, and it's not what you say at the time. I didn't say people were working against him. Yeah, Katati and him
No, no,
had disagreements. Wait,
no.
but I'm
You said
saying
Winnie
Winnie
Mandela was.
Mandela actively, no, wait. I said Winnie Mandela actively worked against him. He actually
Yeah,
summoned
that
her. His advisors were telling him that she's
yeah.
working against you. So I'm not saying people were, I'm saying specifically she. And the reason I had to say that, let's recap, is because you gave that as an example of a liberation struggle where, he didn't compromise, is what you're trying to insinuate. And despite her torture and the fact that she had to leave 2 kids behind and she went through the middle 90-day attempt, which is true. All of that is true. She didn't falter. And I'm telling you, she did falter. And he did negotiate. That's the point. I'm not saying people were working against him. Of course, they probably were. People had disagreements with him, but I made those 2 specific points.
Yeah, okay. So what I'm saying is that no, Winnie Mandela disagreed with him for sure. In the first cabinet, for example, Winnie Mandela was part of the first cabinet,
It's
even
literally
though
in his book, Rahul.
yeah,
Have you read his
yeah.
autobiography? Have you
Yes,
watched anything on him?
I lecture the book at university. Uh,
Well,
um,
then you need to go read it again because she literally wanted to keep up the armed fight, the armed struggle.
yes,
And he
that's
was
exactly what I'm
negotiating
saying.
no. So she was working against him and he summoned her. What is that if that's not working against him? You're married to the
So
guy who's going to be prime minister. He's just come out of prison after
yeah, they
27
got
years.
divorced. Yeah.
He's negotiating. He's telling you how it's going to be. And you're like, nah, I'm going to keep my people because they listen to me while you're out of prison. I command control of them and I'm going to tell them to keep on fighting. That's what happened. Let's not rewrite
Yeah,
history. You lecture on it. I'm
yeah.
sure you know that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's not working against him. We were all part of the ANC. We
Oh, yeah, sure.
disagreed on a lot of things, but it's not working against him. Again, I'm saying she was an ANC leader in her own right. I just want to get back to the point, though, is that what I'm saying is that yes, pragmatism, or for sure, there was a negotiated settlement, and because of that, there were in many of people's opinions, there were far too many compromises that were made, and Nelson Mandela was the head of that. But that was the decision that was eventually arrived at by the leadership of the ANC, warts and all. And obviously, as the president of the ANC at the
Chiaro, mi
time,
fa
never mind the
dov'è
president of
Giuseppe?
government, but president of the ANC, he had to champion that cause. The point that I'm making is that there is a certain
أنا ما تشهد.
Just 1 second, we are about to start. Okay. Just sorting the thing out. Okay. Should hopefully start. There we go. And then I just need to put this across here.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Professor. Can you hear me? Professor, can you hear me? Let me see. It might be. Oh, it's me. 1 second. Professor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Marvelous.
Are we on air?
We are, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. I just want to welcome Professor Marandi onto the show. Appreciate him taking his time out to join us. Professor, thank you so much for taking your time out. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure.
It's always an honor and a privilege for us. So we want to get right into the discussions, and the audience has got so many questions for you. It's unbelievable. So the first thing is you went to Islamabad. You were part of the negotiations. What happened with the negotiations? We know the American demands were very strong. They were unmoving in their demands, but what actually broke down the negotiations?
Well, what caused the negotiations to fail was the behavior of the United States. First of all, the United States agreed that the Iranian 10-point plan would be the basis of discussion. And then it refused to do that later on. And that just shows how untrustworthy and how dishonest and unreliable the regime in Washington is. And so during the day, as they were negotiating, initially there was progress, but late in the day, the Americans shifted positions and began to behave in a completely unproductive way, let's say, and there was it turned into a dead end. And while the talks were supposed to continue during the subsequent day, suddenly Vance went and gave a statement and left. And Vance said that Iran did not accept U.S. demands. Well, of course Iran is not going to accept U.S. demands. First of all, the United States agreed that the framework of discussion would be the Iranian 10-point plan. Second of all, the United States did not win the war for it to make demands on Iran. It failed in the war. Why should Iran adhere to its illogical and unacceptable demands at the negotiating table? So this is the arrogance of empire. And of course, the United States used the usual lie of Iran wants to develop a nuclear weapon, just like the fake propaganda about Iran killing tens of thousands of protesters or Iran supporting terrorism. All of this nonsense, these narratives are created by the West and Western media, Epstein class-owned media, in order to achieve an agenda. Here too, he spoke about Iran wanting to develop a nuclear weapon, which was nonsense. We know from the resignation of Joe Kent, the counterintelligence chief and appointed by Trump, who had access to all of the information, that Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon. We saw that in his resignation letter. He said very clearly that Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon. So this was just an excuse. Now, why did the United States move in this direction, despite the fact that they achieved nothing in the war, and despite the fact that they were unable to open the Strait of Hormuz? Because during the negotiations, the Iranian side, they were negotiating, and they didn't even contact Iran once. Before going to Islamabad, the head of the negotiating team, Dr. Ghalibaf, spoke to Ayatollah Khamenei, Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, and they agreed upon a framework for the negotiations. And Mr. Kadybov was negotiating. But during this period, Vance was constantly making phone calls to people in the White House and elsewhere. And these were all Israeli firsters. And one of the people that Vance called was Netanyahu. And Netanyahu himself says Vance calls him and gives him reports. It's quite astounding. I think any American should be offended and shocked that the U.S. Vice President gives reports to this puny colony, and the head of this genocidal head of this puny colony. I don't think in human history we've ever seen such a thing before. So Netanyahu and the others basically prevented a deal, which was in the interest of the United States, because the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is going to soon explode the global economy. We are moving very close to the abyss. The situation is growing worse and worse, but we're reaching that tipping point that people have been talking about. There are different dates and different people have different estimates about when it will happen, but it is going to happen. Right now, for example, at the beginning of this war, Iran had roughly 200 million barrels of oil on the sea in tankers. That is now 100 million barrels. Iran has sold, besides the oil that Iran sells daily, Iran has sold 100 of those 200 million barrels. So Iran only has 100 million barrels of oil on the sea. This is, again, oil that was produced before but was not sold. The Russians, too, had a lot of oil on the sea, not as much as Iran, but from my understanding, they finished that oil. So the world is clear that the world is moving towards a severe shortage of oil. We're getting there. And of course, the complete closure of the Strait of Hormuz is only going to intensify this and quicken the process of crisis. The same is true with LNG. The same is true with helium. The same is true with petrochemicals, and so on. So and of course fertilizers, and this is in the interest of the United States. It's in the interest of Trump to have a deal to ease this global crisis. But Trump is obedient to Netanyahu. It's clear. It's clear that Vance, when he speaks to Netanyahu, that's where he gets his orders. And how can we be sure of this? Again, first of all, Tucker Carlson, who knows Trump, he says he's a slave. He just said it recently. And also, Joe Kent. Joe Kent said this war is all about the Israeli lobby and the Israeli regime, the Zionist lobby and the Israeli regime. So the peace process or the negotiations have not changed the situation in the United States. It is still the Zionist lobby and the Israeli regime that are imposing their policies on the American people. So the United States and the rest of the world is heading towards the abyss because Netanyahu wants to prevent tensions from easing in the region. Netanyahu wants to continue the war in Lebanon, and also he wants a continued war between Iran and the United States because it serves his interests. It doesn't serve the interests of the Israeli regime, by the way, because if the global economy goes downhill, and it is going downhill and it will continue to go downhill faster and faster, the world is going to blame Trump. It's going to blame Netanyahu, and it's going to blame Zionism. And of course, the ongoing genocide in Lebanon and the genocide in Gaza, all of these together are destroying the image of the Israeli regime and the influence of the Israeli regime. People in the West are waking up to the reality. We're seeing more and more people of influence raising their voices. And as the economic situation deteriorates, those voices are going to grow louder and larger in number. So, but that aside, going back to the negotiations, it's clear that Netanyahu and the others, they prevented a weak Vance, who was already surrounded by Zionist Israeli firsters, because at the negotiating table there were three people on each side, Vance in the middle, and on his left and right you had Kushner and Witkoff, two Israeli firsters, two Zionists. So he was both controlled, managed at the table, and he was managed on the. So the Iranians were on the phone. So the Iranians were not speaking with anyone. They didn't need to communicate with Tehran. But the Americans were, Vance had no mandate. So, and just I should add this, that on the way to Islamabad, at the airport, on the plane, and in the hotel before the talks, the Iranians that I spoke to were all very skeptical. They all thought that the United States can't make the decision because of the Israeli regime, because of the Zionist lobby, and their predictions turned out to be absolutely correct. Now, so why does Iran negotiate? Well, Iran is waiting for the pressure, the global economy, the pressure of the shortages on the global economy to change the U.S. position. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be central to the future of any end to the conflict in West Asia. No doubt about it. And Iran is willing to pay a very heavy price to ensure that the United States is forced to change its policy. So the United States has put a siege on Iran. Iran is not going to capitulate. Iran will continue to block the Arab family dictatorships from using the Strait of Hormuz and to put pressure on Trump and to change his policy towards Lebanon and towards Gaza and towards the entire region. Now, so one reason why the Iranians went there was to explore, to see if the United States is ready to behave more reasonably. But so far, it is still Israeli first. We'll have to see what happens in future, because the global economic situation is going to, from what we're hearing from different analysts, they express different time frames, but they're all in agreement that the situation is going to get much worse. We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg right now. The second reason why Iran negotiates is because Iran wants the international community and the Iranian people to see that we are not the problem. We are prepared to solve the problem. If Iran does not negotiate, the aggressor, meaning the U.S. and the Israeli regime, will tell the international community and the Iranian people that we sought to solve this problem, but the Iranians refrained from negotiating. And that was exactly what happened before the 12-day war, and that is what exactly happened before this war. Some people think that Iran was naive to negotiate and they were caught off guard. No, before the 12-day war, Iran knew that there was going to be an assault. They didn't know when exactly or how, but they knew something was coming. But they negotiated because they wanted the international community and Iranians to see that they were at the table, and so that the West and their proxies could not blame Iran for the subsequent events. The same was true at the beginning of this war, when Iran was negotiating with the United States and the Omanis were mediating, and they said the Omani foreign minister said there was progress. Iran knew that the United States was going to attack, but Iran wanted to be seen as the side that is behaving responsibly. So the reason why Iran went to Islamabad was so the world would see that it is Iran that's behaving responsibly, and I think it's become clear. The fact that Vance walked away and said they did not adhere to our demands, and he contacted Netanyahu and reported to him, as Netanyahu said, all this is being seen by the international community, by the American people, and they're going to see, as the economy gets worse, that it was the United States that brought the world to this situation.
Yeah, I have a number of financial experts who are regularly on my show, and one of the things they keep saying is things are going to get bad in the next week or two. And actually, one of them did an analysis and found that actually maybe Israel had prepared themselves for this in the sense of they may be less affected and that's why they don't care about the rest of the world burning. But in terms of just coming back to the negotiations, there are reports from the New York Times, Trump also alluded to it yesterday, that possibly Iran may go back to negotiations on Thursday in Islamabad. Have you got any information on that?
No, nothing has been decided yet, and any success at the negotiating table will have to mean that the United States accepts Iran's sovereign right. Iran is not going to accept being denied the right to enrich uranium. That's a sovereignty issue. Iran is, as it in the past when we saw it during the JCPOA, is prepared to create a model or a framework within which any concerns about the nature of Iran's peaceful nuclear program can be addressed. That can be easily done. You can have monitoring. You can have experts coming and going. That's not a difficult thing to do, and the United States knows it. But the reality is that the problem for the United States has never been the nuclear program. Remember, Joe Kent said Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon. Tulsi Gabbard said the same before him. The IAEA has never produced any evidence that Iran was ever producing or moving to produce a nuclear weapon. So it's not the nuclear program. Just like everything else, this is propaganda that's fed to the Western media, and the Western media is controlled by the same people who control the government, the Epstein class, the oligarchy, the Zionists. These are the people who own it. So just like the fake propaganda about Iran murdering, gunning down tens of thousands of peaceful protesters and that nonsense, which, by the way, Trump has proven to be a lie himself because he recently said we were sending weapons to these protesters. Well, if these were spontaneous protests, then who was he going to send the weapons to? The only way that he would be able to send weapons is that they have networks in Iran. Yeah. And those so-called protesters were trained already so that when they received the guns, they would know and the weapons, they would know what to do with them. So he is admitting that the Iranian statements about what had happened were absolutely true. That these were violent, this was a violent and military attempt at overthrowing the state, to undermine the country, and that the United States was trying to send more weapons in. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. If you just have people on the streets who are peacefully protesting, then who are you going to send the weapons to? If you don't know who they are, if they don't have a military background, if they haven't been trained, if they're not organized, then sending weapons is meaningless. So he himself has undermined this entire fake narrative that the Western media runs with. And again, Western media is completely unreliable. It doesn't matter if it's The Guardian or Breitbart or Fox News or this BBC. When it comes to the empire, they're all the same. One is more subtle, one is more bombastic, but they're all the same. They may have their differences, their internal differences over different issues, but in general, when it comes to the empire, they're the same. So they'll run with the same nonsense about Iran. So building a nuclear bomb is a part of the propaganda. The fake news about murdering tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Iranians in 2 days, while the Israelis are carpet bombing Lebanon and while they've been carpet bombing Gaza for 2.5 years, is all nonsense. Just as the claims that Iran is spreading terrorism when they themselves created ISIS and Al-Qaeda, all of this is just basically to demonize Iran for the sake of the Israeli regime. So Iran is not going to be intimidated by the United States to give up its peaceful program, nuclear program, simply because the United States is spreading propaganda that Iran wants to build a bomb. If the United States wants a deal, the Iranians are prepared to have a deal, but this deal must include the entire region. The United States agreed to a comprehensive ceasefire. They agreed to it. The Pakistani Prime Minister stated so explicitly multiple times. But then Netanyahu prevented it from happening. He said Lebanon is not a part of the ceasefire. And then Trump said it never was a part of the ceasefire. They lied. So what did Iran do in response? Iran said we're not going to allow those ships that we promised to go through the Strait of Hormuz in increasing numbers, we won't let them get through. And that's what happened during those days. So what Netanyahu did is he intensified the pace of the deterioration of the global economy. And now and also I should point out one thing, and I know we're running out of time, but the Prime Minister of Lebanon has conspired with Netanyahu and Trump to undermine the ceasefire in Lebanon, because this was a regional deal, and by siding with Netanyahu and Trump and saying that no, we're not going to be a part of the ceasefire and we're going to negotiate separately and move towards normalization, they allowed many more people to die, to be slaughtered. He did this intentionally. He wanted people to die. He wants the resistance to be weakened. He wants the Israelis to carpet bomb Lebanon so that he can do the bidding of the people who brought him to power. And that is for him to go and normalize with this genocidal regime and to give concessions where he didn't have to. Because if Lebanon was a part of the comprehensive ceasefire, he wouldn't have to pay any concessions. He wouldn't have to give any concessions. It would have automatically strengthened the position of Lebanon. But traitors are traitors, and corrupt people are corrupt. And the Prime Minister of Lebanon is a proxy of the United States. And just like the other proxies that we have in this region that obey the United States against the interests of the Palestinian people and the people of the region, he is the same. So he undermined the ceasefire. But in any case, Iran is not going to let go. Iran is determined to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz is closed until this ceasefire takes place. And the Americans, of course, they've imposed their siege on Iran. Iran will pay the price, but it will remain steadfast. It is determined to make sure that the United States loses in this battle of wills between the two sides.
So, Professor, I totally agree with you in terms of the Lebanese president. He feared the fact that what Iran demonstrated was resisting against the occupation is the only way to get true peace, and that was demonstrated by the deal, and so he went in to try and destroy that opportunity. But just a question to you, one of the questions people have, especially from our audience, and I did say I would ask you, is Lebanon. Lebanon is still being bombed. And what's Iran's position on that? Because they were originally meant to be part of the ceasefire. The Americans lied. Netanyahu made a phone call, made him change his position. I've spoken to a number of intelligence agents, officers who've said that this is exactly what happened. But now Lebanon is still being bombed. Now Hezbollah is fighting back, but people are asking now, why is this ceasefire? Why is Iran continued with the ceasefire if Israel continues to bomb Lebanon?
Well, first of all, Iran is assisting Lebanon and Hezbollah, as it always has been doing, in ways that we all know. Yeah. That's just how they supported Gaza. That's how the weapons, the capabilities, they come from somewhere. Yeah. And the same is true in Lebanon. But and things could change very soon. Of course I'm not a decision maker, and I can't make comments on these things or claims about things that I don't know. But the situation is not going to necessarily remain the same for very long. But what Iran has been doing is that when the United States failed to, and again, the Prime Minister of Lebanon and the President, but especially the Prime Minister, he and those ships that we promised to let through the Strait of Hormuz, they're not going. And so the easing of the coming global of the economic crisis has been put aside, and Iran will intensify the pressure, and they will continue to intensify the pressure. And as you pointed out, we're going to see this come, and we're going to see this shortly. It's going to be it's a sad state of affairs. But there's no option. The empire has to be forced to back down. But one thing that I'd like to add, and this is, of course, I'm not saying this as an economist. The Israeli regime may think that it will be hurt less by the global economic crisis that is looming ahead. But I think it's the exact opposite. the world is going to blame Netanyahu more than anyone else in Zionism for the coming crisis. For example, India under Prime Minister Modi has tilted towards the Zionist regime and this genocidal maniac Netanyahu for whatever reason. One of the countries that's being hit hardest and first is India. India is suffering as a result of the policies of Netanyahu. And every step of the way, Netanyahu is preventing an easing of the global economic crisis by undermining the negotiations between Iran and the United States, by undermining the ceasefire in Lebanon. So Netanyahu, he doesn't care about the people of India. He couldn't care less about the people of India. The Zionists could not care less about Indians or anyone else. This is going to have consequences across the world. Across the world, people have come to despise the regime for the genocide, and now the genocide in Lebanon. People should be more active. We should push to revive those major demonstrations across the world that we saw last year, which forced the West to bring about this fake ceasefire in Gaza. These have to be revived immediately. People have to start working harder to bring about an end to this genocide now that we see in Lebanon, because the Western media is looking away and is trying to deceive us and deceive the public by saying these are Hezbollah strongholds. Journalists in Beirut, a couple of them who I've spoken to from the Western media, because of course I speak to many journalists, they tell me, well, no, we didn't write in our reports Hezbollah strongholds, our editors did. That does not, that is a useless excuse. These reports are done in your name, and you are complicit in genocide because you're trying to justify the crimes against humanity that the Israeli regime are carrying out. What is happening in Lebanon is the same as what was happening in Gaza. And so people have to raise their voices in protest. But in any case, the world has already turned against Zionism, and now the economic crisis is going to be blamed on Trump and Netanyahu because they created this situation. The Strait of Hormuz was open before the war. So I'm not quite sure if the Israeli regime is going to really benefit from that. And when, especially in the United States, as people are turning further away from the Israeli regime, and we see commentators on the right increasingly turning against the Israeli regime, I don't see this as good news for them at all. But maybe for Netanyahu, because he thrives on crises and slaughter and genocide, for him maybe it will have short-term benefits, but I think for the Israeli regime, this is not good news at all. One thing before we end, and I apologize because I have to leave. I'm at the Al Mayadeen studio, and they're ending their work for this evening. Just one final point that I wanted to make is that there a lot is happening, and views with regards to the Islamic Republic of Iran and the axis of resistance are changing across the world. 47 years of demonization is falling apart. The narratives built by the West and the regional proxies in the Persian Gulf region through their oil and gas wealth, these are falling apart. And people are supportive of the axis of resistance and Hezbollah and all the sacrifices that they've made for the people of Palestine. Even there were two senior American officials who worked in the White House under Condoleezza Rice, Flint and Hillary Mann Leverett. They worked during the George W. Bush period, and then Flint and Leverett resigned because of the Iraq War. These two people, apparently they married in the White House. They met and married in the White House. They wrote a book on going to Tehran. Yeah. The book is called Going to Tehran by Flint and Hillary Leverett. When they wrote this book, and now these are people very highly educated at the top universities in the United States, worked in the White House, Flint a Catholic, Hillary Mann Leverett a Jew. They wrote a book on Iran, Going to Tehran, saying that the United States has to change its foreign policy and come to terms with Iran. And they dealt with many of the myths that the West created about Iran, and they promoted a policy of where the United States moves towards rapprochement. These two people, despite the fact that they were part of the the system, they were attacked left and right and center from all sides of the political aisle. And the think tankers and the media all attacked them. Why? Because the Zionists were completely against any form of rapprochement. If analysts in the United States had read that book and listened to their proposals, we wouldn't be in this we wouldn't be on the verge of a global economic crisis and energy crisis that we are in today. Instead, they chose to demonize these two people and listen to the Zionists. The Zionists are dragging down the global economy. In any case, I think it's a book to read. I think your viewers, if they buy the book and read it, they'll learn a great deal about the real nature of the U.S.-Iranian relationship and the roots of the animosity that exists in Washington towards Iran.
No doubt. Professor, we did have a lot more questions for you, but you said you need to leave the studio, right? So we can maybe rearrange again. But the audience...
Well, maybe I can do one more question briefly if that helps.
So I guess another question, I know it's a bit of a tough one, is, and know you've explained the reasoning, the motive behind why the negotiations were agreed to, because you wanted the world to understand that Iran is the good actor. And this, I think the whole world agrees with you. You're talking about how in Pakistan, people love you. You go to my audience is all American, like 70, 80%. They all love you. So this is very clear that they're on, the public know. I think the concern people have is in this 2-week respite, we've seen American cargo ships, we've seen KC tankers move to the Middle East, we've seen we've seen the George Bush moving towards the Middle East now as well. We've seen all of this movement, and the concern people have is you guys had, we really believe that you guys had fight for the resistance, that you had basically had them where we wanted them, and you really had them on their knees, and maybe this is going to allow them to have a bit of respite. The negotiations didn't seem real. J.D. Vance, once you knew the two Mossad agents were there, we knew this negotiations were not going to go anywhere. So that's the concern people have. That has Iran made, because of their softness, because of their caringness, have they made an error?
Well, that is a very good question. But what I would say is that Iran is not, they're not on vacation here in Iran either. They are preparing for the next phase as quickly as possible. Remember, this was the same argument that was made after the 12-Day War. At the beginning of the 12-Day War, the Israelis and the Americans, they launched this sudden assault on the country and this blitzkrieg attack. But after a few days, the Iranians began to gain the upper hand. And after 8 days or so, the Israeli regime was seeking a ceasefire, and Trump was pushing for it until Iran finally, after day 12, accepted a halt in hostilities. And many people said, why? Why was Iran doing this? The reason was because the Iranians knew that if they continued the war, ultimately the Americans will enter the battlefield. And Iran had seen during those 12 days that its defensive and offensive capabilities had many shortcomings. So during the last 8 months, Iran has been working very hard to prepare itself for a much bigger war. And you've seen that Iran, in my opinion, Iran has performed better now than during the 12-Day War, because it learned from those experiences, it redevised its defensive and offensive capabilities, and also prepared itself for attacks. Like many of the places that were bombed, they emptied them beforehand. Many of the targets, Iran went and put out literally, I think, hundreds of thousands of decoys, of launchers, very professional stuff. They give off heat, like air defense equipment, helicopters, planes. So the Americans and the Israelis have been bombing many thousands of decoys. So Iran right now is without a doubt preparing itself for the next phase. But also an important point is that we don't want a global economic crisis, but we want to bring an end to this genocide in Lebanon and this genocide in Gaza and this, the expansionism of this evil Zionist regime. Every day that this ceasefire continues, the world is heading towards this energy crisis.
Yeah.
So the United States, in a sense, Iran is continuing to wage its war on the United States, but without firing bullets. So we are moving forward. And when that global economic crisis starts, the demands of people across the world for the United States to change its policies will increase. So, this is a complicated situation. It's a chessboard. It's a chessboard, and both the forces of evil and the forces of good are making their own calculations. Our responsibility, each and every one of us, is to support the axis of resistance, to support the people of Gaza, to support the people of Palestine. Sometimes I say Gaza, and people remind me, don't say Gaza without using the word Palestine. The Palestinian people of Gaza, the people of Lebanon, the people of the West Bank, and the people across the region, and to oppose to oppose ethno-supremacism in Palestine. We all have a responsibility to do what we can do to revive the protests, to put pressure on governments across the world. We play our part. The axis of resistance will play its part, and hopefully, despite the very challenging times and darkness that exists, after our collective struggle to bring about justice, we will see hopefully better days.
That's the hope, and that's what we pray for. And really appreciate you taking your time as always, Professor Marandi. Our prayers are with you, and we hope you succeed and are able to dismantle the Zionist regime. Thank you so much for taking your time out. We do always appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure.
Appreciate you. That was Professor Marandi. It's always an honor and a privilege to have the professor on the show. What a great show. What a great conversation. Really appreciate him, guys. If you're watching this video, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Make sure you subscribe and have your notifications on. We have so many great guests coming on. We've got, for example, tomorrow, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis coming on. We've got so many great guests lined up. So make sure you're following us. Make sure you subscribe to this channel. Make sure you have your notifications on. This specific video will be re-released tonight. Just the segment of Professor Marandi on the second channel, which is called Moral Resistance, because we are the moral resistance. We resist against the oppression of these people. And so make sure you subscribe to this channel and make sure you subscribe to that channel as well. On this specific video, appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We'll see you next time. And then what we're doing is we're continuing on with the X space. Obviously, lots of conversations to get through, lots of things to speak about. So just give me a few seconds while I'm setting that back up for you guys. But yeah, great conversation with Professor Marandi. Really do appreciate him. Obviously, we'd love hours with him. So many questions. I've tried to get through as many of them as possible, as much as we could under this short period of time. But time flew, let's put it that way. I didn't realize. Obviously, we'd love hours with him. So many questions. Really I've tried to get through as many of them as possible. But it is what it is. Could under this short period of time. But up and then we'll get into the conversation. Time flew. Let's put it that way. I didn't realize. Obviously, we'd love hours with him. Time flew really fast. But it is what it is. Let me quickly get this up.
You need some
Professor Marandi. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you subscribe to this channel. I'm gonna pin the Sid I was posting the second channel.
Interview,
If you
Suleiman,
can
but I was
also
just saying you need a
subscribe to the
different
second
tagline
channel.
when you
That's
say
where
bye
the
on YouTube,
entire
because-
video. Make sure you like.
Oh my God, you can't hear me?
Will be released. You need to send it to your friends and family and loved ones, and make sure, as I said, you've subscribed to this channel. You can also subscribe to the
Maybe it's
second
not
channel.
listening
That's
to
where
us.
the entire video of this interview will be released. You need to send it to your friends and family and loved ones, and make sure, as I said, you've subscribed to this channel. Let me might be double speak on everybody here. 1 second. Just take this off. Okay, sorted. Okay, make sure you subscribe to the channel now, guys. Okay, we're back. Yeah, guys, I've messed my hair up as well. Like, imagine you mess your hair up in between and you're like, Flip, what shall I do? Hard times, bro. It's complicated. What do you do in that situation when you're interviewing? Anyway, back to the conversation. Well done by Professor Marandi. I mean, not well done. Well done by everyone that we got Professor Marandi. Should be great. I just have a super chat, a huge super chat from Sandy Hill, who says, "What's ZAR? Zionist appropriate?" Oh no, wait a sec. All right, that's someone else. Thank you to Sandy Hill with the huge super chat. I believe it's £100. Thank you so much for your super chat and your support of the space. It really helps a lot and it really means a lot as well. Let me see if there's any more during Professor Morandi's interview because I don't want to miss anyone. Is it he's the best? Israel went from -2 favorability in 2022 to -47 favorability in 2026 for men under 50. It's changing. Okay, bruv. Why is it Chad attacking me and saying I got my hairline? Bro, my hairline's flipping. Look at my hair's really lush, bro. I'm like in my 40s. My hair's nice and lush. What are you talking about? Why are you attacking my hair for, bruvs? Okay, let's get back into the conversation. Beatrix, are you there? Have you managed to
Oh my
turn up?
God, Suleiman, I've been speaking to you, but you can't hear. I repeated
Nope.
golden
Can we
words for
not hear her?
you.
Is it me? Is she
Yeah,
speaking?
she's speaking, and we've been
Okay,
speaking.
it's
We
me.
just
Let me
can't
quickly
hear
reset.
anybody. You might want to reset.
You know what? Maybe we should have just left him without the reset. It would have been perfect. We could have just talked amongst ourselves. So nice.
I try and play it right down the middle here.
Yeah, of course you do, Doc. Of course you do. Apart from the time when you slip that side of the fence every now and again, of course you do. Right down the middle.
Okay, I'm back. I mean, although as great it is not to hear Beatrix, I mean, I couldn't hear the rest of you, so I had to reset. Beatrix, what was your thoughts?
Touche. I was saying to you, absolutely brilliant interview. In terms of you asked him the tough questions, I feel personally for me, some of those questions still remain a little bit unanswered. But it's interesting what he did say was that there's going to be a massive energy war, an energy battle. Um, between the nations. So that was interesting. And the other kind of little thing I was saying is that you need a different tagline when you say bye on YouTube, because when you say appreciate you joining us, appreciate you listening, people think you're closing the space. Because that's your tagline for closing the space. So Doc was saying you need a little bit of music as an entree and a little bit of music as the exit. That's it. That was our feedback, my feedback. Maybe he's doing a tweet or something.
I
Um,
see his mic disappeared there.
Yeah, Doc, jump in, jump in. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, no. Look, it's quite clear to me that Professor Morandi is very much in touch with the negotiators in Iran and the thoughts behind those negotiations. Everything he said made perfect sense from my perspective as an attorney, an arbitrator, and a mediator. The U.S. is not a mediating party between Lebanon and Israel. Clearly, they're proxies. It's two sides. It's no mediation whatsoever going on, and at least in that circumstance. And I'll devolve just a moment to something that Raul was saying about an hour and a half ago. I kept trying to come up on the space, but I was moving around and couldn't stay on. And, and that is the attack on the Pope. Just real briefly, from an American legal perspective, Trump is repeatedly violating the Constitution's Establishment Clause, which requires that the government not endorse or support a particular religion. It's quite clear from Trump's spiritual advisor Paula White, the public statements while in office, the Defense Secretary Hexeth, their support for this evangelical, they'll call evangelical Christian, which is really just another word for Zionism, is quite clear. And while it may be inappropriate in some circumstances, or at least this was Trump's opinion, inappropriate for the Pope to comment politically, I thought Rule's analysis was very proper. You have to speak to morality. You also have to understand morality in the context of international relations, which the Pope and the Vatican as independent states certainly have that status. We have ambassadors into the Vatican and vice versa. Um, so Trump is violating the Constitution from our standpoint because he hasn't officially endorsed a religion, Judaism, and he's acting in defense of the Zionist desires of warmongering and establishment of the Greater Israel Project. So just real quick, it's a complicated subject, but it's also objectionable from the standpoint of American law. and he's violating the Constitution. It gives basis for impeachment, given that his personal preference for religion has manifested itself into potential for World War III and economic devastation that's going to hurt not only Americans but those around the world.
Thanks, Doc. Yeah, you know what? Rahul said that earlier, right? And I wanted to come back on that because Rahul was saying the way that the Pope's behaved and all the things that have happened with his fight against the the way Trump has behaved with his fight against the Pope and everything else, it's to divide people further. And that's what Rahul was saying, that he's dividing people and blah, blah, blah. And how can he be so stupid? I actually think they're not stupid at all. I actually think it's part of a strategy. It's not to divide people, it's to unite people. Look what's happened to the Americans, right? They're united behind, and that's a good point that Rahul made, because I didn't realize that he was calling him the American Pope. So he's appropriating him and feeding a narrative that the Pope belongs to us, therefore Catholicism belongs to us, the American Pope. And I think that's deliberate, because I was reading, right? These stats came out. Let me tell you, I think it was just at the end of March. Catholic converts in the US reached a near 20-year high, with Catholics on track to become the largest single religious group, surpassing American evangelical Protestants. So that's not by chance. That's got to be by design. And this whole American Pope, and, of course people are going to be offended when he says stupid stuff like that, when Trump says stupid stuff like that. Like, of course people are going to start supporting the Pope, the American Pope, as he calls him. And that's by design. Yeah, that's what I think anyway.
Yeah. Oh, plus, the Defense Department by policy is attacking Catholics, removing, I forget her name, an official that Trump appointed and who supported Trump politically during his last 3 campaigns. There's a sort of religious, what have you. It's sort of a do nothing board that Trump created. Someone here will remember what the name of it is. Maybe it's Andrew because he's got his head up. And then kicked off the one Catholic who was saying the conduct of the war in and of itself was immoral and against Christian teachings. And she's been thrown off that board. It does and has had the effect of making Catholicism more popular. I agree.
Guys, make sure if you're on the YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you subscribe to both and like it. Got some news here, which is well, I don't know where the Chinaman is, because I don't know what he would be happy about this. But Andrew, what's going on? Your very strong navy is looking very weak right now, Andrew. We have. Let me just read this report before you're able to retort. But Andrew, you're coming in with all bluster and condemnation of my Chinaman, and it's not looking good for you right now. So we have some breaking news, and the news is this. U.S. officials to the Wall Street confirmed to the Wall Street Journal that more than 20 commercial ships have passed through the Strait of Hormuz in the past 24 hours, despite the U.S. blockade. Iranian and Chinese tankers are moving through the strait. Andrew, explain yourself.
Sir, I thank you, Suleiman. Yeah, absolutely. I said this yesterday. I said that the blockade, if the blockade, a naval blockade, does its job, and the United States Navy is more than capable of making that blockade work. The only way to make that blockade work is for us, from the Commander in Chief Trump, to get the rule of engagement directive. If someone crosses the line, you shoot them. Give them a warning shot. If they proceed, destroy them. We can do that. Oh, I can talk for 1 hour until people are screaming for you to get me off this microphone. The United States Navy, submarine warfare especially, is more than capable, beyond capable of destroying target after target after target. But I also said it depends on what the ROE is, and it's clear that the ROE has been given stay in position as a show of force, but do not engage in lethal or even a warning force. Meaning, yeah, just drive around like you're a cop, but don't do anything. And that's what we're seeing right now. The paper tiger, the Trump taco, again and again. We're seeing it. We cannot do this. I mean, yes, militarily we could. Not in the Strait of Hormuz, not in the Persian Gulf, but out in the deep water, we could do it all day, yesterday, every day. In fact, the boys are ready. The men and women on those submarines are fired up. They're ready to destroy stuff. But it's not going to happen. And now we have the proof, Suleiman. We have the proof, and it won't happen.
Simon, and then I want to ask Doc the same question. We've seen the market calm down a lot. The market has basically oil prices have dropped. The market is doing well. Do you think this could be the reason because the market knows there's no real blockade, or is it the fact that these oil tankers are going to the U.S. and U.S. is Trump claims he's filling all these boats up with oil?
Yeah, so well, it's a few things. This is, as I said, like throughout this, they've been pushing the market with inbounded escalation. Every time the market calms down, Trump creates a new theater in order to escalate the price of oil. And every time it gets up to $115, he creates a new way of de escalating. And so there is a bound where the oil companies and the traders are maximizing returns, but it can't go too high because then you get demand destruction where people will buy less oil. So there is rampant profiteering from this whole thing. And the as I said, Robert was talking earlier about how 50% of all trades are algorithmic, and who controls the algorithm? Well, it's BlackRock's Aladdin technology, and so BlackRock's Aladdin technology is playing the simulations. The hedge funds are basically algorithms now, and they have cheap lines of credit from the Japan carry trade. So the financial institutions are absolutely cashing in on this disaster. Big oil is doing incredibly well. We're getting ready for the big print to socialize the losses and privatize the gains from the disaster. This is going to be the biggest wealth transfer that we've seen since COVID and the global financial crisis. And it is being engineered. And we know that what the optics are is what's driving the market. And yeah, the market has it went through a calm phase, and nothing. This just the markets are not the markets. This is just sheer capital flows that are manipulating markets in order to utilize the events that are happening on the optic level, and playing within those bounded escalations. That also leads to negotiations that are happening in the background. I'm not talking about the Iran and Lebanon side; those are obviously happening. But we're having ginormous energy contracts that are being negotiated. We're having force majeure of old contracts that are now being rewritten. We got new trade relationships between Europe and America. We got new energy contracts. Like, this is these are the games that are being played here. And so while they're managing the scale of the disaster that's about to happen, and now we're in the relief rally phase. And you'd expect some kind of escalation to bring it back down if that price of oil gets to the $115 mark again. They're playing games, and the bank and the financial institutions and the hedgies and the asset managers are loving every step of what Trump's doing.
Yeah. Dark side, same question to you. What's your thoughts about the market? Do you think do you think this is like, do you think there's a legitimate impact on the market with this claim that, I don't know, like they're filling up 120 vessels in the USA, on the fact that Strait seems like it's still open? What do you think about these two things?
So great interview. Let's just take Professor Marandi at his word. Uh, Again, they're defining success as the ability to bring the Western world to its knees via the Strait. So I don't know what's getting through the Strait and what's not getting through the Strait. It seems like we're getting very, very different reports, depend on who you ask. But the one thing that's pretty clear to me is that this diesel exhaust fluid issue is something I think the Iranians understand quite well. And I think this is the way to bring the West to your knees, right? And it's very possible that the market is getting this all wrong. The oil markets understand that without diesel exhaust fluid, there's not going to be any demand for oil. And that's why I think oil prices are starting to drop, because that market's getting tighter. And as we get weeks into this, and a couple more weeks into this, you're going to see massive demand destruction as diesel exhaust fluid becomes unavailable. And that's not just here; that's in the West, that's in Europe, that's on farms, that's everywhere. So there's like this hidden issue that I don't think anybody understands. Because when I've brought this up, this diesel exhaust fluid issue, the average American has no clue what I'm talking about. Now, your truckers understand it very, very clearly. Anybody who's operated a large diesel engine understands this very easily. So I think there's a lot more going on behind the scenes. But again, I think that uh, Iran does not define victory as kinetic. They define it as economic. They see the path to removing the control of Netanyahu and Trump as being an economic path. He was very clear about that. So how do you do that? You bring the West to its knees, and I think they have a clear path to do that, which is to keep the strait closed. So I don't know what I believe about what's passing through the strait because I've seen multiple reports everywhere from multiple ships carrying oil to next to nothing. So who knows what to believe?
Here's the reality: to get a ship through, you need three things. You need Lloyd's of London to agree to insure you, or you decide to go without insurance. You need America to agree that they're going to reduce the blockade, and you need Iran to agree that they're not going to fire at you. Otherwise, nothing's getting through. So unless you have agreement from Iran, America, and Lloyd's of London, then you are taking an unacceptable risk. Now, maybe China's taking that risk because they have their own insurance market. But the reality is that those are the three things you need in order to get a shipment through. So if anything's getting through, you're either taking the risk or coordinating those three parties.
I think the last thing America's looking for is direct confrontation with China, right? So I don't think they're going to fire at or board a Chinese vessel. I just don't think that's happening.
Which
Um,
means that America and China are either chancing it or communicating. And I think they're communicating. They're going to be meeting in May. I think they communicate on all these things.
Potentially, again, I don't know what to believe. I don't believe Iran would be letting America ships go through. So I don't know what to believe because the reports are so vastly different than from one side to the other. But going back to this, it all comes down to urea at this point, of all things, right? And urea is produced it comes from the Strait, it comes from China, and it comes from Russia, and we import 50% of it. So go figure. It's got to come from somewhere.
Let's dig into that. So that's the leverage point, right? So America has to have it for the trucking industry, which is vital. And if you can't get it from the Strait, is there anywhere else to get it? Is there
China,
limitations domestically?
China, and Russia. Yeah, we import over 50% of the basic chemicals to make diesel exhaust fluid.
Okay, but effectively, if America allows that to happen, it's a lock. It's an essentially an economic lockdown. You're taking out half of the American trucking industry if you allow that to happen. Do you think there's anywhere else they can get it from, Doc, or is it just
No,
China and Russia?
no, and it's if you do some work on this, it's really a just in time commodity. It's not like we have huge vast storage tanks of DEF. We don't.
So the prices are already gone up 30 to 35%. But again, price won't solve this problem. Shortages are the problem. So price could triple. It's not going to make a difference. For every 1% you take off the market, you can remove 60,000 trucks from the marketplace. Or
Yeah.
excuse me, for every 10% you remove of DEF, that's 60,000 to 70,000 trucks being taken off the streets. And then remember, it's farm equipment as well, right? All the modern farm equipment uses DEF, and these things will not run without it. The engines are built to shut down if there is no DEF. So it's a real problem, and it's a problem nobody's talking about, but I think the oil markets are well aware of it.
And I think Trump's well aware of it, or at least his advisors will be well aware of it. It's infeasible to me that these are deliberate actions.
I agree.
Did that Jeremy come up? Has he gone? Oh, is anybody talking?
No, we're just contemplating on what Dark said.
My bad. Sorry, I thought Jeremy came up for a second. Yeah.
I'm up. May I make a comment about the diesel exhaust fluid situation?
Please do.
Yeah, I can't see you, but yeah, thanks.
Okay, cool. Thank
Sorry,
you
who's
very much.
speaking?
It's Jeremy.
Oh, Jeremy. Okay, that's who you wanted. That's who you were trying to call out, right, Beatrix?
Yes. Oh no.
Yeah, I thought he had a comment on what Dark said, you see, because I saw him come up for a second and then disappear. But go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the diesel exhaust fluid situation. First of all, Suli, if you're interested, I live deep in the woods in the United States, deep south. I live near two major truck stops. At some point this week, if you want, I will go there, and on my little crude setup here and live on Spaces is I will walk up and talk to a few truckers live on Spaces if you want to see what they think with regard to a coming DEF shortage. But with that said, I think Darkside was spot on with all of the equipment. Yes, diesel exhaust fluid. All of the modern diesels pretty much it's really started post 2007, and then 2012 it just ramped up. Now, whether it's tractors, diesel trucks, all the way down to the everyday pickup truck for the everyday citizen. If you have a diesel truck, then you have to put diesel exhaust fluid in it, or they do go into a limp mode if you don't if it runs out. So and most you have contractors, the guys that build houses and do subcontract, masonry, concrete, everything, coupled with the fact that what a lot of people they take for granted, they don't realize Hollywood film production runs off of diesel. When they're shooting films, even on stages, a lot of times they're running off generator power that's happening outside the stages because the power is more, it's cleaner, and they use really high-end generators. When they go out and shoot on location, the same thing. And of course, all of that machinery, anything that has to idle, has diesel exhaust fluid. So that could be a massive tidal wave, and people really need to start talking about that, because if we run out of DEF, look out.
Yeah, that's correct. They're absolutely correct. And I don't see any way to avoid a crisis unless they don't come to. It's not just the Strait of Hormuz, right? It's China and Russia agreeing to supply DEF to the U.S. market. And if they don't do it, it's a single point of failure for the U.S. economy.
That's what I mean. We're in here. We have learned, and the people that come into these spaces, we've learned so much. There's so much that's being discussed. We're learning about all of these critical elements that travel through the strait. Sorry. And yet on corporate media, none of this is being discussed. Nothing's being talked about. This is going to blindside Americans. They're literally going to learn, what this is when it's too late. Whereas it's kind of like with COVID, we all started talking about the vaccine a little too late. And in this situation, I think that there's all of these bullet points that we really need to start openly talking about them with the people in our radius, just to plant the seed. They may think we're a little bonkers or whatever, but I guarantee you there will be people that if you're talking to somebody in a store or something and you just kind of, there's small talk, not walk up to somebody and go, hey, there's a death shortage. That's not going to go over well. But if you do get into random conversations, that way that person maybe gets on Google, then they get on their, whatever social media platform they communicate with, or if they're in a normie environment and they're on Facebook doing their thing. And it's just but it definitely needs to be passed around. And I think that, some of the bigger accounts that are even in this space might be good idea to post it, come up with a tagline that gets people's attention or something. And I don't
Guys,
know.
isn't this? Correct me if I'm wrong. This is something you can import from Canada, right? Doesn't Canada have? Is this? Is
I,
that correct?
honestly, I don't know where it all. Thankfully, I have a diesel, just like Beatrix, but I'm one of the guys that resisted all of the goofy new technology, so I kept mine pre 2007 to circumvent all of that stuff, and luckily I live in an environment that allows that. But with that said, I would imagine they're just as dependent on, you know, importing it as say we are. I would imagine that the entirety of North America probably imports it. I wouldn't be surprised if the Mexican trucks, though, actually
Yeah, they don't
don't have
require.
to comply.
Well, they don't require DEF. And funny
Yep.
enough, U.S. government trucks. So the U.S. government buys a Ford F-350 diesel, it comes without the DEF system, without the SCR system. So it's rules for thee, not for me. These systems, by the way, damage the engines. Right? They're not good for the engine because you're forcing gases back into the engine through an EGR valve. I won't get into the technicals of it. But your engine runs much better pre 2010 when the rules and regs required these SCR systems. But they really do. They hurt gas mileage. They're just all in all general terrible technology that the green world put into all our diesels.
Yeah, and Darkside's not exaggerating. With the addition of DEF, and when they brought in these diesel particulate filters and things of that nature, what they did is it was people that really probably didn't necessarily care about diesel technology or anything. They just kind of forced this on the industry. But it is true that it killed fuel mileage. Diesels get amazing fuel mileage. Those of you in Europe, you know how kick-ass a four-cylinder VW diesel is, or a smaller Mercedes diesel. They're super efficient, get great fuel mileage. Over here, once that one of our engines that's known to be super efficient is called a Cummins, it's in the Dodge trucks. They were known as being super efficient. You could get 20 plus miles to the gallon out of them. As soon as they retrofitted and added this in, not only hardware, but software as well, the efficiency went out the door. And then, just like Darkside said, the dependency also went way down too. So you can get it. Somebody was talking yesterday in this space about DEF, and I don't want to get too tedious with it, but there is a software workaround, if you will. You literally can plug a truck in and change the operating system, if you will. But how could you do that to a fleet? If they said, hey, we're not going to get it for 6 months. I mean, what it would take logistically to upload new firmware into trucks would be, and agriculture equipment would be insane.
Yeah, and that's called deleting, right? You can do a DEF delete. However, in
Yes.
in large scale trucks, over the road trucks, in order to do this delete, you actually have to drop the exhaust and drill out the DPF filter that you were just referencing. If not, you'll clog that up and blow up your engine. You also have to plug the EGR valve that lets the gases back in. So it's not just a software update. It's basically a 2-day job for a team of diesel mechanics to delete one truck. It's a big process. And by the way, we've been putting people in jail here in the United States for doing this. Believe it, as crazy as that sounds. So there's not many shops left that will even talk to you about delete. And it requires advanced technology. Yeah, sorry, advanced technology to map the engine. The new operating system has to be mapped correctly, or you'll do damage to the truck.
Hey,
So it's not an easy process.
hey, some dude named, or I don't know if it's a dude or not, a user named Bam Investor just said that I'm completely wrong about what I'm saying. Well, request to come up here, and I'm not looking for an argument. If you have a way to correct me, then or us in general, then bring it. Um,
Just
thank you
some
guys.
breaking news.
No, you're
Just
not.
some
You're
breaking news as well.
Doesn't
Breaking. I'm gonna give it
it,
straight back to you,
oh,
Dark Side. It's kind of on the similar lines to what you're conversing about. So as you're talking about this, you can probably add this to the conversation as well. The U.S. will not renew the 30-day waiver on Iranian oil sanctions. The waiver expires on April the 19th, which is 5 days from now, and the waiver allowed 140 million barrels of oil to be sold on the global market to relieve pressure due to supply constraints caused by the conflict with Iran. The US also didn't renew its waiver for Russian oil, which also expires on Saturday as well, which is also both expire on Saturday. So both waivers end and the US will not renew them. That is the latest news. But sorry, back to you, Dax.
They're trying to get the price of oil up, man. They're playing games here. They're trying to get the price all up once it comes back down.
Yeah,
it,
just to
that,
confirm
but
what Jeremy
it,
was telling you,
dark,
this is an area of the world I know very well. I lived in a big rig for better part of 6 years and on the road. And everything that we've told you is 100% true. And
dark,
yes, sir.
hey, dark side. This is Andrew Sheets. My father was a 52-year truck driver. 52 years truck driver. Cummins, by the way, Cummins was his baby. Kenworth and Cummins. And what is spoken here is absolutely true. He passed away some years back, but he was a truck driver. And what you're saying is absolute. So if someone wants to come up here and take you guys on, let him have it.
Yeah, my rig had a Cummins ISL 9. I know this world backwards and forwards, worked on the engine for the better part of the last decade. And yeah, I know everything about deletes, been through it, been through the SCR system, replaced dosers. You know, this is a world unto itself. And I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Just surprised that no one's been talking about DEF because this is the weak link in the entire U.S. fuel system.
My dad always said, he said, you want to shut down America, just shut down trucking. You want to look at shutting down trucking, look at diesel. And then he went into some other things on that. But absolutely, he wasn't a mechanic, but he, well, family mechanics in those diesels. But absolutely. And when all this started, see, when all this really kicked in, Dark, and Jeremy, you're absolutely right. When this kicked in, my dad would really get angry. And he said, "It's coming. It's coming. And they're not going to stop there." So yeah, I'm shocked to hear this. Wow, I wish Dad was here to hear this.
Hi guys, can I talk? Can you hear me?
Hello, can I hear?
Can you hear me, Andrew?
Yeah, I hear somebody. Who's it?
It's not very. Am I not loud enough? I don't know. Last time I came up, you couldn't hear me, so I'm hoping you can hear me now.
I hear you, but there's no one else on the space.
Oh my gosh! So it's just you and me.
Yeah, there is, Andrew. It's just that.
Right.
Oh, 1 second. I think Husseini or somebody, Husseini, when your mic's open and somebody else's is open, it really echoes. So I'm going to mute my mic and unmute, and then just you open your mic and speak.
My mic is mute.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Sandy.
Oh, so it's
It's
Sophia.
Sandy.
Sorry,
Go ahead,
Sophia.
Sandy. Sandy, do you want to unmute your mic? Or what is going on?
I can't even see Sandra.
Okay. Sandy, do you want to speak? Do you want to unmute your mic? Okay, let me
Can you
drop
hear me
you.
now? No, can you hear me now?
No, it's not working. You gotta take your Bluetooth off.
There's no Bluetooth on. Muted
Okay, we
myself.
can't hear you at all. It's echoing and the volume's really low.
Okay. Right, can you bring me back up in like 3 minutes? Because I want to speak to Beatrice about what she said about South Africa earlier, if you can hear me, because I live just on the road from Victor Verster. I'm talking about Winnie.
Couldn't hear what she was saying, but yeah, she can come back up later. Husseini, jump in.
Hi, how are you guys?
Yeah, doing great. How are you doing?
Thanks for asking. I'm good, thank you. It's my first time joining your panel, actually, so thank you for allowing me to come up.
Was that
Okay.
it?
Any thoughts on the war with Iran, the ceasefire, the blockade? Other than just thanking me that you came up.
No, actually, I was going into the other room because I had noise in the background. So yeah, I wanted to ask you something. You mentioned earlier that the Wall Street Journal posted an article that 20 of the vessels have passed through. But I was reading the article and it said that it's only commercial ships. And I think there's a difference between the commercial ships and the vessels itself. Are you saying the vessels, the oil vessels, are also passing through the strait?
So the Wall Street Journal said 20 commercial vessels. You're repeating what I already said. I said 20 commercial vessels passed through. Now, separate to that, earlier in the space, what I mentioned was that four of the vessels that had gone early, two of them had come from Iranian ports. One of the claims made by the American administration was that no vessels would be coming from the Iranian ports, and yet two have at a minimum. That's the two out of the four I saw, but I haven't looked at the other 20 in detail.
So we don't have any confirmation that these 20 commercial ships, because the Wall Street Journal actually says ships, it's not even using the word vessel. These ships,
Is a ship
they might not even be oil
is a ship a
tankers.
vessel?
Yeah, but they're
Right.
actually differentiating between the oil tankers and just regular commercial ships. So these could be just any other ships
Oh, did the
except.
US? Can you show me where the US said the blockade's just on oil tankers and not on all vessels, please? Can you show me that,
I
please?
think that's what they're trying to imply.
Oh, you
That they're
think
trying to.
that? No, they didn't say that though, did they? This is your assumption based on not what the American administration said. They said all.
Well, I think that that's what they want to do. They wanted to block all the oil from transporting through the strait. And if
So
they're
they want
allowing the
to
commercial
allow. So
ships,
according to your theory, which is just in the
no,
figment
it's
of
not
your
my theory. It's
imagination,
not my theory.
it is because you
It's,
said you think, but that's not what America said. But your theory, because it is your theory, it's your assumption, is that America is just going to block oil, but no other vessels containing anything else.
I think they would like to, but they might not be able to. I don't think they might not even be able to block the vessels if the countries, like for example China, they got their vessel through, and the U.S. didn't do anything. But before the U.S. Navy entered the strait, or wherever they are, even if they're not in the strait, they're within the boundary. There was some movement for some of the tankers, like Pakistan, China, North Korea, if I'm not mistaken, and Russia. But so far, since the U.S. Navy has come by, we've only heard about the Chinese tankers, oil tankers passing through.
So what's the point you're making? Because you were trying to be initially we were trying to be pedantic, and in the end you end up being false yourself. So what's the overall point you want to make other than being pedantic and getting just exposed as being stupid?
I don't know why you're being rude, brother. I'm just asking you a question about this, about to clarify something, whether the commercial ships that were
Well,
stopped,
not
were
really.
they
You were
oil or
being,
not?
I'm being rude because you were being pedantic. And then when I went pedantic back, you were like, I think, I assume. So why rather than saying, oh, guess what, trying to make claims, just say, look, the way I just read it, you could just be like, look, it could it be this or could it be that? You could have said it like that, and it's fine, no point. But when you want to try and make it look like, oh, you said vessels, but really it was ships, or you said there was this, but really it was that, then obviously I'm gonna debunk your claims, demonstrate that what you're saying is inaccurate, and then demonstrate that what you were saying is in the figment of your imagination as opposed to being the reality of the situation, which is fine. It can be. We all are assuming some things. We're all guessing some things as well. But yeah, that's what it was. So is that the end of it, or is there anything else you want to add? Cool. Okay. Um, the YouTube is crashing a bit, so I'm just gonna edit this. Um, listen, if you're on the YouTube chat, don't tell me how to run my space. The reason you're a nobody is because I know how to run spaces. So you don't need to tell me how to run spaces. You do it on purpose because you want to try and cause the chat to cause drama. So anyone who does it will get blocked. So don't tell me how to run spaces. I know how to run spaces. Right? It's actually getting really annoying on the YouTube chat. I'm gonna bring some more people up though. Let me see this guy. It's always these people that come as new chatters. Let me read all the stuff he's been saying. Yeah, look, this guy's comments are like regularly deleted. Yeah. Okay. Um. So let's go to Wes. Wes, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. And by the way, if you come on the chat and you chat nonsense, why don't you come to the space and see if you can actually make any points? The reason you all cry is because you can all be some of you can be like try and act smart on the chat, but when it comes to coming on the space, you can't even make any decent point. Look at this guy. He thought he was being really smart. Oh, actually, you just mentioned something from the Wall Street Journal, and you said ship, and it really was. You said vessel, and it was really ship. I don't even know which way around he's saying it because he's so stupid. He doesn't even know that a ship is a type of vessel. And when I was like, bro, like I don't get it. What's the point? What's the point of being an idiot? Like the reason they do it, they think I'm stupid, but I know what's going on. The reason you do that is to delegitimize the person. So if I'm like, guess what, person X, you made this claim, but this claim is completely false. Why are you relaying false news? That's the reason you do it, to try and relay that idea. So I knew what he was doing. That's why I said, what are you talking about? What we said is extremely accurate. What we said is actually on point. Now, what you're claiming, oh, America's now made a blockade just on oil. None of the important fertilizers, none of the important other products that are going through the Strait of Hormuz. It's only on the oil. And when I said, where did you get that from? He's like, me don't know. Me just make the assumption, which is really stupid because if you don't know, the entire blockade isn't just on oil. It's a holistic blockade on a range of things that are going to impact society. But this is the example. Like many of you guys could be keyboard warriors, but as soon as you come up and you act smart, then you just get smashed. So don't act smart. Just give me your opinion. Yeah, it does. Lazy, come up on the space and say that. Okay. Let's go to Sophia. Sophia, drop in.
Check this guy, wait, Suleiman, right, called Sire Lucifer, right? He's got one comment here. It's his only comment, and he's already had one deleted message one time out, and he's only made one comment. So, yeah, Sire Lucifer, you're gonna have a really good night's sleep tonight because I'm taking this little toy away from you for 24 hours for being an idiot. Okay. Anyway, back to you, Suleiman.
Yeah, come up on space. Like all you guys can act bad on your little comments, but as soon as you come up and you're having to intellectually prove your point, you guys aren't able to do it. It's very simple. Okay, so this guy here, Handel, just posted a tweet. He thinks they think that we're stupid. So he says, Sulaiman, you should be a bit more respectful. I've been an avid listener, but being rude as the host comes across as immature. No, it's not. I know what I'm doing. And I'm just looking at you, and you've not even tweeted on the comments except for day 7. So you've been missing for 35 days. So you're not an avid listener. You're not someone who contributes. You're too lazy to even write on the chat, but you come to write on the chat to harm the space. Like, do you think we're low IQ? Well, obviously, you probably think people are low IQ, but I'm not. This is what people are. This is people, the demonic nature of people. Let me tell you. It's that they don't want to contribute themselves. They don't want to help and support themselves, but they just want to be whiners and very negative about things. And in order to dissuade people, this is the psychology of people. This is why you're under the control of the Zionists, because you are what you are. Okay, I should let.
But you know what, Suleiman? That's such a good community, right? And it's got such a solid foundation now that they see through this nonsense. They ain't buying it. They ain't buying these. Oh, I can't believe they didn't let him talk. What happened to freedom of speech? I see zero responses to the person that says that. So when you come on this chat as a new user and you think you're going to derail the chat or take a bunch of people with you or whatever, try again because it's just not happening. So moving on back to
Maybe it
you,
was a
Suleiman.
stealthy way to kind of do the simp thing. Maybe he was actually trying to impress Beatrix by trying to show his intelligent, his high, the intelligentsia value, and thinking that maybe, there'd be some heavy duty simping going on. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God, Jeremy, like seriously, you're going to blame me for that bad conduct? Like, what a way
I
this
like it.
panel
I like it though.
works.
I like it. I
Blame
like it.
Beatrix.
Jeremy's on point. Let's go to Sophia. Sophia, jump in.
Hi, Suleiman. You definitely are not low IQ. No, I really enjoyed what Professor Morandi said. Lebanon, what we are seeing in Lebanon is exactly what we saw in Gaza for 2 years. And that is what he said. Israel contains its expansional plans, expansional plans. It seems nothing can stop him. Them. The only country that helped Gaza and Lebanon is Iran. And I think, which is why now it faces war. Mm, and I'm very emotional, excuse me. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. I really enjoy your spaces.
Thank you for that, Sophia. What nice, kind comments. Really appreciate you. It's always nice to be positive in these times. Really appreciate that. Let's go to Wave. Wave, jump in.
Hi, Suleiman. I'll echo what was just said. I think it's really useful in this day and age to have people on the ground on your space. It's bringing up areas that when I get time, I do deeper research and I learn a lot more about a topic. I was driving and I was listening to, I think there was some good debate. So I saw it as more of an agreement where Trump tweeted, when we're doing diplomacy by tweets, I guess. He agreed with it as a framework for a ceasefire, which was really positive. But then they called it a negotiation, where in fact was preconditions for a negotiation was agreement to those 10 points. And then the whole theater in Islamabad and so forth. And I'm real precise with my language. My background is computer science and I'm in California, so words do matter. And they were very precise with their language. And we in the West are, especially in the US, sometimes get really loose with language. So I think that's really part of the problem. And they really didn't send true diplomats, negotiators that have lived in other countries and have experiences with other cultures to do diplomacy. So to me, it was more of a theater than anything else. I'm not surprised of, I think a lot of your experts on the um, panel have stated that it takes 5-6 weeks before ships arrive here in US. We in California import most of our oil, so we feel it right away. We're over $6 a gallon. I think diesel is in the $7 or more, and I don't even know what jet fuel is, but so the global south has been feeling it pretty quickly, and then it just takes a few more weeks for US to feel it. And the last point I wanted to make was, and I heard this through an analyst on the web, which said that when the JCPOA was negotiated, they were happy to get a deal which was better than no deal. I'll repeat that. It's better to get a deal than no deal. But today's team, because of what they have gone through, they look at it totally differently, which is no deal is better than a bad deal. And I landed there. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that, Wave. Thank you so much. Just a super chat from Chief says, great space. You run it very well. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Thank you, Beatrix, and all the hosts who make this space successful. Thank you so much, Chief, for your very kind and positive comments. It means a lot, and we do appreciate it. One guy in the chat said, and I think it's really important to just deal with this point. He said, oh, guess what? I thought there was freedom of speech. Listen, on the space, you've got an opinion, come and relay your opinion, and your opinion will be diagnosed and it will be exposed if it's a strong point or a not. On the YouTube chat, there's no freedom of speech. Where is it that I said that the YouTube chat will have freedom of speech? No, it's not. On the YouTube chat, it's a place for people to converse and various other things. It's people to speak about various ideas. But if you're going to be a negative, demonic person in the chat, you will be removed from the community. Because I want to keep this community pure. I don't want any kind of derailment. And I know these people who want freedom of speech, what they really want is to come in to derail the conversation, take it down the road of what they want, whether it's hatred of one group or another or whatever it may be. We're not about that. So no, the YouTube chat isn't about that. If that's not your way, if you want some kind of a chat where there's extremism or whatever it is, or crybabies or whiners or people who are negative, this is not the chat for it. You're not gonna basically take the soul of this chat and darken it. So let me be clear on that. So the YouTube chat is not free speech. It's a chat where people converse about politics. If you're going to be negative, if you're going to be harming the space, you will be removed. On the space, I bring people up. You've seen it. People come up with the most dumbest points ever. We'll bring them up and then we'll counter those points, whatever it is. And even then, it'll be depending on the situation. Sometimes when there's news coming in, I won't bring up, for example, Azayo, because there's news, we're going through the news. So the Zion will be like, oh, I think you had freedom of speech. Please let the Zionists talk. No, that won't be the right time. But let's say we're bored, we've got enough and no news coming out, then we maybe bring a Zion for entertainment. But this will be based on the preview of what I want to do. So let me be clear on that. That's the first thing. The second thing is there is someone on the chat called Dustin, and I am reading his chats. Let's just see. So he says the Jimmy Dore coalition is the broadest one in the US. This is a guy who says, pay me what Sully pays, pay me what Sully makes, I'll come up and chat all day. You're out of touch, mate. Well, let me be clear on this, Mr. Dustin. First of all, come up on the chat. You're speaking to someone who came from a very socially deprived background, right? Economically deprived background. I've probably done some of the worst jobs out there in order to make sure I can get an education. Probably some of the worst jobs you can think of. For the longer hours you can think of, the most working class jobs you can think of. And I did so many of them and worked so many hours to make sure that I can get through, college and university and sixth form. While all of most of my friends from where I came from basically went into drugs and crimes and various other things. So let me tell you something. I'm actually in touch. I've actually worked proper jobs. That being said, obviously I was privileged enough that a couple of years ago I made it big on X and I was given job opportunities. That being said, yeah, I was given deals of millions of dollars and I gave them up in order to speak the truth. That being said, come up on the space. Maybe you have the eloquence I have. Maybe you can run the space better. Come up. Maybe if you speak, people may be like, wow, this guy is so good at speaking. This guy could be now the biggest space host or YouTuber in the world. You can make it big. So come up and speak and let's see how good you are at speaking. And maybe people will pay you the same millions of dollars that was given to me. And maybe you will reject that contract. The reason I'm saying that is because I promise you, I'm not triggered. I'm really chill about this. But it's important to note that these people only come on here to be demonic, to be negative, and that's fine. They can be what they want to be. But my point is, put your money where your mouth is. But in this situation, it's not even put your money where your mouth is. Put your evidence based on your claims. So come on the chat, come on the conversation. You said that, look, if you had time, you would be getting paid on YouTube or on X or getting millions of dollars of contracts. So come up. FBA Lemon, I'm from the hood, bruv. I'm from the hood. I'm from the ends. What you talking about, blood? That's why I stand with the FBA. I am from the ends, G. What you talking about? Listen, all my friends, every single one of them did from when I was in school from Middlesbrough. All of them did not get an education. All of them went behind bars. All of them had those things. Like it wasn't easy. This is why I always stand with the working class because I know it's not easy when you come from socially deprived areas to make it big. This is why I always think about the working class people. This is why we try and speak about them. Yeah, well, I'm a roadman blood. I am G. That's funny. Not, I don't mind the bands. The bands is hilarious. I give them credit for the bands. It's these few who randomly come and when you check their profile, they're like literally have only commented a few times. So can I get this guy? I was checking. Where's this guy? He commented. This guy here. Okay, let's check his comments out. Maybe he's too scared to come up, but maybe he's very articulate in his messages. The Jimmy Dore coalition is the broadcast one in the is the broadest one in the US. What is this nonsense he's talking about? You think you're gonna make it on social media when you can't even articulate a point, which makes any logical sense based on a war going on? Who is the liberal in the space? I disagree unless you mean liberal in the classical sense. Please explain what you mean by that. I know that's why I'm disagreeing. I don't know what he's talking about that. Some guys have real. Okay, mention that. So this is the few times this guy has commented, and you can see. So anyway, let's see, Justin, if you can come on the comments, come on the space, and explain what is your point. Dub said, put your money where your mouth is. You can't even criticize Aya Agency or the supreme lunatic of Mullah regime. Well, that's not true, Mr. Monarchist. You can criticize, you can come up in the space and criticize, but you will be destroyed and decimated based on your claims. So it's very simple. You can come up. Deborah, for real, Suleiman, we know the struggle. Exactly. They don't know how it is. They don't know how it is to come from the north of England, from the ends, and make it to the big leagues, where you're basically interviewing prime ministers and presidents. You all done brought out shiesties. That's hilarious. See, I don't mind if the bands is hilarious. Okay, I love this YouTube chat. They're funny. It's just every once in a while you gotta smack a few into place. Okay, let's get back into the conversation. Let's go to resistance. Resistance is persistence. Thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. What did you hear the Professor Marandi interview?
Hey, Sully. Yeah, I was listening to the whole entire space, but I was working because but I've got you on YouTube on my TV. So, but it was the whole space. So, all I listened. Oh man, that is a turbulent space, that's for sure. But the interview with Marandi was brilliant. Yeah, I mean, very soothing. Something that we sort of discussed yesterday, and it was the fact that yeah, I think they do need to recoup. They need to. They're sort of preparing themselves for a long war. I thought, Professor Morandi was he had some logic behind it, as much as frustrating as it is, and I guess Hussein was frustrated last night. I think what Professor Morandi said made sense to me, anyways, and I'm sure to a lot of people, that if we are thinking that could be a war of attrition, then this doesn't really hinder or hurt Iran so much, if that's the plan. But to be honest, I'm looking at the market, Simon, and Sully. I mean, Simon's looking right, to be honest. I mean, the market's making all-time highs, and it looks like they're saying there's a deal on the table, or a deal is on the horizon. I know Professor Morandi said there's no such talks happening, etc. But I just look at the charts, like we're about to see an all-time high in the S&P, right? And I could look at the Nasdaq as well. It's similar. I mean, obviously, you related to global net liquidity, because there's a 9.92 correlation to global net liquidity, and from 1st of April till now, the net liquidity increase has been around about 800 billion. Uh, I think that's the right 800 billion, and so that's telling me that's basically the amount of money printed minus the amount of money absorbed or taken out, withdrawn, and so they've obviously global central banks, the five top major central banks have sort of printed out a lot, and it just looks like they're printing out based on, obviously, this sort of energy crisis is not really so much of a factor, more so than the amount of money being printed, but it's also causing a lot of speculation, a positive speculation. So it doesn't seem like this energy crisis seems to be a long-term concern for the markets. And so I was thinking, after the blockade, is like, oh my God, it's like markets don't like uncertainty, which is absolute fact. But it seems like they're certain of something, or they maybe foolishly certain of something, that a deal is going to be happening, just like Simon is sort of predicting. So credit to you, Simon. So far, I'm sort of leaning towards that, even though we hear rhetoric of, like, we're here for the long war, like Larry Johnson said, it could be till August, etc. And also, what's America doing, allowing, like, was it 20 ships to pass through? Vessels, sorry, ships, vessels. To me, they're the same thing. So I don't know what that argument was about, but yeah. So I just think, this blockade, like, Scott Ritter today said, this blockade is a joke, and it does look like it. And China doesn't need to bring in the escorts, the military escorts. Pepe today, I listened to him earlier in the afternoon. He said, to Nima, he said that, yeah, if need be, China will bring the PLA, so that the military, the navy, so to the region, if need be. But they don't need to right now. So let's see. So I think the Trump administration, I think America's pretty wise to the fact that actually they need to keep oil flowing. It's very, very unpopular to have a full blockade, and better to have some ships than no ships, and don't piss off countries like China. Looking at the oil prices, looking at to Brent futures, $94, 94.85. I mean, that looks like it's going to go down to me. If you look at the chart, it looks like it's gonna drop another $5-6. So that could be like below 90. And then West Texas WTI are 88 5. So that looks like it's going to drop as well. So we already had a double top on that. And I'm just thinking, all these charts, and then US oil as well, 91. It's making like local lows, so just about to drop again since the first time since 8th of April, making a lower low on that. So it just looks like the markets are saying, the oil markets, the stock markets, The oil market's going down. The stock market's going to making all-time highs. We're just like a few dollars from the all-time highs in the stock market. Literally a few dollars. Honestly, we're just approaching it. And it just looks like what war? What energy crisis? This is what it just seems like to me. And I'm just like I'm racking my brain because my like geopolitical mind is saying, look, there's this existential fight between Iran and Israel and the United States, and all of a sudden, but then the markets are saying, the financial markets, where war is led by bankers and invested interest as well, but they don't actually think this is so much of a big deal, even though there's hardly any oil ships are passing through the strait compared to before the war. They don't recognize it as a big problem, short, medium, or long term. So I think there could be a deal. I think Simon, like maybe there is a deal to be made. Maybe there is a deal that's brewing in the background, or maybe they are confident. Both sides are looking to make a deal. Even Professor Marandi today, like you think that he sounded quite soft. I'm not sure. What did you think, Sully? I never. I mean, I felt that he's sort of preparing for a war, but actually accepting. It sounds like he's sort of accepting a deal that could be done on the table, or am I just being wrong? Am I not? Am I talking nonsense here? But that's what it sounded like to me, and it just seems like he's sort of either way he would accept a deal, and he obviously is a sort of a representation of the government as well. I'm not really seeing them so harsh. I don't really hear any more statements asserting that we're going to continue this war, we're going to do this and do that in this war. We're not hearing any of the aggressive vitriol that's happening right now, like we were hearing like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So I'm led to believe that actually, we're going. This war could potentially, I could see it or ending in a few weeks to a month, as Simon is saying. And just because I just look at I do trust charts more than a lot of things, because I know that money does dictate a lot of things. 80% of my worldview is around, I think, financial markets and trade deals and all sorts. They do dictate how politics is governed, and then everything else will be a sort of a partnership of convenience. Like this satanic entity is literally just an amalgamation of interested parties that continue its existence, that fund its existence. But otherwise, yeah, once it's no longer sort of useful for the interested parties, whether it be the bankers, the military industrial complex, um, being a colonialist outpost, a colony, then to serve their interest, then it will probably be gutted and ditched. And I do agree with Simon on that point. The other side of things, when it comes to Lebanon and Hezbollah, I don't believe that, because I think that's not Hezbollah don't really fall to or governed by sort of financial or these sort of interested parties in that sense. The financial elements, they are very, very ideological, like the people of Lebanon in the south, where they're Shia, Sunni, and Christian. They're all supportive of Hezbollah. I don't know many, like you, even famous people in Lebanon. They all who live in the south. They don't have to be of any sort of religion or ideology. It's just their background is of resistance, and so they're governed differently. They are. I do agree with Hassan. They're sort of a different breed in that sense, and I think that they wouldn't allow themselves to wouldn't allow Hezbollah certainly wouldn't allow themselves to be incorporated into any sort of Lebanese army of such. And what Nawaf Salam making deals, and the president Ayoun making deals with Israel is unconstitutional. They are unconstitutional. They're not legal. They are not the official president and prime minister. Remember, this was a temporary construct by the United States for the last 2 years, and any sort of negotiations with any other sovereign state has to be ratified by the parliament, by the Lebanese parliament. So this whole endeavor is exactly like what Trump is doing right now with the war in Iran. He didn't ask for congressional approval. He doesn't call it a war to bypass that. It's the same sort of skirting of the laws that way. They're doing the same thing, and it won't be lost on Hezbollah and Sheikh Qasem Naim. He's adamant. Look, whatever they're going to do, it's let them do it. It's of no consequence to us. Do not worry about anything. We have our own way. This is we're built for resistance. We're built to resist the oppressors, and that's what we're going to continue. And if you had a real political system instead of this quota system of, you know, a Christian president and a Sunni prime minister and a Shia head of speaker, leader of the parliament, then if you didn't have any of that and you had proportional representation, then all of a sudden you'd see.
Is that resistance, Azami?
Hello?
Okay, resetting.
He's just going to reset and come back. But I need to ask you something, Resistance, right?
Yeah.
Firstly, I'm so glad that you said that the people of the South, be it Christian, Muslim, Shia, Sunni, they all support the resistance. And I've been to the South quite a few times, and that's my experience. So when people make it a Shia thing, that Hezbollah is all about the Shia standing up, it annoys me because it really isn't, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is,
Can you hear me?
somebody asked this on the YouTube,
Yeah.
Okay.
and you've answered part of it. Eris2999 said, so what's the summary? Where are we heading? What's likely next? Escalation or deal? So you kind of answered that you think that you're getting a feeling, and I agree with you, that they are open to a deal, right? But could there also be an escalation? And if there's an escalation, where and how do you think that will take place? Now, my question to you, on top of Eris's questions, is if hypothetically there is a deal, do you think, hand on heart, that the Lebanon situation, Iran would demand it be part of a deal? Otherwise, they would throw the whole deal away.
Good question, Beatrix. Honestly, very, very good question. Look, Iran would obviously they're going to have to. For me, is that everything they've said, no matter who I speak to, or know who I listen to rather, and even the Iranians I speak to, they said they're never going to let go of Lebanon, in particular because of Hezbollah and the resistance. That's what I have. My heart says they won't. But the problem is I don't even believe that it's fully up to Iran, in the sense that the Lebanese government will try their best to maybe stoke up some sort of civil war along with its funders and allies in US and Israel. So this is my sort of only concern. I don't know if what can Iran do? They could say, yeah, well, Lebanon has to be part of it, and then say they do, right? Then Israel just unilaterally or just attacks Lebanon at will. Then what happens? Iran can't really just block the Strait of Hormuz just for Lebanon, if you know what I mean. So, and I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to use Lebanon as a weak point for Iran. And hand on heart, I'd love to say they would, but I just don't think it makes sense. What they will probably do is try to really support Hezbollah, to fund them as much as they can, and actually, I've heard from my mom and a political analyst and a few others who said that, Hezbollah are planning for next year to invade occupied Palestine. They're planning for this, and this is a well-respected political analyst, that he's been spot on so far in everything he's predicted for the last 1 year. And he's got a lot of sources. He's an ex-military guy. He's Mikhail Awad, yeah, Howard. And basically, he's got a lot of sources in Hezbollah, and this is their long-term plan. So I can't imagine that Iran would not support Hezbollah in that sort of endeavor. So I think they'll do what they can, But it's a very good question, Beatrix, because I couldn't. Yeah, I'm not a betting man. I'd never gamble or anything like that. But I just wouldn't. I wouldn't be so confident that they could make a deal, because simply because the like what Professor Marandi said, the Lebanese government are actively trying to sabotage this ceasefire agreement, these negotiations, by trying to remove themselves from it when they could protect their own citizens, and they're going to leave Lebanon exposed to be attacked at will, because there's no way they could allow the Lebanese government can disarm Hezbollah. And I know what Sully's his argument with Hassan about the Lebanese government. I agree with Sully on this point. I don't like the fact that there's a Lebanese army, and there's people that are supportive, whether it's Shia, not, and it's not just Shia, by the way. There's Christians in the Lebanese army, and there's Sunni and Shia in the Lebanese army, because there's a large contingent of southern Lebanese that all support Hezbollah. But Hezbollah has actively, over the last, I think, decade more, have encouraged these people to sign up for the Lebanese army to protect, to prevent any sort of attack between the Lebanese army and the Hezbollah. They've been the ones pushing people to sign up to the Lebanese army from the south, so that they can be represented in the Lebanese army, so that they can give the best chance. But that doesn't mean there's a justification.
I
I
think
agree
it's
with.
called resistance. Let's not even mess around. I think it's called infiltrate from within.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, let's just call it what it is. It's not about representation and all of that. Like, come on.
No, it's absolutely. It's not only that. Is the commanders are, very, very supportive. Like some commanders in the
So
Lebanese are,
let me just give you some breaking news. I was waiting for a stop, but it's I just need to jump in. It's Trump tells, just to add to this, adds to Resistance and Simon's point, which I don't agree with. But the thing is, in this space, we always give you all the different angles of information, so you know that you're not given propaganda. But let me play this. This is from Fox News. This is what she's claiming. He said a lot about the economy, about the although she could be trying to sell her interview as well, but I just left the president. It was a great interview. He said a lot about the economy, about the Iran war, about NATO. One thing that I'll leave you with, I said to him, Mr. President, you keep talking about the war like was. I said, is it over? He said, it's over. Join the whole interview tomorrow, Mornings with Maria, Fox Business, 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern. I'll see you then. So Resistance, you were speaking. Go ahead, continue. But what's your thoughts on that as well?
I couldn't really hear her. What did she say? It's over.
Yeah, she's saying that she said, "Oh, Mr. President, you keep saying about the Iran war was, as though it's over," and he goes, "It's over."
I think I don't look. I wouldn't be surprised that there might be some dealings behind. I mean, they've got the dossier, all right, of the 10 points. They've been given however many 100 pages, 1,000 pages of this dossier, so they can read it. They can choose to agree or not agree. So they could probably say, "Look, we know what the Iranians want, and we see that we decide to choose to agree to it, or we don't." And they've even made these concessions, etc., certain concessions that we could sort of abide by, and maybe you could spin it in our own way, etc. So I think they could, in theory, knowing what the Iranians are like, because the Iranians have given them every single opportunity to make a deal, like every single opportunity. They've been very accommodating, right? And it's just whether they want to exercise that or not. I don't know. I mean, they might be pushed by China. They might, again, the economic implications of not having a deal for them for United States could be dire, given what Darkside was mentioning about the deaf shortage, plus other shortages, no doubt, and economic sort of a trade war with China and and all sorts of things. Their allies are not going to be happy with them. They're already jumping ship, going to China and stuff. Even the UAE are going to China, making 24 deals with China. That's got to be worrying for Israel. East Israel is going so far east into the world. Do you know what I mean? They're going to China. So I just don't know. I think everything seems to be moving towards a deal from what I'm seeing the last few days. I think it could be over. I mean, it could be over at United States sort of discretion. And I think if the United States say, look, we'll agree to 9 of the 10 deals, and there you go, we'll let this one will negotiate on. What do you think? I think Iran will say yes if it's a minor deal, so if minor point. So why not? Every time everything leads me to think that the Iranians are very accommodating and they do want this to end. Now, the only spanner in the works is Israel, but uh, I think that Israel can be sort of neutered if the CIA, the deep state, the military-industrial complex, the bankers think actually this is going to be really painful for us if we
Oh my
continue this.
man, bro, this is like you flip positions, blood. Like
It's all
you're literally relaying Simon's and Beatrix's position. Now, I'm not literally
fully
the
about the data.
only man. I'm the last man standing right now, blood. I'm the last man standing.
It's about the data. It's
You
about
make
the data.
perfect sense to me, Resistance. You make perfect sense to me. And I
And
think we had
and
a
and
really
now
good
you're just getting
discussion.
just
Well,
just can I rephrase what you just said? So basically, resistance, you're making perfect sense to Beatrix. Think
you're
about that.
so cruel,
Think
Suleiman.
about
Resistance, and we really went down all the avenues, Suleiman. You were there, and we went with whatever. Like we answered questions. It was a really open kind of, conversation of real thoughts, raw thoughts, and this is. I agree with what Resistance is saying. It makes perfect sense, and not just to me, to a lot of people, because you're being realistic about where we are and what are the possible options. You can't live in la la land and think, do you know what I mean? So yeah, no, go for it. Don't you let him stop you, Brother Resistance. You go
so
for it.
okay, so let's go down this road. I don't think there's gonna be a deal personally. Um I do think there's gonna be a second round of negotiations though. Um and the reason I think that is because when I asked Professor Marandi, he didn't say no, they're lying. Normally professors like these are lies from the Trump regime and these type of comments, and he didn't say that. So I do think that there is I think they are going to be going to Islamabad again on Thursday. It does seem like that. Let us know beforehand. I might just take a flight out there. On the ground journalism. Might have to do it if it's going down. Although I've been attacking the Pakistanis, so I'm not sure how, bro. It's probably another country I can't go to. But anyway, coming back to it,
But that doesn't mean that what Brother Resistance is saying is not true. He didn't say they wouldn't go to a second round. What he's saying
yeah,
is
yeah, that
that
adds to your guys' point. That I'm saying that adds to your guys' point that there is going to be a second
ex-
round.
yeah,
But I'm saying I
and we're
do
right.
think, huh?
We're on the right side of history. Go ahead.
I mean, that's a totally different conversation. But in terms of, yeah, I do think there's going to be a second round of negotiations, but I don't think there's going to be a deal, is what I'm saying. You guys think that, I don't know if you guys think there'll be a second round of conversation. Well, you do. You do. You think there's going to be a second round of negotiations and there will be a deal. So that's kind of where we split in our thoughts and positions. And the reason I don't think there's going to be a deal is because if you look at the conversations, and I think this is why I don't think there'll be a deal. And I do want to hear your kind of counter to this because maybe there will be a way of making a deal. So, Iran is adamant they want nuclear enrichment. I think Iran would agree to 3.5%, but America's adamant they want 0%. So the question mark becomes, will America move to 3.5%? Possible. But the fact that Trump's been coming out, keep on saying we don't want them to have any enrichment. Vance has been saying we don't want these people to have it. We don't trust them with even a bit. So it means America moving on that issue. Will they move? I think the chances are low. I think maybe 3 out of 10. What's the other one? Strait of Hormuz. Iran wants complete control over it. America wants control over it. And when I say Iran wants complete, they want to share it with Oman, but America wants a controlling interest in it. Will Iran agree to a deal where something along the lines of Iran gets to keep control of the strait until they pay for the rebuild and then have joint control? I think that's again about 3 or 4 out of 10. would America agree to something like that deal? Something like that as a deal possible? Because Trump could be like, yeah, we're letting them rebuild. We're using that money, they can rebuild, and then, after that, we're going to control it or something. He can frame that to his public. The big problem ones become the ballistic missiles, and that was the real reason I always said before the war that Israel went to war, and that reason hasn't changed. My reasoning for the war was never the enrichment. If you remember, if you listen to all these spaces, when I was shouting into the ether saying there's wars coming, and everyone was like, oh my God, you're just saying it for the clicks. It's not happening. It's not happening. You keep saying it. And I was like, it's coming. It's coming. All my sources on the ground, all my geopolitical information, I know it's coming. Now, one of the main factors for why I thought the war was going to happen was based on nuclear enrichment. No, sorry, not nuclear enrichment, was based on ballistic missiles. Because the nuclear enrichment, Iran already agreed to 0% before the war, and still America attacked, right? So it means Iran was very flexible on that. But the ballistic missiles, Israel wanted Iran not to have the ballistic missiles and to have it in a reduced capacity up to 300 kilometers. After they've seen the level of destruction and damage those missiles have caused, they felt it in the 12-day war, but they felt it much worse this time. And not just them, the GCC, all of those countries felt it. So do they accept now? Do you think that Israel bends the knee and says, okay, fine, you can always have that capability that can hit us? And the GCC and the Gulf states say that? I just don't think so. This is why the UAE came out and said they can't have ballistic missiles, they can't have control over the Hormuz, they can't have enrichment, and a few other things as well. So I think the ballistics is going to be a point of disagreement. In terms of support of the resistance, I always believe that they would support the resistance, but if there's no need to support them in the sense of the other side bends the knee, then I think they would. So the bit I think where maybe I disagree again with maybe resistance and Beatrix and Simon and maybe even Andrew
Oh my
is,
God, see how he clubs us all together? Oh my God.
yeah, bro. It's like I'm like Iran again, going against all the different interest groups. And is where I disagree with it is I think that I don't think that Iran will abandon the Hezbollah. And what I mean by that is even to the extent where Iran makes a deal and Hezbollahs continue to fight the war. Um, and so if I don't believe that'll happen because, and so
I
if
never
that
said
loses,
that, Sully. I
sorry.
never said that.
Oh, I thought you said the Lebanon will continue. I thought you said that.
No, 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 no. I
Oh,
never said
maybe I misheard. Maybe I misheard. I
that
thought you
point.
said Iran will make a deal and Lebanon will continue though.
Yeah, no, no, no. They'll sign on behalf of Lebanon. They'll make an agreement. But in the event that Israel decides to launch sort of or attack them,
Mm.
then what does Iran do? Does Iran invoke? Does it shut the whole Strait of Hormuz? They're sort of they're
Okay, you were just going through the possibilities.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I misheard. But yeah, so we're in agreement with that. We disagree with Beatrix and Simon and say that they're not gonna. I think they will continue to support the resistance, and they will any deal that occurs would have to include them in it. But you saw today is evidence of my point that they will never allow that to be part of the agreement. Israel's ambitions are clear. It's what we've been saying, the Greater Israel Project. They're saying they want it to the Litani River. Anyone who's heard these spaces for years has said, I've said Israel wants till the Litani River. They want till Beirut. This was their ambitions in 2024. It failed. This is their ambitions now. So those are, I think, the elements of why I don't think there's going to be a deal. So let's just deal with each one of those at a time. If anyone disagrees with it, let's go at one of them elements at a time and
Yeah,
see how they
sure.
can come to. Yeah.
Thanks, Sully. So the first one, nuclear enrichment. Yeah, I think 3.5, 5%. Whenever you set up your stall, every side has to go with the strongest pitch. 0% for the US, 65% for Iran, and then they meet somewhere in the middle. And and Iran's been very accommodating. So I think 3.5% is so doable. I think Trump could spin it anyway, like, oh, there's no way they could build any sort of nuclear weapons with that sort of level of enrichment, blah, 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 whatever. So that one is out. Strait of Hormuz, they could, like, yes, I think they could probably spin it in a way whereby they're saying we're going to create a toll charge. Iran's going to create a toll charge, but part of that is for reparations for Iran, and even they could probably say something, spin it in a way that it will be for damaged areas in the region. Do you know what I mean? And he could probably spin it in, even though Iran will. It's really between Oman and Iran, but he'll just say for the Gulf region and keep it like that. But in the details in the signed agreements, it'll just be Iran and Oman, and that's it. So I think you could spin it in a way. Trump will definitely spin it in that way. Netanyahu, actually, when it comes to the missile thing, that hasn't been the most talked about point at all. It's one of the least talked about points is Iran's missile capability. Certainly the last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So much to the point that Netanyahu has really only ever talked about, apart from that one time, just about nuclear enrichment and nuclear weapons. That's it. He doesn't really talk about, even today, he's not talking, yesterday as well, he wasn't talking about Iran's missile program. He never talked about it. It was only Macron who said it once or twice. It was Merz from Germany. He said it as well about, oh, Iran needs to do it, but it hasn't really been talked about. I don't, and there's no way Iran will ever negotiate on that. You know, maybe they could negotiate on maybe sort of distance limits. So instead of 4,000 or 3,000 kilometers, or they'll just limit it to 1,800. It's enough to be in Israel's airspace. Do you know what I mean? So that's about it, and they could sell that as well. And they could say, look, we limited their air defense, their missile capability to 2,000 kilometers or whatever it is, and that's it. And instead, they were going to go for intercontinental ballistic
Yeah, but
missiles. They're going to land,
can we just speak
reach
about that
America.
one? Because what you're again saying is how Trump could sell it to the American people, correct? Because that's all about you're saying how he would sell it. But I'm saying, okay, you got your sales pitch to the American people, but you've also got Israeli interest. I vehemently disagree that Israel doesn't care about this that much, and they're not. I believe it's their actual number one issue. And so, in reality, if it's their number one issue, how would they be allowed to feel? How would they allow a situation where Iran can just hit them up with missiles anytime they want? That's always been their problem. So I'm trying to say that will always be an issue. I'm not just saying in terms of the way Trump presents it to the public. Of course, he can present. He can sell ice to an Eskimo. Hence why Beatrix was one of the biggest MAGA supporters with 2,000 spaces. I mean, he's a really good salesman, right?
What are you talking about? I never did know 2,000 spaces on Trump. I'm listening. I'm still here.
Yeah, he's a good salesman though, right? You took the sales pitch, right?
I did not take any sales pitch. I thought he was better for the world because he didn't start any wars. And then when I
Okay.
realized he was a lying, corrupt
You're
little.
just repeating the sales pitch back to me.
Oh my God, you're
Okay.
so bad.
So, so coming back to it, so I'm not saying that. I'm saying specifically from Israel's perspective. I know you're saying they're not mentioned it much. I've actually seen them mention it a few times. But that being said, I mean, this for me is the very important thing, and I've seen the East Israel mention it quite a bit as well.
Yeah, so I think for me, if I believe that actually the deep state is going to try to curb Israel, right? Israel has got to figure out how they're going to sell it to their own people and how they're going to actually eat this up. Because for me, they're only in this war because America, the deep state, and its infrastructure supports them in this war. And I know that I agree in some ways that the Zionist lobby is very powerful, but it's only one of several elements that make up this war machine that is 250 years old, and it's been in conflict for 235 years of it, right? Because it's built as a war machine, and that's their money, that's their revenue generator. So this idea, they can probably stop this if they really, if they think the deal's on. Why else? Look, case in point, why aren't Israel launching attacks on Iran right now? They're obviously obeying to some degree, right? This ceasefire agreement. So otherwise, if they really had total power, total complete power over the United States, they'd be bombing Iran left, right, and center right now. Yeah, they are. They've and another part of me thinks, well, they've got all these KC-130s in Ben Gurion Airport. They're obviously ready for they want to push for it, and they could. I'm just saying that if I take this viewpoint based on the available evidence I've got of available data that I'm acquiring of the stock markets, the vested interests, all of these, the implications of this war that could be catastrophic for America and stuff, and who funds Israel. I know Israel doesn't care, doesn't give a shit, but who actually keeps Israel operational in a war? It is the American war machine and its banks and its military industrial complex and all that stuff. And if they think it's going to be uncomfortable for them, they'll instantly extinguish that. They'll remove the rug from underneath Israel. They're going to have to figure out how they do this on their own if that's the case, and they won't. So in my opinion, they could still hit Lebanon because that's an easy target next door. They bully them. It's it's a punchback for them. They could do that, but that's what they could do later on. But right now, it doesn't. Israel doesn't look like it's attacking Iran. So they're obeying the ceasefire agreement to some extent. So I have to believe in that sense. I am sort of agreeing with Simon in the sense that actually, yeah, the Zionist lobby is very powerful, but it's not the be all and end all of America. It is in America's foreign policy up to a limit until it becomes uncomfortable. And that's when things just turn off for Israel. So that's what, and I'm only basing it on just what I think of what I read in the markets, the trade deals. Look, China has signed 24 agreements with the UAE just yesterday, right? So it means that actually obviously you talk about UAE also want to be involved in and siding with Israel. I think this is what you're saying, and that they don't want Iran to have so much power. Maybe these 24 agreements with China is maybe China's way of sort of suppressing, alleviating, as even Simon said before, alleviating this sort of rift between Iran and UAE to some extent. Obviously, there's still going to be lots of bitterness, a lot of distrust amongst between them. This is still East Israel we're talking about. Same with Saudi. Same with the GCC. I don't want that. Honestly, I do not want this because I want Iran to get rid of Israel or really hammer Israel to the point that it can implode from within. Because that's really what we want. Because we don't want this genocidal entity, temporary entity there. But I'm just looking the markets, some of the data points. A lot of people are softening up. Even the Iranian side is softening up. It all just points to me that a deal can be made. A deal looks like we're closer to a deal being made than not. So that's just my opinion on that. And I hope those points are addressed. And they could spin it. Netanyahu and the Israeli government could spin it in whatever way they like, because their troops are on their knees right now. The IDF, they're not in any sort of shape or form to continue this war. They're not even their people are just tired and they don't want to resume this war. So they're going to have to. They can't be deployed again. They're not going to be deployed again, and it's going to be very difficult for the Israeli army to resume this war now that they've had a pause. They've already been killed in southern Lebanon already. Lots of them, like thousands and thousands. So once that comes home to roost, it's going to be very painful for the government to cover that up.
Hussein, you disagree? Jump in.
Hey, sorry, you hear me, Silly?
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of points I disagree on there with resistance. Man, where do I start resistance? So first of all, Iran's never going to concede to any limit on their ballistic missiles. That's the last thing they're going to concede to, and they just take that off the table. It's never going to happen. Essentially, you're asking them to be defenseless in the event that
I didn't
a
say.
European.
I never said that. I said it could be 3,000 kilometer limit is their limit.
Yeah, no,
Still
that's not going to happen. That's
defenseless.
never going to happen. Yeah. Well, I know I'm going based off of what you said. That's never going to happen. Number one. Number two, Israel upholding the ceasefire. They're not really upholding the ceasefire. The fact is that there's two reasons why they are not striking Iran, and they even said they're not done in Iran anyways. So there's two reasons. Reason number one, they ran out of interceptor missiles. They're essentially defenseless, so it benefited them not to get struck back. And then number two, they were getting pounded on the ground in southern Lebanon with only a portion of their air force, directed to Lebanon, and they needed their entire full air force to go in and help stop the bleeding, I guess, so to speak, in the south. So them not attacking Iran, it just benefits them in the sense of that they can use their full force on the south of Lebanon. It's not because they're upholding to any ceasefire. They just use it as an advantage for themselves. I wouldn't say that they're adhering to anything. They still want to go back to Iran, by the way, with America. So just on those points, I disagree. But the ballistic missile thing is never going to happen, whether it's 2,000, 3,000, 1,000. That's the last thing Iran's going to adhere to. That's just my takeaway.
Yeah, no, a fair point. And believe me, yeah, I want this Israeli, this cancer, this tumor removed. And you know what? Yeah, part of me does want the war to continue. I do. I don't want a ceasefire so that they can recoup and survive and grow, etc. I'd hate that. I'm not. Look, I'm trying to detach what I want, desperately want as a Palestinian, and a brother of Lebanon and Jordan and Syria. I just desperately want this entity to be destroyed, but everything is just saying to me, it looks like no one's buying it. No one's buying a long protracted war. Everyone's buying an agreement that's around the corner.
Well, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys, and I'm gonna say this, as how do I say this, as politically correct as I possibly can, because I feel like I'm being a hardliner when I say this, but I think that Iran, and I fully support their right to sovereignty and their rights to defend themselves against the Zionist entity and to support the resistance that helps the countries of Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, Iraq, Syria, whatever, to defend themselves. I think it's incumbent, and it's relying on Iran to continue the war, to be honest with you, because they have to finish this off once and for all. They cannot allow this to end in a ceasefire. And I don't, but the thing is, like, I don't see any deal that comes out of this where, there's going to be a huge concession from Iran. There has to be. Like, Trump is not going to allow, I would say Trump, but Bibi is not going to allow anything short of, just whatever demands he wants plus whatever Trump wants together. They're not going to allow it. We saw in the first talks how Trump went back on his word after he got the call from Bibi. Like, they're going to demand the most, and somewhere down the line, Iran's going to have to concede to something. But this is why I say, like, they should have never entered in these negotiations to begin with. They were in the power. They were in the controller's seat. They were in the driver's seat. They had them where they wanted them, and right when they had them, they allowed this 2 week pause, so to speak, to happen. And this is what I'm saying. Like, either you go all in and you win, or you make a big concession somewhere down the line, and you kind of partially win. But the Zionist entity still gets to call the shots in the region. This is my point.
Yeah,
So a couple things. Resistance, I think you're getting fooled by financial markets. We have an expiration on Friday. You got a massive short squeeze that's caught a lot of people off guard, which makes sense. And you've got oil decreasing, and I think that's behind the diesel exhaust fluid story. But if you listen to Professor Marandi, he's very clear. Like, they're winning. Every day that goes by that the strait's closed, they're winning, and that's their view, and they're right. Right? He kept saying, "Look, this is going to end in an economic crisis of epic proportions." That was his point. Right? That's the victory to them, is to bring the West to their knees. I don't think there's a chance in hell that Iran's going to allow. I mean, that Israel and the United States are going to allow Iran to reload and just bring in all the munitions that they want, which they would obviously do. They now know what's been successful and what hasn't, so they're that much smarter. Look, I know what you're looking at, and I understand it with the S&P at highs and the Nasdaq at highs, but that was almost predictable. That goes back to what I said when I told you, you only bet on the end of the world once, and if they told you that nuclear missiles were launched, what do? You buy them. What if they miss? Because we're in that short squeeze right now. where everybody was betting on this war, and now they all have to cover. But at some point, we're just going to get to reality, and reality is that as long as that strait's closed, economic destruction is around the corner.
Yeah, but
And all Iran needs to do is keep that strait closed.
Yeah,
yeah, I
but Dark,
look at
Dark, let me ask you, Dark, let me ask you a question. I mean, do you think, and because I mean, he said it before. You know, Trump said before, oh, you know, we shouldn't complain about four or $5 gallon gas if it means that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. I mean, do you think he actually gives a crap about the world economy whatsoever? I mean, he can always just spin it the way he wants to spin it.
Yeah, I think he's full of shit. So there's a couple things that really matter. One is the AI race, and that gets to helium, Taiwan, South Korea, Samsung, all those corporations. They matter. And the thing that matters the most is that diesel exhaust fluid that I keep talking about, which is urea. That comes from China, Russia, and through the Strait. And you can say whatever you want. I don't care about $4 or $5 gas. Well, you're going to have $1 gas, but you're not going to have any trucks running, and that will shut down the U.S. economy. So Trump's sort of full of shit. Everybody in this, from the Israeli side and the American side, have not been telling the truth since the beginning. Right? I think the one guy who told the truth today was Professor Marandi. And again, it's not about kinetic warfare from his perspective. He was very, very clear, right? This is about economic destruction that the West is bringing upon themselves. And I think he's right. I really do. I think they understand it. I'm sure the West understands it and doesn't care. But ultimately, if that strait remains closed, they win, period.
Yeah, I take your point. For me, I've always last 12 years, I've always held the belief of Bernard Baruch, basically a very famous Wall Street trader. Show me the charts, and I'll tell you the news. It's always been the case. I've only looked at the charts, and I can predict the news that way. I just think that Brent going down, it doesn't matter. But yeah, there's exploration, but I think it's going to go to sub 90 in the next 2 weeks. So I can't see it. I'm looking at the charts. I'm looking. It tells me that
But
the elevation isn't there. The time
again, it's not
isn't a big
the
deal.
oil's not the issue. The oil is not the issue. It's everything else that's the issue. Oil's not the problem.
Yeah. So
Urea is the problem. Helium's the problem. Fertilizer's the problem.
helium's not a
But
problem.
specific, I'm sorry.
Helium's not a problem.
Well, okay, but urea is the biggest problem.
Sure.
Do your homework on it. If the diesel exhaust fluid market locks up,
Yeah.
it's checkmate. That's it. That's all they got to do.
Yeah. I think they could just lift the regulations on the DEF
You
on
can't.
DEF
You
limits.
can't. No, you
Why?
can't. Because the way these trucks are built, and I've kind of laid this out, it's built into the operating system of the truck.
Hmm.
And then it's not as easy as just doing a computer reprogram. In order to take a diesel truck and do what's called a delete, it's about a 2-day process, and it involves about 4 diesel mechanics per truck, because you got to drop the DPF, the diesel particle filter,
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
You've got to hollow it out. It's a gigantic undertaking just to do one single delete on one single truck.
Yeah. I don't know about
So
the cars and
I do know. I do know. I've lived in a big rig for 6-7 years,
Hmm.
so I absolutely know. This is an absolute catastrophe. The diesel exhaust fluid market, if that locks up, it's checkmate. That's
Okay.
it.
If this continues for another 2 weeks, do you think it's checkmate?
2 weeks, no. I think we'll start to run low. I think price. I did a model with the AIs, and
Hmm.
it was more along the lines of 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay, that's fine.
At 6 weeks, we got a real problem. Now I don't
Yeah,
know about Europe. That's the United States.
yeah. Because I'm expecting. I agree. I'm in agreement with Simon. I'm expecting, just based on this, is that they can. I can see them Iran do a deal with the United States in the next 3 weeks, next 4 weeks. I mean, why don't you? Why doesn't Iran just resume? Like, why are they accommodating the United States further still? Right? Why? Yeah, there's
Because
a
they're winning.
sorry.
When you're winning, they're winning. The strait's closed. They have control of the strait. They're absolute. Every day that goes by, we're one day closer to an economic Armageddon. So they're just sitting there like counting days. Okay, fine. You want 2 more weeks? You want? If we get to the end of 2 weeks, give them another 2 weeks. I mean, from Iran's perspective, as long as that strait's closed, there's no urea flowing.
Right.
China and Russia are on their side. They're going to win. They're going to
Right.
bring the West to their knees.
Oh, okay. So then what happens? Then they're able to negotiate better terms, right? And then all of a sudden, the points that are laid out, America would be more agreeable to, and Israel will have no, they'll have their rug pulled out of them. So exactly what I'm saying is that I think it just further, the longer this plays on, the more it plays into the hands of Iran, which is a rational player and does want to make a deal. If Iran didn't want to make a deal, and they're just making the United States more uncomfortable by the day, I get it. But Iran does want to make a deal, but they're happy to sit until America comes round to making the deal on all these points. And so that's why I think that a deal could happen. And it's really sitting on Trump's desk. He's obviously got it from his advisors, sitting on basically not Trump, but the deep state, the whole of the United States. They know what they need to do. It's up to them whether they want to agree to it or not, and how far they want to go with it. So that's what I think. So I don't want it. I really don't want it. I want Iran to just proper hammer Israel. I want the resistance to get stronger. I want all of this stuff, but I'm just looking at the lots of variables here, and I have to say I am in agreement with Simon and Beatrix.
But I think there'll be a deal at some point too. I think they're going to try to push this as close to the midterms as possible, so that they put America in as much pain as possible. And they've pointed to the midterms. Right? That's not me saying it. Listen to what Iran has said. Right? They've pointed to the midterm elections. Certainly, Russia and China know the stakes that are at play with these midterm elections. I just don't think they're going to take
That,
the
yeah,
foot off the gas until the
yeah.
midterms.
Doug, that's war rhetoric. You always want to hit them at the weak point. Always want to warn them at their weakest point, so they come round. That's just part of the war rhetoric that you tend to say to, oh, I'm gonna knock them out at their, they've got, they can easily be knocked out at the right side of their jaw, not the left side. So you always say these sorts of things as part of your bravado. So I just think Iran is just exercising that, in my opinion.
Dark side, can you hear me? Can you
considering
hear me? Hang on, can I speak? Because I've been trying to get up for ages. Can anyone hear me?
No, we can't hear you. Hey, wouldn't it make it worse for the midterms if the war was to be continued?
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
It'd be
So instead of having
catastrophic.
these peace talks, quote unquote ceasefire talks and these pauses, wouldn't it be worse for the midterms if the war was ongoing?
Yes, sir.
That's my point. Like I just Iran would benefit more with the war still ongoing instead of having these pauses, right? Just
Well,
saying
but
that
the
the strait is
pause, the
closed is just yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
yeah, but the pauses really benefit Iran, right? Like they're not getting pounded, and every day that goes by, they're winning. So from Iran's perspective, every day there's not bombs flying and they're still winning. That's good, right? That's kind of the way I view this. Maybe that's a Westerner's view, right? But just looking at the battlefield, um, as long as the strait's closed, they know, like they have AI too, as we've seen from their videos. They've modeled out what it looks like in the United States 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, what it looks like in Europe. They know. So, I mean, what's their listen? It's not me saying it. It was Professor Marandi who said it. Like these guys are going to bring their system to its knees. He basically said it almost. I know he didn't use those words, but he was outlining that the victory here is economic. That they're going to bring economic catastrophe on themselves. That's what he said.
Yeah, and for me, this is why they are telling them. They're warning United States. Look, the longer this continues, it only hurts you guys way more than it ever hurts us. We're winning. So for me, it just forces the hand of the United States, who have got who are basically providing all the support, the economics to finance this war, right? So for me, that's telling me that the deal is really on the table, and that it's up to United States to accept it from an irrational actor. And what Iran is displaying, as and this is proof, I said this before, is that anytime that a contravention of the agreements that are signed as a result of this war, they can always do the same thing at the Strait of Hormuz. So that's why I think they can get China, Russia on board. But it's just a case of my head is saying a deal will be made. My heart's saying I don't want a deal to be made, and I can't believe how the GCC could stand to Iran to be a dominant superpower. And I've always said this, and I still think that is the case. But because of the fact that China is sort of placating the GCC by all these signed agreements, etc., with them right now, they could sort of quell them for now. But maybe long term they can't. But at least for now, in terms of concluding this war, there are right now. It seems like China's doing their bit. Like Iran is doing. They're waiting. They're waiting it out, and it's really down to America to how uncomfortable they're going to be.
Yeah, look, I think it's all fair points. I just don't think. I mean, where you and I disagree is I don't think that the U.S. calls the shots here. I think they're called by Israel and the Israel lobby. Now, if that changes for some reason, maybe I join your team. But as long as Israel's in charge, they're not going to allow the Iranians to, you know, cut a deal that enables them to get, twice the revenue they were getting before the deal. They're going to be unsanctioned. They're going to collect a toll in the Strait of Hormuz. Lebanon's going to be included in the deal. Their ballistic missile program's going to be rebuilt even better and stronger than it was before. I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. It sounds very, very implausible. If I was telling myself this like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I would say, yeah, it's really implausible. But there are so many variables and data points that just says to me that a deal is on the horizon. And even the rhetoric from the Iranians they've been so accommodating, so accommodating that actually they could negotiate some points a little bit down, and especially with a desperate United States, they could do that. And I think also that this will be the end of Israel long term wise. I mean, Israel has no future. They will try and break the ceasefire, but they won't be able to dare to attack Iran. In my opinion, I don't think they will. They'll just hammer Lebanon, and they'll try and take all of Gaza, and they'll annex all of West Bank. That's all they could do, really. Whatever's in their sphere of influence, they will do. Destroy in their sphere of influence, they'll do. So they'll have to leave Iran for now. And because remember, if Iran becomes stronger, because if the United States are forced to agree, and they may not, because they're treacherous. The United States government, the deep state, they break every single deal. So we'll likely see a lot of these deals being broken at some point. So maybe sometime this year. It's up to Iran to restart. Start close the Strait of Hormuz again, or whatever it is. But they won't do it before the midterms if they make an agreement now. They definitely won't. They'll probably do it afterwards. But anyways, that's for another time. I imagine that's going to be on the horizon for the United States, because Israel will constantly push for them to start a war next year. So that's for me. I believe this. If an agreement is made this year, then I think another war could resume next year, and they'll try and plan another sort of engineer another thing, another sort of attack or some sort of strategy in anyway. But I think because the alternative would be this is the death of Israel, mass exodus happens because they're going to watch Iran become much more powerful. The GCC won't like it either, and they can't allow Iran to be strong, to be powerful in the region. So I think they're all going to coalesce together probably sometime next year and start doing the same thing. So that's probably what I think is going to happen. But for now, I think this could be ended in the next 3 to 6 weeks.
Let me ask you a question, Resistance and Dark. I can't see Dark on the panel, but I heard him and your exchange back and forth. Because I think Dark said it's about Israel controlling this thing about the Strait of Hormuz. There's no way they'd let Iran have the Strait of Hormuz, and I think you kind of agreed with that. What about if there came a scenario, really hypothetically, like right out there hypothetically, that Israel did a deal with, let's say, just a couple of huge companies, like let's say BlackRock was one of them, right? A couple of these big companies. And let's say BlackRock was going to invest massive in the Strait of Hormuz, like proper in the infrastructure to put this process in place and manage it and everything. So Iran would still have the Strait of Hormuz, but a smaller slice of the pie, but then massive investment and stuff. And if that was agreed by these corporations, do you still think Israel would be calling the shots? Really?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I do. Look, I think the first rule of war is you don't arm your enemy. So, given where we are right now, do I think they're going to agree to a deal where Iran gets $2 million a ship that goes through the Strait of Hormuz? I just don't think they're going to agree to that. I don't think they're going to agree to a deal that lets Iran rearm and allows China to bring in new missiles, more advanced missiles. They now know what works and what doesn't work. They've learned a lot. So I
But
just
what if Iran negotiates on those things? What if those are the bargaining chips? What I'm saying is, let's assume all the points you're raising, Dark, and I see how they're like the stumbling blocks, right? Because we think, okay, you know what, $2 million a ship, are they going to allow it? But let's say that's negotiated as the whole $2 million. I'm just saying hypothetically, right? I'm speaking just my thoughts right now. That let's say Iran gets a portion of that 2 million, and the organizations and the corporations that invest in the Strait of Hormuz, that take a slice of the pie, get a portion of that 2 million. Let's just assume all of those things that you talked about are used as bargaining chips and negotiated between these corporations and Iran. Hypothetically, they've come to some sort of an agreement, give and take. Do you really think Israel's going to be able to stop that? These are massive, like literally, you really think still?
well, I think BlackRock and these corporations that you're talking about are Israel. So I guess that's where I fundamentally disagree. But
So, Dot, let
Yeah,
me
I
let
hear
me ask
you.
you a question. When Dr. Marandi said that when JD Vance and Iran and everyone were in the negotiations, they would have to call Netanyahu. Who do you think Netanyahu calls?
Satan.
I don't think that Yahoo calls anybody.
So you,
That's where
you
you and
think
I
you think
disagree.
Netanyahu's at the top of the chain? Have you
I
seen
do.
his net worth? This guy's like middle management, like Trump. He's like,
Well, that's what you know about.
But
But
Doc,
yeah, I mean,
let me ask you. So to answer your point, like the
do you honestly
CEO,
do you think like the top dog is actually a prime minister of a country?
it's such a good question. I don't think he's the top dog per se, but I
So who
think he
does he call?
represents. Yeah, well, he represents the top dogs.
Exactly. Who does he
He's
call?
he's the psychopath in charge.
Well,
I don't know that
he
he
was
has to
he
call
was given the
anybody. I
job.
think
He was given the job description and he accepted the job. And his job was to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. But who for?
the World Economic Forum.
Yeah, and who's the and then you go further up the chain, right?
No, I'm
And
with you.
and
I'm
who's
just
who's
the
the top
question
dog?
is.
BlackRock. Who's the top dog of that? The shareholders, and then you're into transnational capital.
See, that's where you and I disagree.
All
But
all
I
Zionists, by the way,
understand.
Simon.
I don't. You know me. I'm not one to go against the goat. I consider you the goat, Simon. So I have a differing view on this, but I I'm not one to fight you on this.
I just want to say, Dark, Patrick Pion, the CEO of Total Energies, he came out today. He said, look, it's clear that reopening and the free circulation through the Strait of Hormuz, even if you have to pay anybody, is fundamental for freedom of markets and global markets. And that's better than a full blockade.
Yep.
So these are the oil companies that are saying, look, we prefer a toll than any blockade or any closure.
Of course, of
So
course they do.
so they're the
Yeah,
ones that
no
they're
question.
the
What
ones.
do they care about a dollar a barrel that they just pass on to the customer? They don't care.
Yeah, exactly. So they're the ones that you have to listen to, not the Netanyahus or whoever, because they're the ones they make up. They're the big multi-billion-dollar, now almost $100 billion organized companies that can flex their sort of their muscle, their economic muscle. So
True, but
yeah.
remember when Larry Fink and the World Economic Forum tell us they want climate lockdowns and you'll eat the bugs and we want 15-minute cities? That's the real power. So look, I'm still on the Agenda 2030. Like I look at Agenda 2030, this plays directly into what they've told me. And I'm at the point when they tell me something, I listen to them. They're the ones who put COVID together. They designed COVID. This is COVID 2.0. I just look, this is what I see. So I'm gonna stick by my
I
thesis.
Doc, I think I wouldn't be surprised if there's another war next year, right? And we have this repeating itself because they're never going to allow Iran to prosper. That's the reality. Fundamentally agree with this. And no amount of financial calls or whatever it is, or financial data will ever tell me otherwise.
If
Because
they get economic deals with Iran, they won't give a shit about Israel.
well, that's the thing. I mean, I need to see it to believe it, Simon. I need to see it because I just think that they are. Iran doesn't necessarily play the WF game, right? They don't play any of that. So, in my opinion, I need to see it to believe, and I just don't believe they will. I think there's a lot of parties like they look. Turkey hasn't been part of the European Union for a reason, and it's the same sort of thing. It's like they don't want Iran to be part of the big boys club, right? And if they have the choice, so China would never be part of the big boys club. They wouldn't be a superpower, but it happened through decades of globalization, and that's what they and it was
I think BlackRock and who they answer to, um, they want Mossad, they want cybersecurity, they want AI from Israel, they want the Strait with Iran, they want oil and pipelines, and they want normalization between Iran and the GCC, and they want no resistance. And I think China wants the same, and I think America's agreed to it. But they requested, I got to give a global reset to our big oil companies. And so big oil is getting compensated. And Trump and China, um, there's a faction across all these aspects that are on the same team.
So I think they want to kill populism around the globe. We saw that in Hungary. We see that obviously throughout Europe. But the biggest form of populism that you can think of is Donald Trump in the United States. And I think they want to kill it dead. I think they want to kill this movement dead. And I think they want to issue an Agenda 2030. So that's where we differ. I
I
just
think
think
they want JD Vance. Do you agree with that, Darkside?
oh yeah, for sure. He's one of them. That's Peter Thiel's guy.
yeah, exactly. He's a Peter Thiel prodigy, basically.
And I think they want
Great.
Arachi as well.
No,
But
no, no.
the way you
They
kill
want
populism.
Arachi. Arachi is being groomed.
No, I don't think they don't have power over Iran, Iranian politics. I can see certain things, but when it comes to Iranian politics and also the resistance, they're always going to be there as long as Israel exists. They're going to be there. If Israel doesn't exist, they don't have a reason to exist. They'll,
Syria's the model. It will happen in Yemen. It will happen in Lebanon. It will happen in Gaza. It will happen in Iraq.
and the West Bank, because they're basically annexing all of the West Bank, Israel. Do you see what I mean? So I think if they see Iran being prosperous, then you'll see a mass exodus in Israel because they have no reason to.
But that's cool. But that marks the end of resistance.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
if
yeah,
Israel is defeated and Iran is able to normalize and neighbors are able to get on, then
yeah,
resistance is over. And there are people that are addicted to resistance,
yeah.
and people don't like change.
Yeah, and the only way I see Hezbollah being incorporated into the Lebanon sort of infrastructure, military infrastructure, and political infrastructure fully, not like this, is if Israel doesn't exist, because they got no reason to resist if there's just a Palestinian state that it neighbors. They don't need to. And so that's the only way I could see your sort of way. But if as long as this Israeli cancerous satanic entity exists, then yeah, the resistance will always be there from an ideological point of view. So yeah,
But who will fund them? If Iran is normalized, they won't fund them
Iran
anymore.
will
So
fund.
someone
Iran is not won't normalize. Iran will fund them. Like I
normalized
said,
means you've done a deal. You're and the big deal that everyone wants in the region is no more resistance,
no, no, no.
because BlackRock won't invest if there's rockets and strategic tension. They'll just return to the forever war model.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They'll just say if we haven't got a deal, we're back to forever war.
Look. I believe there's going to be a forever war because this is what United States Foundation. If 235 years of United States existence is war, military conflict, then
Yeah,
of
but
course.
they're not in charge anymore. China is.
Sorry, sorry.
Sorry, I
If
said US is not in charge anymore. China is. That's the reality.
it's a multipolar world, it's not just China. But they're going to. This is their economy. That they're a war economy, United States, as well as being a financial economy. That's all they do. They speculate and carry out wars. That's all. That's how they know how to survive only and to be a.
Yeah, but they'll get their war. That's why they regime changed in Hungary, because now they can unlock
No,
Russia's sanction money.
look,
They can get 350 million. They can get Putin for another 3 years. They'll get another trillion out of that. They got the NATO deals. They got 5%. They got the internal police and surveillance state. They got civil unrest across Europe, UK, America.
oh yeah,
They've got the police state. They've got Central and South America. They got Venezuela. Like they got more than enough contracts in the Western Hemisphere, in the
yeah.
Northern
But do
Hemisphere.
the
Sorry.
same with Iran. I don't. This idea of normalization with Iran, I think, is not possible. I don't believe that the GCC and all the parties involved, no matter how much China's placating them right now, quelling them right now, right, will be sustainable. I think there will be another war after this next year and the year. They just won't allow. They won't give.
This is the last one. I really do think so.
I believe so.
I mean, there may be a ceasefire and another one in the new few weeks, and escalate to de-escalate. But if you're right, then we're still in the forever war model. US dominates, and they're using Israel as an outpost for disruption.
Yeah,
But I think we're changing the model, and I don't think China's here to have the same US dominated model.
I look. I can't tell you what China. China may want something, but look, there's a difference between.
China controls the GCC need China, UAE need China, Saudi need China, Qatar need China, Iran needs China,
Hmm.
America needs China, the military industrial complex need China, the financial industrial complex need China, Australia needs China. Everyone in the world needs China. China doesn't do press releases. It doesn't do PR. It doesn't tell you what it wants.
Does
It
trade.
just does it.
Yeah, it does trade deals. This is how it does it. It does trade deals. But look, this is what I'm trying to say to you is in an economy that only exists through war and financial speculation will always exist. Otherwise, they just collapse. And I don't believe that right now in the next 5 years, the United States will collapse. I agree with Darkside to the point they will be very tyrannical going forwards to the nationally, so domestically, they'll be tyrannical and in their sphere of influence in Central America and South
Yeah,
America.
which is not the Middle East.
Yeah, but in the Middle East, but the thing is that in the Middle East, they will leave their foreign policy up to Israel if the Israel exists,
But
right?
if America doesn't control the game, then Israel will do a deal with China because China's in charge.
Oh well, if this is the thing that I personally think that Israel
Well,
exists.
Israel will do a deal with India. We know that, but it will
Oh yeah,
be it, but still,
if Israel
as
does a
much
deal
as
with
they hate each other, China's still in
okay,
charge, and
so
India's the competing manufacturing base.
okay, if Israel does a deal with China, Israel exists, resistance exists because Israel exists. Did you see what I mean? So you're always going to get that equal opposite reaction to anything. So you start propping up existing terrible genocidal sort of outposts. Then you're going to get resistance to it no matter what, and those resistances will find funding from wherever, and Iran will be.
China won't use Israel as a proxy. They'll try and economically contain Israel so it doesn't work for US.
Yeah, but the
And
problem is that it can't exist in this form. They have to have a complete 180 of ideology and
yeah, so regime change it, compensate the real powers financially, And then all the radicals that don't want to be next to Muslims, they'll leave.
the
Um,
problem, the problem
Easier
is,
said than done. I know it's the hardest part
yeah,
of it.
the people there have been indoctrinated for decades, right, to hate Palestinians, and
Yeah, but they
if you
don't
took
they don't have power.
Syria,
The reason they were powerful is because they were state sponsored
yeah,
terrorists.
yeah, but
If
it's
you
hard.
if they're not state sponsored terrorists, they're just a bunch of radicals.
Yeah, I get it, but it's hard to usurp that, right? So for me, this will either you allow that to crumble, allow Israel to crumble, or if you continue, if you prop this up, there will always be instability, and they'll always you will allow the resistance to continue existing to fight this cancer in the region. And so this is what I'm trying to say is that if you drew if by China allowing that, it just makes their job harder to try and, if you're saying they want to remove the resistance and they want to they want Iran to normalize
Remember, Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany was propped up by Wall Street, and the second Wall Street stopped funded it just went through a normalization
yeah,
process.
yeah. No, I agree. But it took, yeah, I get it. They had to go through a world war for that to happen
Blood.
as well.
This ain't no Xinjiang. China ain't gonna be able to put. China ain't gonna be able to put the Palestinians in some re-education camps. Like resistance is always gonna be there. You let the Chinese know. Well, there ain't gonna be no re-education camps.
Exactly, Sully. Exactly. As long as you have this form,
Tell the Chinaman the China model don't work everywhere, blood.
yeah, it doesn't want, when you have these sorts of ideologies so ingrained for decades, right? It'll be very hard. There'll always be that resistance as long as this cancerous tumor is
No,
in
you
that.
hit the nail on the head. As long as Israel exists, resistance will always exist. Because what is Israel but a apartheid supremacist state? Now, if the argument is that Israel is going to cease to exist, okay, let's have a conversation about a world where Israel ceases to exist. But if the claim is that Israel is going to continue existing, but maybe the government will be a bit more left wing, maybe they'll be a little bit more nicer to the Palestinians, maybe rather than giving resistance his house back, they might give him like a little den in the corner of the area. Like that's still there's going to be resistance, right? And I actually believe that if Simon's theory is right, I still believe there'll be resistance because if the GCC become the new occupiers of the land, then they're just basically it's East Israel controlling rather than Israel itself. And so, with Chinese oversight, whatever it is, but if GCC control the land, sea, and air, what goes in, what goes out, what people say, there will be resistance. Now, maybe the resistance won't be as financially capable, and maybe they'll have to do things in a more covert manner, yes, but then there'll always be some form of ability to get some form of finances, maybe not to the same level, but then you're just gonna have to make do. You have to make do to resist in whichever manner and way you will. So I believe that resistance will always exist as long as the land is occupied by Israel or by the GCC or by the USA, Jared Kushner, Donald Trump. Like they'll always resist because this is their land that's been stolen. And while you were not able to ethnically cleanse them, I think there is going to always be that fight for their land. So I think resistance will always exist in Palestine. Same with Lebanon, and same with Iran. I think Iran. Personally, I mean that's in terms of resistance. Now, separate to that, Iran. I don't think they make a deal. My only concern with Iran is, and it isn't because I believe they've made a deal, but it's because remember when the last deal was made, everyone was like, "Oh, they made a deal," and I was like, "Okay, we don't agree that they made this deal," but then we said they were Americans and the Israelis were gonna come back, and they came back. And the thing with Iran is, to their folly, if they do make a deal, this will be a horrible decision, and the Americans and Israelis will come back. So let's wait and see if the deal is gonna happen. But if they make it, I think it's the worst decision they've ever made, because next time you're gonna have to better hope that the Americans and the Israelis make all of the mistakes they made, because you can see now that they're slowly learning, but even then they're not doing it in an effective manner. For example, if the Americans were actually, now it's too late for this strategy, but as an example, as a strategy point of view, what would have been the smart move is to do the real blockade before Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, before before you actually went to any kind of kinetic war. That's one example of a major mistake they made. They've learned from that mistake, but they've done it in a wrong manner because it's too late. But I'm mentioning that to say that next time they'll always learn from their mistakes. And Americans have got this propensity, the American army, because it is a war. It is, as you said, it is a nation that's always been in war. They don't always make the same mistakes again, unlike the Israelis who always make the same mistakes again. So if Iran, I don't think Iran's gonna make a deal, but if they make a deal, I believe it will be the worst decision they've made.
So let's get what's the path to a one state solution then? Like let's say Israel doesn't exist and the whole region becomes Palestine.
Yeah,
If that's the path,
yeah.
then this deal fails, and surely the next step is Iran just pummels Israel, right?
I think so I know I mean that would be ideal, but the problem you've got is you've got the Gulf state partners as well helping. So the issue you got is, I mean, the dream scenario is just Iran meet Israel. If it was just Iran meet Israel, they could do what you said, Simon. They could just pummel, unload on them, and job done. Do you know what I mean? From a, are you talking about military perspective, right? Or are you talking about
Yeah,
general?
yeah. No, I mean surely the step now is like we've all said, okay, the economics, the global
Yeah,
reset, all that stuff. So
yeah,
let's even say Trump wants this global reset because I think he does.
yeah.
And then Iran should use this moment where Trump wants the global reset and the strait is closed and the economics of that's the only time to get Israel and turn them where every single person wants to leave that country.
Yeah. So the issue is with what you're saying, militarily it would be a very bad decision, Simon. I know, like, it looks like in your mind you think, let's just pummel them with 1,000 missiles and that's it, you've won. But if you did that, you would lose the war, though. Do you get what I mean? Because what would happen is, let's say I'm Iran and I do what you said, which is we launch, I don't know, like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 missiles at Israel. Obviously Israel would be physically possibly destroyed, possibly. Uh, some areas it could depend on where they're not going to hit the whole region, because then they could just rebuild elsewhere. But then what would happen is, because you'd blow your load, then what would happen is the Americans would then come with the Gulf states and just bombard you so badly, and you won't have no offense as a defense. And they could just continue doing that, knowing that producing missiles and drones, although drones could be done a bit more faster, but it just takes time. Like, this is, anyone who thinks that happens with the click of a finger, it doesn't. And if you were to blow your load faster, or as what you're saying, just completely blow it in such a short period of time, and they'd have their interceptors, they still got some defense interceptors left. I think they're almost running out, but they still, just wouldn't be a smart decision, Simon. That's why they're doing the method now, which is hit, hit, hit. If they didn't have the Gulf states and they didn't have America, then that strategy would work.
Yeah. So what do you reckon the strategy is then? How do we get to the point where Israel needs to not exist? I just don't
Yeah,
see
I
how we
think
get there.
it's a good question. Very good question. And I never ever thought it was possible, actually. But each day I thought it was more and more possible until the ceasefire. And the ceasefire kind of blew my, but like, popped my, uh,
You're
um,
using a lot of very interesting analogies tonight, my friend.
yeah, you got
Am I
you.
in the right show?
I'm just
Uh,
reading the chat as well,
I'm
and
starting to
I'm reading
wonder.
the chat as well, and they're saying the same thing. Yeah,
You must have either just gotten laid or you haven't gotten laid in like a month.
bro, listen, I'm running these
Been
spaces. I
working
don't
your
get time
ass
for
off,
any.
right, man?
Bro, I don't know. I got no comment for this, but I'm just reading the chat, and they're all on
Bro.
board with you. They're all saying the same thing.
In fact, while we're talking about sex,
But it's
you
because
think if,
I'm talking to these decrepit people, like they don't understand. I gotta dumb down for them, and you know how their
yeah,
mind works.
blowing their load. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got
yeah,
you, dude. I
yeah.
got you. I got you. Well, this is the very reason we will have a forever war here, or we'll have nukes drop. That's exactly my point, gentlemen. There is not a solution here. I would love to hear a solution because I'm so depressed, it's ridiculous. But I don't hear a solution without mayhem and great chaos. So what are we going to do? We're going to pull back every 10 days, rearm. I mean, it's like a video show. And we just keep rearming, getting smarter and smarter. That's a forever war.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice business if you sell weapons, isn't it, Gary?
You
Yeah.
know, guys, you know the Brent and WTI just literally dumped. Like WTI dumped below $90 now, and Brent is 91. It's now climbed a little bit back to 93, but it just looks like all the oil is literally like dumping, collapsing basically. So I imagine that's going to happen the next 2-3 days. You're just going to see $85, probably $85 Brent and $82 WTI, and yeah, West. This is uh, US oil. There is 82, and also West Texas WTI.
Welcome to demand destruction. This is exactly what I was talking about. This thing
Is
will
that what you
drop
think it
back.
is, Gary? You think this is
Oh,
just
bro.
people can't afford it?
Well, Bruce, that is what demand destruction is. People choose not to buy it. That they're turning it off. So that is exactly what demand destruction is. So yeah, it's happening, and it's going to get back into the 70s. And when the price gets reasonable, people will turn stuff back on.
Then why is
But
why are
all,
stocks
all the
ripping, Gary?
all these, well, I think most people are going to interpret this as, oh wow, look, this has been solved. I don't think it's been solved. It may have not as been as big of an issue as people say, but you're not the Hormuz has not stopped, from what I can tell, ever. Right? So we know stuff is getting through. With that and demand destruction, there's just a lot of people over. People are saying that this market is not elastic. It is very elastic, especially the energy markets are elastic, especially when you double the price. We've near doubled the price here in 3 months. So the shock wave, we haven't even felt the shock wave. I can't imagine the shock wave America is going to feel. But let me tell you, the shockwave Europe's going to feel, America's going to feel a shockwave in about a month. I think it's going to shock them. I mean, of course, that's why they use the word shockwave, right? But and by the way, most from from what I can tell, most Americans have no clue what's going on. And maybe that's true in Europe too, but like it does not seem that the world actually knows uh, that there's a problem. So they will when they get the balance of their checks though, because there's no way that in 4 weeks, if not less, prices roll up um, in a way that probably is going to be difficult to roll back, and then we're going to get hit with some other issues. But the good news is this will calm the market down, guys, and it won't just be all hey they're now managing the market. Maybe some people are front running a settlement deal, whatever. But this is just going to be on and off now. But I think crude's seen its. You give these big engineering companies 20 to 40 days to solve an energy logistics issue when it's a $50 spread. Yeah, you got the best minds in the world, dude. You got guys like I worked and learned from some of these people, right? We would literally be up every night, all night. Hey, how do I get these barrels over there? There's an arbitrage there, $20. Hey, squeeze it now. How do I get the barrels into that? So there will be people like you, experts on a particular field, that aren't coming to these spaces, and they're like doing their thing. And I think that's what you're seeing in the price. But nonetheless, we are a never-ending war here, guys. I would love somebody to tell me I'm wrong, but unless someone knocks out a main player on this board, we are gonna be in a forever war. Like you'd be in a forever fight, man. If this was a boxing ring and you're playing to the death, right? That's the problem. The problem is they don't do that here. They just keep playing.
I don't see how they're going to knock them out
No,
because
dude, I don't believe. I think nukes show up or a bit something other event. Okay, they're going to need to pivot with a new news story, just like Ukraine's kind of gotten lost. We're a world war, man. It's a big. This is COVID 2.0. Period. Like they tried to kill half the people on this planet, man. Okay, it's the same actors. Wake up. Like, if I didn't have the COVID thing, this is what shocks me, okay? We had the COVID thing. We know they're criminals. We know it was a planned, orchestrated deal. And we're still having to argue over whether there's a really evil thing here going on. I mean, for God's sakes, dude, this isn't going to end. They didn't end it the first time, so they're going to try to end it now. Whatever this play is, I think it's a lockup of humanity. And they're going to start it in Europe. They want martial law everywhere. They're probably half the people are probably disappointed oil prices coming down. You
Yeah,
watch,
it did look
you
like
watch 90 days, UK will have a forced freaking curfew. I just think it's coming so fast. They will curfew people. You can't leave your house after such and such time. A
it did look,
country in Europe.
Gary, on that, it did
Yeah.
look like Trump just tried to get oil back up again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, if you're if the story you guys spin is correct, and you know, I'm not saying that I agree that it's correct, but if Israel is the big bad boogeyman and everyone else is his puppet, then it's kind of game theory that they have to go all the way. If that's true, because they have been exposed and there's too much coming out. And by the way, it's been a decade. They've probably been doing this a decade, excuse me, a century and or less, but you get my point. Some guy dying on his grave at 80, some girl that was raped that's 76, that, you know, I mean, people are going to start talking more and more and more and more and more. There's just too many people involved, right? So I think we just keep having, and this will be the really sick part, I'd just like to get the fight up and out of the way personally, because this is just dragging on and on and on. There's money in the dragging on and on and on.
Simon,
Question
can I
is,
ask you
how
a
long? The
question
question
quickly?
is, how long are we going to be on these spaces 24/7 in the forever war, Gary? Are we here forever?
Well, I hope not, because these spaces they're helping a little bit, but at some point, people are gonna have to put on their fucking pants, walk into the real world, and start, you know, um, ensuring the system feels more pressure than they do right now. Uh, dude, the amount of Americans, and I just spend a lot of time with Yanks, man, and maybe I'm an American, so I can be critical of us. Dude, your apathy disgusts me. To all of you, it disgusts me. I can't believe this, man. Thought we were champions. Um, but Europe's getting excited. Okay, like, how long is it going to take Europe to be in total civil unrest? I don't think you can put this thing back in the box now. Okay, we have peace. Fucking Europeans don't care. They're still paying $12 a gallon, man. You see, we kind of opened up the holy grail of shit. Is anybody else depressed? Because I got to tell you, man, I moved from being just depressed to angry as shit because I don't see solutions here. And then I start blaming you guys. Hey, they don't talk about solutions, man. They just talk about the problem, which is kind of true. Um, but we got, like, I need to know an out. And I just, every time I play this Rubik's Cube, this is what I feel like I'm doing, like playing a Rubik's Cube, and I can never figure the bloody thing out. Like, hey, no solution. No solution to your stupid question.
Gary, United States
Yes,
is
sir.
50 years old. It's this year, right? And 235 of those years, the United States have been in conflict because all conflict is profitable. All wars are bankers' wars, and war is a racket. Your famous Colonel Smedley Butler, as Andrew said earlier today in the space. I just don't see how the United States does a 180 on its complete history and becomes a peacetime loving country. It just isn't built that way, unfortunately. I mean, look at the PMI data result, and it's at what 56 or something now. The ISM, so business cycle. So it's saying that you are becoming more industrialized slightly. The business cycle's picking up. This is from, I think it's a March data. So what's that telling you? It's probably going to be it's a war economy sort of. I think the pickup is more than anything else. We'll see by the next print next month. But let's see what happens with that. But it just looks like now, with the money printing that you're doing, with the businesses that you're doing for this war, you're increasing your oil sort of exporting 100 and whatever empty uh, oil vessels are coming to the United States right now to be filled up. So this is I mean, this is what all the market sees. It sees these sorts of this sort of data. It's not seeing our picture of the state of the world. But I just think that also, I think there is a good agreement to be made. I think the market, for me, the S&P, the Nasdaq, they're making all-time highs, almost about to make $1 or $2 away from all-time highs, 1 or 2 points away, 5 points away from all-time highs. Oil is basically tanking now, and you call it demand destruction. I see it as potentially the markets. I mean, I just heard a report from Iran saying that they are back to 85% operation. And the same, I heard another report from Kuwait. They're back to something like 90% operation from the oil facilities. I'm thinking that not much damage has been done, and they could just quickly turn it on and go back to, if the war can conclude and a deal can be made. I think this could be reversed, and I think that's what the market is reading. These sorts of reports. These are the oil traders that are reading those same reports, and that's why you're seeing a dumping rather. I don't know. I don't have your experience, Gary, so I'm just only looking at it from a trading point of view. So
Well, look. Let me be clear. What I said. I have no proof, except Indian restaurants. Many small restaurateurs are not turning on their propane because they can't get it or it's too expensive. Uh, there most certainly has been some demand destruction, and maybe they know something about another peace treaty we're going to have for 22 minutes that I don't know, and they're selling it. But I suspect that if you add also the logistics capability of oil and finding solutions, when people look at this and say, "Hey, 20%'s offline," it's like, bro, there's 50% that was never online. Okay, there's so much energy. I'm telling you. Okay, there's energy. I will live to see the day of $30 crude oil, and unless I die tomorrow, um, and every one of you guys will see crude oil at $30 in your lifetime, if not below. Because look, these kind of price shocks do one thing: they take every invention ever thought of out of the closet. Every invention that couldn't clear 65, but it needed 92. Every project just got dusted off the file out of every private equity firm, every inventor. This is why energy will always be in this low price band. Even this is actually really phenomenal story about oil and an open market. And the market is open because, look, you can't constrain it. Presidents of countries are trying to constrain this, and it's not working. So that shows you, oh wow, if you have a proper market, yes, the prices have gone up, but they haven't, gone stupid. I mean, $200 is a very, very big difference in 90. And nonetheless, we'll see if the rest of the markets can play out. you know, if oil comes down, you're going to see these stock markets explode. I mean, how could they not?
Well, that's what's happening, Gary. So the oil markets are literally dumping. I mean, I think it's going to be sub 90 this week. Just looking at the chart structure, there's a head and shoulders pattern on US oil, which is the spot. On the I'm looking on the 4 hour, but that's really been very accurate, to be honest, from what I from my understanding of the oil market, and the pricing and where it's heading. So I think there's a head and shoulders on that, and so we could literally dump to like 70, 75 just on that. Um, uh, yeah. So this is the
Just to
major.
let you know as well, I'm just looking now. A lot of the prediction markets are claiming that the war's going to end by tomorrow. 80% chance.
Wow, wow. I mean,
What
they
size
must
chance?
know.
18 or 80?
80, 80.
Oh wow, that's a
Wow.
monster.
I mean, this is why I'm seeing
You came
massive
here and
dumping.
got us all depressed for nothing, Gary. It could be over
Dude,
by
dude,
tomorrow.
look at
And
this.
then you're
See,
like,
but
you
no, I
speak
showed
for
up.
15 minutes in the
I
most
showed
depressing
up.
way. And then you say, is anybody else feeling depressed? And I'm like, well, now I am. Thanks, Gary. I wasn't up until 10 minutes ago, but now, yeah,
Oh,
I'm
you
right
weren't?
down in the dumps.
Oh, I didn't mean to, you don't have to, take any of my fucking depression, but I'm happy now. See, because of what I did was I came out here, I was authentic. Wow, I'm a little fucking depressed because I don't think there's a solution here. By the way, I still maintain there's not. This will be temporary, but you give the oil, this is my point, you give the energy guys plenty of time to do redundancy, it will happen very quickly. That's my point. And I think that's where we're at. I don't think we're going to have peace tomorrow morning, but we'll see, man. I hope we do. It'll
Gary
be
wants some
awesome.
hopium. He wants some helium, but it's stuck in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, most certainly. Now, one of the things I have learned,
Someone in the chat is saying, Gary, you made me buy a lot of toilet paper. Will you help with the refund?
dude, you can send me that toilet paper at a 90% price of what you paid. Bulk it up, send it to me. I'll buy it from you 90 cents on the dollar right now. It's got to
You
be
sound
big
like China,
volume.
always trying to get discounts off poor all around.
Well, no, he's going to have a problem liquidating a large supply of toilet paper, though. Can't just jump in and
Gary
purchase it.
got 300% on his toilet roll since COVID.
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, okay. If you got $1,000, go buy a book, learn about yourself, then buy some food in cans that last forever. Hopefully, they weren't made with GMO. Buy some rice, dry rice, and a couple of guns, some ammo. What else? Toilet paper for sure, dude. None of those things, okay,
Gary,
expire.
what am I going to do about my energy? What am I going to get? I got candles here. That's about
You're
it.
gonna rub yourself, okay? Okay, you're gonna rub yourself. You could calm down a little bit, by the way, Simon. You could rub yourself a little bit. You've been jacked up all day. I've been listening to you.
Oh,
Man,
were you in the tunnels?
Simon's on one tonight, man. He's jacked.
What about yesterday as well, Simon, with
I've
Matt?
kind of I've
Oh
kind of
my!
had to pull away a little bit just
Yeah,
to
no.
like uh
No,
but
when I lose the plot, I just kind of come off for a bit and say, "Hey, this isn't who I want to be." And
yeah, no, but listen, it's look, there's a lot of stuff going on. So uh
Simon, you don't need to defend yourself. Honestly, this is, these are really pressing issues, and you're just voicing your own opinion, and it's not like you want this or anything like that. So I wouldn't listen to any of
Yeah,
these
but
people.
if any of us on that note, but if any of us are going off the rails, which I can easily go off the rails, it's totally cool for somebody to interrupt me and say, "Hey, man, let's talk about the birds and the bees." I'll get the point. Um, so we should anyway. Yeah. So does anybody believe this is going to be over? I mean, who's voting on the 80% there?
Yeah,
I
I
am.
mean, look, look. There's something in the market. I've always learned the last 12 years to trust the markets. Show me the charts and I'll tell you the news. And that news, if I didn't know what's going on in the world, I think, oh my God, things are really good in the market. Things are really good in the world just by looking at the charts. And that's all I can say. And that's sort of, I've always played by that sort of philosophy when trading.
Usually smart, man. Totally right.
I don't think it's going to be a forever war. I don't think it's going to be over tomorrow either. I think it's going to be a little bit longer of a bumpy ride, whatever that feels like and looks like. A few little stumbling blocks, a little bit more, back and forth. But I don't think it's going to be a forever war model,
I
to
mean,
be
Beatrice,
honest.
they've got look. The Americans have now got the dossier on their table. They know they've got the full however many thousands of pages that Iran has written and redlined and everything. Now it's a case of what can they agree, because they went home and they said, look, we're not going to agree, blah blah blah. But now they've got it sitting there. They know exactly Iran's position to the fine details. So it's up to them. They can study it. They can look at it, and it's up to them to decide whether they can. That's doable for them or not. It sounds like from what the American side is saying, it's done, and then or at least they're making a deal. And I agree with you. It may not be tomorrow. It may be, but it just looks like there seems to be some sort of like for them for the doom and gloomers. There's war. There's a light at the end of the tunnel here. We can see. Whereas like you asked me a few days ago, there's absolutely no light at the end of the tunnel.
Beatrix, we got our team's getting bigger. We got a new recruit.
We have. It's getting amazing. We're in the majority now, Simon, anyway. So, you know what I mean? We're in the majority
I
now.
have no idea what y'all are talking about. It
I think
seems
we're in the
like
minority. We're in the minority.
there's
Oh my
a
God, we're
inside
not.
joke that I'm not invited to.
Oh, Gary, look.
Sully, do you believe these fairy people and their little daydreams about this ending, or are you like me, more cynical?
What? Me? Yeah, I'm with you.
Yes.
I don't think it's gonna end. I don't see. It makes no sense to me that it would end like.
Why would Iran think any deal we presented tomorrow
Why would
would be a
Israel
deal?
allow any deal to happen?
Totally.
Why would what's his name again? Trump send all those KC 135 tankers there? Why would he send country? I can't remember who it was, and I think it was Israel. Um, like all those things happening seem like something's gonna happen. And these prediction markets, I gave the information, but I don't agree with like they're right. Because as an example, the prediction markets before the war happened said there's only 20% chance it would happen before February. I think it was like 10% chance it happened before February or 15% chance it would happen before February, and
And
I kept on saying
and
it's gonna
Peter
happen.
Thiel can own that market, Solomon, as well.
Sorry?
Peter Thiel can own that market if he wants on his own.
Yeah, exactly. And so yeah, I don't mention which one it is because I don't like promoting those guys. But the point is, yeah, you're right. So he could be manipulating it himself all on his own. So it's like 10-15%. It said, and it ended up being it. I don't think it is. I know Trump said it's the end of the war, but I think he's just manipulating the market again the way he is. Only thing is, why would he manipulate it downwards and then announce that the sanctions are back on Russia and Iran from Saturday at the same time? Like, why would you try and manipulate it both ways? Or that doesn't make sense to me. But maybe one of you two can explain that if he was trying to manipulate. Um, no, I still think this is going to continue. My only concern in the back of my head is the only way this doesn't continue is if Iran makes the error of agreeing to all of America's demands. The other possibility is America bends the knee completely and agrees to all demands. But I just don't believe that that's going to happen. So that's the issue. I don't see America raising the white flag. So, for example, we went through each of the elements, and I just think the ballistic missile program is something that they could never agree to. Like he can sell it to his people, so Trump could be like, "Oh well, we don't need to negotiate the ballistic missiles; they've got none left." But the thing is, like Israel would never allow Iran to have such a ballistic missile program. The GCC countries, I've always been a big believer that they are under the control of the United States of America. And I think that Pakistan deal just adds even more to it. The fact that Saudi and Qatar gave Pakistan $5 billion to stop them going to China tells you that they're not all working under China, but actually that's to keep Pakistan within the American purview as opposed to the Chinese purview. So I don't think things I think things are a bit more like complicated than what's going on, and I think I think the war is going to continue anyway. I'm saying all that in a roundabout way to say the war is going to continue. What do you think, Gary?
Well, I'm with
I,
you,
I,
but we're going to be called an echo chamber if I talk. But
yeah, it was me and you. Everybody else. We're the resistance now. These guys are literally like
they're
they've
all.
got the growth now. They've got everyone on their side. So it is what it is. Rahul, jump
Let
in.
me, yeah, let me chime in, Suleiman. So and this is just my opinion, just based on everything that's being said and what's in the news, some of the markets and stuff, and just perhaps a hunch and the tone of Professor Marandi, who was always cool, calm, and composed. So I reckon, number one, there will be a deal now within the next couple of days between America and Iran, if only to hold some kind of a ceasefire. However, I don't believe that there's going to be an end to the greater war. As long as there is an Israel, there will definitely be conflict. I also think that we should not discount, as uncanny and silly and inane as it is, we mustn't discount this very strong, stupid sentiment to this conjured expression of Christian Zionism in the West, in America. And somehow that plays itself into the political decisions. I hear what Simon and others say about the fact that Netanyahu, is a manager, middle manager, and he would report, of course, to a Peter Thiel or whoever that billionaire class is. I hear that, and there's a lot of validity to that. However, I wouldn't discount this Christian Zionism stupidity that plays itself into the politics. So yes, there will be a deal, is my prediction, perhaps. But that will just be for a ceasefire, but the war will definitely continue. That's unfortunate, but that's my opinion. Thanks.
Interesting. So you think there is gonna be a ceasefire agreement, possibly an extension to the ceasefire, but at some point the war will come back again. Is basically what you're saying. Mays, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Hi guys. So I watched a pretty interesting interview with Jonathan Pollard, and what I found out, and I know that we've heard about the Samson option. However, the Yom Kippur situation, when Kissinger decided to delay the weapons and the I guess the re-up for Israel, apparently they this is him coming out of his own mouth. Now, if you guys do, for those of you that don't know in the space who Jonathan Pollard is, he worked for U.S. military intelligence, but he was a spy that gave very sensitive information, detrimental information to Israel. Well, anyway, when in this interview, because he's running for the Knesset, by the way, guys, in October 2026, he basically said that it was because Israel threatened America with unconventional nuclear weapons that they decided to send the big, I think it was called Operation, shoot, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But then they sent everything. They sent literally a one whole month of just sending all this stuff to completely resupply them. Now, I couldn't help but wonder, like, what was it about Nixon at that time that didn't like there has to be something deeper going on. Like, our country is in complete and utter like servitude, it seems, to Israel, whatever it is. None of the presidents post John F. Kennedy have really been able to call it out for whatever reason. Like, there's something deeper going on. And by the way, a lot of Jonathan Pollard was also involved in Iran Contra and had a lot of information about the United States side that he knows that, like, basically that's kind of one of the reasons why he was also let go and allowed to go back to Israel. But I just wanted to get you guys' thoughts. Did you guys hear about this? This was news to me, and I thought I would come share it with you guys. But there seems to be something bigger that's going on that, like, I mean, and when we watch Trump many of us are marveling, like, what the hell is going on? Like, why would he be doing these things? And completely, like, I think the biggest sacrifice for him is his own reputation. And he's completely, like completely sacrificing that because he doesn't care about much, but he cares about that. Um,
You
Narcissist.
really think he cares about his reputation, Maze?
Well,
Have
I
you
think
heard
that.
some of the things he said before? Have you heard how proud he was of some of the statements, the grotesque statements he made before? He
He's
doesn't
his
care about
ego,
his
yeah.
reputation. He
Well, his
lies through
ego.
his teeth. It's not, it's his narcissistic personality. And
Well,
he's
that's the
doing
thing.
this to fill his pockets. He's not being blackmailed for no Samsung option. They floated this out before about the Samsung option during the genocide as well. That, oh, this is why America has to keep funding because Israel said it's going to use the Samsung option. It's nothing to do with that. He's filling his pockets up. It's a deal for him. He's playing the role of looking like some kind of deranged, beaten man and contradicting himself the day after the other. It's very, very, very calculated what he's doing. There's
Well, I
nothing
agree
more to
about the
this.
pockets thing. And matter of fact, I'm glad you brought that up because, so I'll just say though, there seems to be some sort, because I feel like if I were the president of the United States back in Nixon's time and like they dared to threaten to, fire new, why wouldn't they have, I mean, to me, you don't cave to Israel in that situation when they're vulnerable. In that, I guess maybe we can just leave that on its own shelf and whatever, assess that later. But about the whole financial thing, lighting his pockets. So there was some big controversy. Simon, did you hear about this? The whole world, Liberty Financial today with
Yeah, massive scam. Yeah.
yeah, that's crazy. So I don't know what the results were, if they lost, did he lose a lot of money or have you guys talked
No,
about that?
he pulled 150 million using his own token shitcoin that he created as collateral, and just rug pulled again. He's just stealing so much money from people. Like, honestly, he's just well, I mean him. I say his family. They're just complete grifters.
Yeah, so I think they got like 75 million for a bunch of like
They've made 385 million in fees in liquidity fees on a token that his family created with Steve Witkoff's family.
holy shit.
And then he took the shitcoin, and then now they borrowed 150 million against it that just drained the entire liquidity. Like,
So, guys, because I am very much in. Yeah, I mean, definitely is. He's enriched himself in this entire situation a lot. His entire lineage would be the way to say it. So I have put a poll up on the YouTube, and I put a poll up on my X to find out where people are. Do they think there's gonna be a deal or not? I thought most people would be with Resistance, Beatrix, and Simon, but lucky to tell you, they're not Sims. And up to
I told you we're
now,
minority. I told you, Beatrix, we're
yeah,
minority.
you're massive minority. 20% say yes, 80% say no, the war's not going to end. And then on X, I know what's happening. I don't get why I got such low votes on the poll. Like, normally I don't get it. Is it deboosted or something? It's weird. But how can I only have 38 votes in a poll? That's like impossible for me normally. So that's strange. I don't get what's happened with that tweet. But according to that tweet, it's 63% no, 37% yes. So most people don't think the war's ending, Gary, actually. So we're in the majority. We're just the minority in this panel.
I think, Suleiman, it's because you put the poll, right? You're not exactly like an independent third party. And I think that's had a
It's my
massive
chat we're talking
influence.
about. I thought you were like, oh, the chat is my crew. They're all my Sims. Well,
No,
what
but then I
happened?
haven't been on there for a bit. I haven't been on there for a
Beatrix is
bit.
cool. We're in the minority. They're all mainstream.
even though
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
your
actually, that's
Sims,
right. That's right, Simon. Actually, yeah. You know what? We're the silent majority, really, to be honest with you.
no,
That's what
all
we
it
are.
is, I'll tell you what it is. Even though they're your Sims, they know when it comes to geopolitics, who's the real one, and they're like, okay, we'll sim for this chick or whatever. and we'll keep her happy. But when it comes down to it, we get the geopol from Suleiman. That's what it is, Beatrix. Exactly.
It's not.
Sully,
It's
Exactly.
Sully, you got 1,000 views and it's only 38 votes. How?
It makes no sense. Yeah, I've never had that. Like normally when I put a poll out, it gets like it gets thousands of votes. It makes no sense unless it's like you know where it's like takes time because even there's 11 comments. How can there be 11 comments only 60 votes? It makes no sense. I don't get it. That's never happened to me. It's probably some
That
glitch or
never happens to Mario.
well with Mario. Yeah, with Mario. Yeah, Mario's completely botted, so he's a totally
It's
different
all
situation.
bots there.
Huh?
Yeah, Marius is all bots. Let's
Yeah,
be honest.
but I don't get why I've only got 60 votes on there. Normally, like when I put a poll out, it gets like 10,000 votes, like minimum 10,000. Anyway, I don't know. We'll put it out there. We'll see what people say. But it is weird. Um, what do you call it again? I was gonna go to
If I can, just real quick, ask a question of clarification on this last issue. What does the war continue mean
oh my
exactly?
God, Doc, you've got to fix your mic.
It's
That
the
sounds like
Daleks.
you're
The
underwater.
Daleks.
What are you doing?
I'm outside walking my dog, Queen Elizabeth Pembroke Corgi, and so sorry if my mic's bad. But that's
Oh, no,
the
at least
question
we
I
can hear
have.
you a
How do
little
you?
bit now. You'll just have
Queen
to speak
Queen
up.
Elizabeth, Doc. I thought you hated the British
No, no,
monarchy.
no. I'm an Anglophobe. Half my family is
You are,
Irish or Scottish.
huh? You got the
Oh
deep
yeah.
state going on. I thought it was all the Brits that was doing all this.
Well, that's how I know that we have some shame as citizens of the British Isles. So we're
Doc is the
descendants.
crown. That's how he knows.
I like the Queen. I think the King's an idiot, but I always did. So
Don't say that about our king. I like our king. What are you talking about?
we don't
Right?
bow to your king. It's okay. He's
Uh,
just a
Trump
uh,
guy.
likes it. Trump likes
He's just
King.
a man. Yeah. And Biden shit all over the callous.
Don't
No, but
say
that's
that
the
about our
question.
king.
If we have a poll, the war is going to continue or not. What's the war, quote unquote? What's the war? I mean, my position, not that it matters. My position is what's happening in Lebanon is not going to stop, irrespective of what America and Iran decide to do. And if that means the war stops, that's my vote.
I hope that's the case, actually, Doc, because I want Israel to be weakened and constantly the people there to leave. And if they're under constant conflict and they don't get any respite, then they will leave. They're 95% of them are dual citizens. They will all leave, or a lot of them will start leaving. And then that project implodes. That colony implodes. So that's great.
I think this Lebanon stuff's got a chunk more time to go. Yeah.
So, Doc, what are you saying? Are you saying that it's possible Iran would do a deal without including Lebanon and Hezbollah?
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to include Gaza either. Where that's something I thought should have been a red line. You know, if there were four red lines talked about, I think there should have been a fifth. And that's a two-state solution. Saudi supposedly agreed to that, demanded it. So yeah, I think that should be part of it. But all the economic interests that Simon controls, they just want a deal to get the oil flowing. The larger issues about the desire for the Zionists to conquer that part of the world, take the land, destroy all the countries around them, make them, states that are failed states. I think that's going to continue.
And Doc, it sounds like you're in a rough neighborhood.
Doc's not very in a good rough neighborhood, bro.
No, it's
He's walking his dog, bro. Do you think he's in a good neighborhood? He's like prancing about in his shorts in like LA or
this is
something.
let me tell you what, this is a really really nice neighborhood.
Yeah, yeah. So we
Yeah,
got a
sounds
super
like
chat.
it. I can hear the sirens, Doc. Don't take it easy. It's all right. We know, we know.
We're
Yeah,
just keep putting the bad people out. That's all.
yeah. So we
Is
got
there
a super.
kosher? Is there kosher restaurants there, Doc?
Well, yeah, I'm in Los Angeles, of course.
Okay, to try and for the fifth time try and bring the conversation back to politics. We got a super chat from public. Beatrix, don't tell my fellow American what he can and can't say about your king. We aren't Sims here. I mean, that's just completely false. But what's interesting, I just seen a comment by Avi, and he seems quite defeated. Remember, he used to come up and kind of debate with Simon about Simon's position, send a lot of super chats against Simon and his position. But this time, I wrote, "Is Iran winning the war? And is Iran war ending this week?" Um, Now he wrote, "Trump and Israel won. We all got effing played. The coup in Iran, the coup in Iran was successful, and China effed with everyone. That is if the ceasefire happens." So it seems like Avi's kind of capitulated to your position.
He's not capitulated, Suleiman. He's been giving it deep thought for a long time. We've been talking in DMs, and this was all his own thinking because he used to send me stuff. And yeah, it's true. I don't know why you're laughing. It's true. And like share his thoughts. And I used to think, yeah, you know what, this is making sense. And sometimes I'd ask a question. So he's not capitulated. He's given it deep thought, and it's not what he wants, but it's what he's acknowledging is happening. That takes great courage. And so bravo to him. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, basically I had that as a white flag raised. So bro, listen, I'm telling you the war's not over. I'm telling you now the war is not over. Um
But I never said it is
Are
over,
you
and
sorry?
neither is anybody else saying it's over. What they're saying is that whether it's now in 2 days' time or whether it's a week's time, Israel will make a deal, and it will not be everything that we have seen as a wish list. They will concede quite a few things. And that's why we're like asking,
yeah.
I'm asking, do you think, you heard me ask Doc, they'll concede the resistance or Lebanon? He said yes. And look at resistance is persistence says I couldn't bet on the fact that, if I was a betting man, which I'm not, I couldn't bet on the fact that they would definitely include Lebanon. Brother Hussein says they would, but then we were
No,
talking about this.
Beatrix, they'll include Lebanon, but I just wouldn't believe that if anything happens, if the Israelis will break a ceasefire, then that means that they'll close the Strait of Hormuz in that scenario. But they will include them, and I think it's a pretty achievable to do it. But I think that Israel will just break it straight away, like the
What would
next
they
day.
include? What would they include when you say they'd include them? What would they include? What would they
I just said
say?
no conflict over Lebanon, and they're going to say, yeah, don't worry, we already agreed with the Lebanese government, so that's a null and void point, anyways. So if either way, whether it's the normalization with Israel or the agreement that Iran is doing with the United States, Lebanon will be covered, and then it's up to
Wait,
United
wait,
States.
wait. That's really drastic, though. You're saying, right? Iran will take in these ceasefire negotiations. You're suggesting they will take America's word for the fact that,
No,
so that how they're going to accept the fact that we've got an agreement with the Lebanese government. If they accept the fact that there's an agreement there with the Lebanese government, we know it's a farce. We know the Lebanese government just want to get rid of Hezbollah and disarm them.
yeah. No. What I'm going to say is the American government will agree because they say, yeah, don't worry about it. We'll agree to yours because we've already signed an agreement with Israel. Lebanese government signed an agreement with Israel on our turf anyway. So we'll agree to that point, and that's what they're going to do. That's how they do it. They say, yeah, so it's double counted basically.
No, they
No,
wouldn't
they're
agree
not.
to it.
What they're going to want is the disarmament of Hezbollah.
They're not. That's
That's
not going
what.
to happen. That's not going to happen. So that's not. That's nothing to do with Iran disarmament of Hezbollah. That's for them to sort out that disarmament of Hezbollah. What the agreement between the United States and Iran is Israel is not allowed to attack Lebanon, and that's what Iran is going to impose as that as part of their agreement. And they're going to agree, and they're going to say, yeah, that's fine because United States and Israel,
Okay, and
Lebanon
then
and
what
Israel.
happens when Israel breaks it? What happens when
That's
Israel
the thing
breaks
I'm
it? Do you
telling
think
this.
Iran goes all in again? Do you
No,
think?
that's
Okay,
that's where I say to you, I'm not a better man, and I wouldn't want to think. I don't believe that Iran is going to start war or close the Strait of Hormuz for Lebanon.
that's
I
it.
don't believe
Yeah,
that.
I
What they're
agree.
going to do is they're going to just completely fund uh, Hezbollah more so than ever because now they've got all the networks through Iraq and Syria, really, and then they're just gonna just give them as much as they want, and to just fight the battle with support Hezbollah to fight the battle with Israel, and that's going to be good for us, for the Palestinians, and bad for the Israelis, because they're going to get no respite whatsoever, especially with those drones and those missiles from Hezbollah all the time.
And what if part of the agreement that they sign says that, you know what, Lebanon's not a part of the deal, Israel won't hit, but then obviously Israel breaks the ceasefire saying, and Iran does nothing. But what if part of that agreement is that Iran won't hit Israel in any way or fund any resistance? Iran's funding to resistance will stop, and
No, I
in
don't think they'll sign that.
return, in return, Iran can be prosperous and have all these deals and, you know, have XYZ concessions.
Then the war
Then,
goes on. I don't think they're going to sign that. The war goes on. I don't think they're going to sign that. Based on what I heard from so many people, Iranian people, they're not going to sign that.
yeah, but the Iranian people aren't the decision makers, are they?
And
I
Professor
mean, really, to be
Marandi
honest with
and
you,
Kalibaf, they all said it. Even another general I heard,
yeah, but
we're never
Ghalibaf
going
said
to
he
sign.
wasn't even talking to them, and then we found out he's freaking got a date with them in Pakistan.
That's a fair point, Beatrix. Actually, that's a fair point. I'll give you that.
So let's see. We have to be honest about these things, right? It's a
Yeah,
harsh
yeah, yeah,
truth.
yeah. No, no, fair point, fair point. I look. I just don't believe that's going to happen. I don't. I think they're going to stand. I know the people are not representative of the government. I know it, but I would hate to see it, but I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't. I think they're going to. They're not going to sign to disarm or not support the resistance. They're not going to do that.
Hmm. Let's see. Someone's got to give in. Either Hezbollah have got to say, okay, fine, we're downing arms. It's the Lebanese government, and none of these things, I believe, are going to be like Hezbollah's not going to down their arms.
So, Beatrix, do you think
Oh
now
my
that
God!
we're
Don't
on
come at me like
opposite
that,
ends of
Suleiman. Why are you
this,
coming at me like that? Go on.
now that we're on opposite, just to mark the very big red line between
It's the
us.
blue line
It's
between
not. It's a red
Lebanon
line.
and
It's
Israel.
not blue. It's a red line. It's full of blood and red. The color of emotions and disagreement.
I have to sit between these two. Look, I'm in the middle of this.
Oh
Simon,
my God.
you could be Pakistan, bro. Right? I'll be Iran. I'm dealing with the US of A and Israel. So
Simon, you're supposed to be on my side. What are you talking about in the middle of it?
No, look, you put me between these two.
Israel's not even backing you up. Mate. We know which one's it is.
I
Pakistan. So I
accepted the
told you.
co-host, and I thought I was
No,
going to
no,
be on the
exactly.
right, but
Pakistan.
it put like when I accepted the co-host, I thought I was going to be on the right, but it put me between you two.
Exactly. And you're at Islam and you're just proving your Pakistan in this analogy
We all know Simon's on the left. Come
because they
on, we
play
all
all
know Simon's on the
sides.
left.
So he's proven he's Pakistan in this scenario because they play all sides. So coming back to it, Beatrix, based on our very severe and significant disagreements, where you're on one side and I'm
You're
completely
so dramatic,
on.
Suleiman. Like,
I'm just letting the audience know you don't represent. We got totally different views on this. I don't want to be taken
Did he
down
call
with the
you
shit.
Beatrice?
I don't want to be
It
taken
sounds like
down
he
with the
called
shit.
you Beatrice.
Yeah,
Beak
she
with a
does do.
K? Beatrice? Is that what was that what you said?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I just want the audience to know we don't, we have totally different opinions on this. Um, so Beatrix, based on your opinion, what's do you think that Israel accepts Iran to have nuclear enrichment at 3.5%, allows them to have ballistic missiles, and allows them to have equal control, at a minimum 50% control over the Strait of Hormuz? Please answer.
It's a trap, Beatrix. It's a trap.
Oh, don't tell her. Oh my God, Pakistan, what are you doing? Now we're sending his military forces to Saudi, bro. This is what I mean about these Pakistanis.
I don't think Israel's.
I'm Kashmir.
Oh, then you're the oppressed, bro. Then you're the oppressed.
I don't think Israel's a decision maker on this, Suleiman. To be honest,
Well, answer the
um,
question. Please answer the question. So you say no, Israel will. You said Israel will be forced to allowed to accept it.
I didn't say forced to be allowed to accept it. So I see something, and I have no idea. So I'm guessing. I'm not an expert in this at all, but I see something that gives some rights of the Strait of Hormuz to Iran. But then Iran's also happy, to allow some of these big corporations. I gave an example earlier, like BlackRock, to invest in the infrastructure there and stuff, and have a piece of that cake and stuff. That's going to be part of their progress. So I think they'll cut deals. And I don't think ultimately it's like Israel. When you say Israel, you mean Netanyahu, one man. So I don't think he'll have a say in that, really, to be honest with you. The military stuff you're asking me about, Suleiman, in terms of will Israel allow this, then no, of course they won't. So I don't think they will, and I don't know how that's done. So really, there are some difficult points in like the distance between them in terms of what they agree, but that's what the negotiation's about who's going to give what concessions, isn't it?
So to clarify, because we're trying to understand your opinion, are you saying your opinion? Are you saying
You're so rude.
are you saying that United States of America is gonna make this deal, ignore Israel? Let's ignore the fact that JD fans had to report to him and call him during these negotiations. Ignore Israel and make a deal without them.
I don't think I believe all of this, JD Vance reported into me and stuff. I think a bit of this is drama, to be honest. I think they're all on the same page, but I think this is deliberately being played out so that, we think Netanyahu's the fall guy for it. And I don't think it's Trump making the deal, for example. So it's not about whether or not, America makes it without um Israel. I don't think Trump's ultimately the decision maker on this. I think he's actually no, I do. I honestly do. I think everything he does is by design. And initially, I used to think he's trolling or he's gone crazy or he's contradicting himself and stuff. There's so many get out clauses he's got lined up, depending on what he wants to pick on what day when he wants to announce a deal. I always told you I destroyed their navy. Look, it's gone.
So
So
then,
basically, your opinion and resistance opinion is basically the same as Simon's, essentially.
I mean, look, Sully, I've always felt that it's not like Netanyahu who's calling shots for Israel. It's a partnership of convenience. I've said this for the last
What
three,
do you
four
mean
weeks I'm on
partnership of
here.
convenience between who? I don't
So
think
it's between
Netanyahu's calling the shots.
the
Like
banks.
I
No,
don't
no,
think
no.
that either. But who is he calling the shots for?
Okay.
This is where we
So
disagree,
the
right?
military
Because
industrial complex, the
okay, so you think
banking
it's the
system,
military? Simon believes it's the military industrial
banking
complex as
system.
well,
Yeah, yeah. So the banking
and
system,
the
the military
banking
industrial
system.
complex, and the
Yeah, yeah.
Zionist lobby, right? And
So
the
this is where
CIA.
this is
So
where
let
I
me
disagree
just
with you guys, right? Because Simon doesn't think it's the Zionist lobby. Simon thinks that the Zionist lobby is used by them, by the military industrial complex, and in instances the financial industrial complex in order to achieve their goals. I'm saying he actually listens to not the Zionist lobby, but the Zionist powers is probably the more better way for me to say it. And so, oh
who
crap.
listens to? Who listens to?
Netanyahu. So
Oh, right. Yeah, Netanyahu.
Netanyahu is just the represent. Like this, I think Simon
Exactly.
said
He's
it
a
quite.
face.
Is
He's
a
a mask.
spokesperson for them. So
That's it.
Netanyahu for me, I've been like saying this for 3 years. Like I never blame Like I don't blame Netanyahu for the in. Obviously, I blame Netanyahu. But when people are like, "Oh, Netanyahu is doing this to stay out of prison," I'm like, bro, like, do you think it's that?
Yeah.
Like that's
No,
so lame. I don't think that's the case.
I
What
agree.
I'm saying is sorry, I think that he's a representation or a representative or a spokesperson or the project manager is probably the better way of saying it. He's the project manager of the Zionist oligarchs who
Yeah.
basically decide everything for us, is basically my position. And
Yeah.
so I don't even know why we got that. You were going to say something. Go ahead.
So basically, the partnership of convenience is the reason why it's called for me. I call it a partnership of convenience is because everyone profits from this, right? So the banks, the military industrial complex gets funding from the Senate to fund this war. The banks finance the war. They print money out of thin air, so they make money, and then all of a sudden through debt and issue debt, and the Zionist lobby they get to further their colonialist ideology the Zionism, so the Zionist entity gets to further their colonialist ideology, the Zionist ideology, because the other two parties, and then the CIA also gets to spread their influence in that, which is the deep state. All collectively are the deep state, and to help to further Israel's goals. Until that doesn't align, the partnership is not convenient, then they just extinguish the Israel project, or they just defund it for the time being until another opportunity arises where they can make more money and through wars and whatever. And in this case, they'll use the design
Yes,
Israel
your
as
position is the
the
same as
war.
Simon's position, basically. Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, and I just I think we've had this conversation sometimes, but obviously I disagree. I think that money is obviously people have an urge for money, but for what? In order to utilize that money for power, for your ideological goals, or whatever it may be. And so like I know you shouldn't say, oh, don't use your own example, but for me, like I want money in the sense of so that I can use that money in order to achieve the goals that I have in life. What are those goals? To impact society, to mold it in the way that I want to mold it, to direct it in the way I want to direct it. And the more money and influence I have, or the more money I have, I'll be able to have more influence in order to do that. And so for me, money is but a means to it's what money is. Money is a product utilized to purchase something. And so for me, it's merely ability to purchase power. But what is the power for? So power could be what? Power for power, but power is for to achieve your goals. And so what are the goals? So for me, it would be, making sure that's a pro-humanitarian society, make sure there's peace in the world, make sure all man is happy and good with each other, make sure there's no oppression. And if there's any oppression, we use that money to highlight people, to highlight, oh, I messed this up again, to highlight this oppression's occurring. So that would be the example of that, if that makes sense. Resistance.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I just think that there's some entities that where a partnership of convenience exists, and in others, I just think it's less so. Like Iran and the Axis of Resistance, it's more ideological, and that's where
But
I.
here's where you have to add to that. So that's you at the individual level. Now join a mafia. The mafia has a very strict governance structure that means you have to keep contributing money to the mafia. And if you don't contribute money to the mafia and you become a more and more useful asset, then you get whacked. And your ideology goes out the window at that point because there's a self preserving hierarchy and governance structure to ensure that you're always contributing to the mafia.
Okay, so let's take the mafia example, right? So, what is the goal of the mafia?
The mafia is money and power. Like,
What is the goal of power, though? Why does the mafia want power?
why do they want power?
Yeah.
To maintain and preserve the hierarchy that they've got. They've got the power. They're in charge.
So the reason the mafia wanna basically have money is to exude power. And the reason you're able want to exude power is to have influence over things and to direct them in the way that you want to direct them based on what you want. So
Correct.
like for example, the head of sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh
Go
no,
ahead, Tom.
carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So like the head of the mafia, if you look at like a lot of these mafia organizations, initially, you'd be like, oh, I'm just giving like a very basic understanding of it. But like you'd be like, for example, you own your street, right? You own your street, you run your street, and then you grow more power, and then you run and control um and every decision that's made on the street, you need to authenticate it. Therefore the decision making and the direction of that street is based on what you do, and you accrue more money and power in order to keep that control and keep the direction of the street you want. You could have the street as a very authoritarian street. You could have it as like, oh, guess what, we're chill actually, as long as you pay there's the vig or whatever, we'll be cool with you. It just depends on each mafia group has a different way. And then you grow and grow, and then from your street it's your little your village, and then from your village it'll be a town. From a town, it's the county, from the county to the country, to the country to the world, is precisely what we're saying. And then this big mafia group is trying to do that. So I don't disagree that the mafia in this context is always attempting to accrue more money and more power. But that money and power, the goal of it is because money, or you can only do so much with money. And what do you do with power? It's to maintain the control mechanisms and to
Yeah, I
direct the
mean,
country. Sorry, go ahead.
and that's the thing. It then becomes so. Look, I liken it to a company. Like once I started a company for ideological reasons. I wanted to change the financial system. Then I needed investors. Then I needed staff. Then I needed to onboard more and more suppliers. Then I needed a license. And now all of a sudden, um, my ideology required, okay, now I need more board members. Now I need to have a policy statement that makes sure that I can't mess things up. And then the regulators say, you've got to add this, you've got to add that, you've got to, and then the bank says, we're going to shut you down if you don't do this, and this. And all of a sudden, you end up with a self preserving structure. And I work for the shareholders. And if I don't produce enough money, my staff ain't going to get paid. And now I have a responsibility like a family to to make sure that I'm preserving the structure so that everyone gets paid and everyone gets what they want. And so it becomes a preservation of a governance structure that everyone has to contribute to. And if someone gets out of line, we got one team member that's not contributing and not bringing in the money or not bringing in the, then my duty is to be a good, to have to make sure that I get rid of that person and that they're not a leech on the company. And so this is the same with all of these governance structures. And this is the same in the mafia. Then someone comes along and has a power play and they say, hey, Simon's a shit CEO. I'm going to take the seat. How do I get these people to collude in order to try and take the power over? But the structure still remains. And it all becomes about preservation of the power structure. And then you're like, okay, well, Jeffrey Epstein came along and he compromised all of my staff, and now he's blackmailing all of us and he's trying to take over the structure. And then he whacks me or he goes and puts a hit job and you just end up in this power structure that is controlling the United States of America, the entire collective West, and everything's about preservation of the structure.
Yeah. Interesting point. I think people have heard both of us kind of give our positions on this, but I think people see like our different perspectives. And to be honest, a lot of the panelists, weak learnings like Resistance and Beatrix, are on your side now. So obviously your position is more. Even Avi's messaging in it saying we yield to Simon's position. So Resistance is like, guess what? Like this is my. I'm like, yeah, bro. That's why you repeating Simon's position back to me, bro. It's like anyway, jokes, jokes,
You
jokes.
need
No,
you
no,
need
but
Ryan
Sully,
Dawson.
Sully,
He'll slap
I've
this
been
down.
consistent.
Yeah, but
But Sully,
Simon, when you have like the majority shareholders and the people you hire in your quote unquote example, they share the same ideology you have. I mean, how does that work? How does that
No,
play into
I
this?
work for them. Like anyone that's run a company, you end up working for your staff, working
But
for
when
your
you share the same
regulator.
ideology, Simon, for example, like all these corporations, all these quote unquote mafia that you're talking about, what's their ideology and who are they? Can we name them?
Um, yeah, I mean, I could name what I think this power structure looks
So
like.
who's the head mafia? Who's the top? Who's the top
The
dog? Who's the shot?
shareholders,
Yeah,
the
who? But
shareholders
there's
of
got
the
to be
king.
one. But there's got to be one person that's calling the
No,
shots. It
because
can't
each
be.
each each no, it's designed so that no one person can take down the whole structure. That's the whole point.
All right, fine. Who are the
So you
top
could
five
just
guys
not.
then? I guess.
Well, they're all corporate entities, and
Okay,
those
so
those
who's the
corporate
group of
entities
people that are calling?
diversify.
Who? Okay, Simon. Who's the group of people that are calling the shots?
Well, you just change the executives of each part of the ecosystem. So you've got the asset managers, you've got the investment banks, you've
But
got the
let's
military
just start with
companies, you've
some.
got the oil companies.
Yeah, yeah. But let's start with some names. Names.
Okay, well, the king top of the chain in terms of corporate structures is BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard.
Okay,
Let's start there.
Larry Fink. Let's start with him.
No,
Okay,
he's an
what?
executive. That means he's
Okay,
just a manager.
okay. So who's
He
his
works
boss?
for the shareholders, and the shareholders appoints the board.
All right. So who's his boss? Who does he answer to? Since he's only an
He
executive.
answers to his shareholders and his board.
Okay, so let's. Who are the shareholders?
The shareholders are other corporate entities. And so you got Bank of New York, you got Merrill Lynch, you got BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, you got the Gulf Sovereign Wealth Funds, you've
So you're
got
saying
China, you've got Singapore Sovereign Wealth Funds, you got the Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund. You've got a series of governance structures, and each one of those answers to their shareholders. And each one of those has their own power hierarchy, and it goes up the chain. And everyone has policy documents and all sorts of stuff where no one's allowed to go off on their own ideology. And if you go off on your own ideology, then you get regime changed within your own hierarchy.
so you're saying that there's about several hundred people that are calling the shots for what's happening in the world, right?
I mean, so if you look right now, the existing power structure, it used to be like, the Rothschild power dynasties and various other things. But now you've got this very sophisticated technology, ETF, and capital markets at BlackRock that are winning the game. And they're kicking ass right now. They've got $14 trillion they can allocate, and they got $25 trillion of all the most important money managers in the world that are using their technology, and they can use their AI in order to scenario plan a series of events that moves capital that then goes down to all of those different structures and board members, and they all make moves based upon what where the capital is and what they need to do to preserve their value.
All right. So, but there's no names you can name whatsoever about like some of these
They
examples.
change. No one's too
But
important.
current names, just current names. You're saying they change. Okay, fine. So current names right
It's
now.
all institutional structures. So BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard.
Well, no,
Um,
names of individuals. I meant not
yeah,
the
but
actual.
they're not important. The individuals are not important.
So the
So
company
if
is
in
making
okay
calls,
in
but the
in the
people are. I'm
case
so confused.
in the case, sorry.
No, I'm just so confused because then who like so you're saying okay, I get it. You're saying that these
So I'm
companies.
I'm the I'm the major shareholder in a bunch of companies, but I'm not important enough to be able to dictate everything. Because it's designed with diversification in mind. So you don't have one shareholder that dictates, other than the founder. But then the investment bank over time makes sure that the founder can't mess up the company. And so they keep selling more shares to more investors, and then they find more people that they want to be involved, and then they appoint a board, and then the board has an investor committee and committee after committee and hierarchy after
But
hierarchy
that's the thing,
to ensure
Simon.
that no ideology takes over the core goal of making money for shareholders.
Okay, so how are calls made? How are things executed? Who gets together? Who votes on who? That's what I'm trying to figure out because you're.
Capital. You as an organization, you need capital or your share price is moving. You need to make decisions based upon what's happening to your share price, and what you need to do in capital. Then suddenly you're like, I want to increase shareholder value by getting this media asset or merging with this bank or that. And then that's what makes all your decisions. And you have fiduciary duty to shareholder. And then you answer to your asset manager and your investment bank. And then you need some debt. And when Elon Musk needs some debt, he says, hey, JP Morgan, I need to borrow against my stock. I need $54 billion in order to acquire Twitter. JP Morgan says, well, we want, in order to make this loan, we're going to add all of these different conditions. And guess what? You're our bitch now because I can crash your share price in the derivatives market. And if you don't do as we say, then your net worth is knocked right down, and your options ain't gonna expire. And by the way, if you get really out of line, we're going to tell the world that you're a pedophile and that Jeffrey Epstein is you went to the island. Like that's how it works.
I'm not Simon. I'm not disagreeing with you on how it works. I'm not saying like that doesn't work like that. I'm all I'm trying to say is okay. You're saying the names change all the time, and fine, okay, that could be true. But I'm just saying, I would like some examples of some of these names, these higher ups or these big shareholders, and I just want to see what their ideology is, what who they are. Because the thing is, like, we can't just say like, oh, the shareholders. Okay, but who are the shareholders? I want to know who they are. Who's the top shareholder in Vanguard? Who's the top shareholder in
I
BlackRock?
keep
Like
I
these are the
keep telling
names.
you. I keep telling you. Everybody has shares in corporate structures. Individuals
But that
are just
okay.
part of a corporate structure. I own shares in like 500 different companies.
Are you the top
Um,
shareholder?
I'm the top shareholder in the company that I founded. But
Yeah,
I'm
that's fine. But
but
we're talking about
as you go up the chain, you get diluted further and further. And then whenever you get some VC funding, they bring in another five VCs and you get diluted further and further and further. And then eventually you go public and then you got thousands of shareholders. And then you got the institutions and you just go further and further along the line. But the largest asset managers are BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, the Gulf Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Singaporean Sovereign Wealth Fund, and a bunch of shell companies for China, India, and state sovereign level. That's where the real money is. The real money is at the sovereign level.
okay. We're just gonna go back in circles, and I don't want to derail the space, but all right, no problem.
Appreciate it. Great conversation, guys. Let's go to Veritacity.
Yeah, Simon, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay, great. And Suleiman, thank you so much for bringing me up. And Beatrice, great to hear you guys. Yeah, I think first I want to say, Suleiman, you're exactly right. I totally agree with you. This is not a war that is going to end anytime soon. I think it's very similar to when you were saying, well, war is coming, war is coming, war is coming. And you had the chorus of people, oh no, there's no war. It's not really going to happen. These are the same people who are now saying, they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. No, it's a total miscomprehension to see that this is not
Suleiman, did
something.
I say a war was going to happen?
No, he's talking about. Yeah, I don't think he's talking about you there, Simon, unless I misheard. I think he's saying that, the 2 months before the war started, I kept on saying, war's coming. And a lot of people were saying, not you, a lot of people were saying, oh, he's fear mongering, he's just doing it for clicks.
Right,
I think he
Okay,
was
exactly.
but
talking about that.
just for clarity, I said a war was coming.
Got it,
Okay,
got it.
sure. All right, that's one thing that you were right about, Simon. Um, because we had an argument last, and it was the same preposterous argument you just made.
Who was the only one on this space that said Hamas would accept a deal?
I don't know.
Simon said it.
Okay, I'll give
Who
you
was who
credit,
was the
Simon.
only
I
one
give
on
you
this?
credit.
Who was the only one on this space that said in the next 2 years we'll end up with a scenario where the US's presence in the region will be significantly depleted.
Well, I don't know if you're the only one, but I certainly think you're right on that point, and I give you credit for it.
Yeah.
Oh my
So,
God.
but you just said I
You
got
came
one. I
up.
got one thing right.
Oh,
No,
now
no,
it's
he
two.
came up to criticize you, and the first 2 points we raised, he conceded on both of them.
No,
Like
I'm not.
seriously, Veritas, you sound like Jonah's brother, man. You can't defend now. You can't stand your ground.
You want him? He want to bet. But anyway, in all due respect, I do want to make this point, which I think Suleiman also is right on, which is I don't think this war is ending anytime soon. And the reasons I don't believe that, one has to do. I do not. It would what would be required would that Iran would have to essentially throw Lebanon under the bus, and that's never going to happen at this point. That's the first point. The second thing is. So, oh, by the way, Larry Fink is a Jew. Okay, I'm not afraid to say the Jews. So, just our Lebanese guy, I appreciate his effort to try and crack
And
the.
who does Larry Fink work for?
Yeah, he works for BlackRock, but the fact that all
So
of the
he's got a
major.
job. A Jew's got a job. Wow.
It's not every Jew, but if you're going to say it's the military industrial complex, oh, and it's BlackRock, and not even, you seem to be afraid to mention the names, the Jewish names that are at the head of all these
Yeah,
corporations.
because I'm not stupid enough to say that everyone that comes from a religion is acting as one group. And there's it just because a bunch of Jewish elites screw over a bunch of Jews that are at the bottom of the chain, that I would collectively push everyone together and collectively punish one religion for the acts of a few psychopaths. I'm just and because I'm a Muslim, I also follow the definition that Allah actually teaches us about the Jews. So I don't collectively punish like that.
Yeah, I don't collectively punish either, but the Jews, by the way, it's not just a religion. It's an ethnic group
Oh,
too.
please.
So,
Oh, but no, listen, Veritas, we're not going there. So, like,
well,
make the point.
let me make my final point, which is I agree, and I want to ask input. I want to ask input from Suleiman, from Simon, from you, Beatrice. So the other reason I think this war is not coming to an end, Iran will never throw, thanks be to God, will never throw Lebanon under the bus. And the other part of it, and I'm open to criticism, but I see that Netanyahu, right, desperately clinging to power. The two that are keeping him in his position are Ben Gvir and Smotrich. And the people who make up that coalition are, they call them settlers. I call them terrorists in northern Israel. Okay. And these are the people that are going in and attacking and beating and killing Lebanese farmers and invading and attacking. Okay. Now, Netanyahu is desperate to
And
hold
who do
on.
they work for?
Who does who work for?
Who does any politician work for in the West, and including Israel, in a quote unquote democracy? And don't
Uh,
say the people.
no, you're talking about corporations. So listen, I don't
No,
have
no,
a
I didn't say corporate. They work for their lobbies. They need funding.
Okay, okay.
So
Let me
who are
get.
their lobbies? Who's the biggest lobby in Israel?
I don't know.
The military industrial complex.
Okay, which is led by
Which is the
Jews?
most which is the
Is
most
that is it led
sorry?
by Gentiles? The military
No.
industrial complex in
Yes it
Israel?
is. Yes it is.
Oh yeah. Well, who? What are their names? What are
The
their
vast
names?
majority of shareholders are not Jews.
Oh, shareholders. Oh, that
Yes.
argument again too. Listen,
Well,
we
no, but
just.
it doesn't change what's correct or not. But you're saying that this is Jews for Jews, and they own all the shares and they rule the world, right? That's your
No, I
position.
haven't said that. I haven't said that.
Well, what's your position then? Why do you keep bringing up Jews?
I'm not afraid to mention the
Yeah, but what's your
fact.
position? How
My
many do Jews own the entire U.S. stock market?
No, but who are the leaders of
Who
the
owns
of?
Lockheed Martin?
You're going to find Gentile names everywhere.
No, you're
Who's
going to find
calling the
majority
shots?
gent. You're going to find
Who's
majority Gentile
Yeah.
names.
So who's
You're going to
calling the
find
shots?
minority Jews.
Okay.
I've looked.
I don't want to get sidetracked, but
I
just
know
I'm
what I
trying to.
know what I know what a bunch of people that read like Hitler propaganda back in the day are going to tell you.
Yeah. I don't. I don't. I don't accept Hitler,
No, I know, but
evil
I know
person.
where everyone got their stories from those Soviet Union and Hitler propaganda back in the day, and I know what its purpose was. And I know that those stories are re-emerging right now, and everyone's not looking at the cap table of these companies. And instead of actually looking at the cap table, you're believing what someone told you that the Rothschilds still rule the world and that the Rothschilds own the Federal Reserve and it's incorporated in the City of London. Guess what? It's not incorporated in the City of London, and the Rothschilds don't own it.
So
So look,
yeah, I
listen,
haven't said all that. Let me
Okay,
just
okay.
kind
Listen,
of my
very
final
not
point.
because it's
I
just
just want to.
you keep diverting, and I want to ask Simon a question from a super chat.
Okay, but can I just my
All right,
final point?
concisely without
Yes, absolutely. I don't want to
specifically
be
about the war.
sidetracked by Simon. And the other part of that argument is
No,
that
no. What's your question?
no, but Netanyahu
Okay.
is the one who is calling the shots for the United States.
Mm,
And because he needs Ben Gvir and Smotrich,
mm.
he's not going to surrender the idea of Lebanon. That is something he will not give up. And because he won't give up on that idea, this war is not going to end soon because Iran, thanks be to God, and inshallah, Iran is going to stand with the Lebanese people. That's my point.
Cool. Also, it wasn't a question; it was a point. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's because of Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, but I don't think he'll. But the other part of it, I agree with. Super chat, Simon, on what you were speaking about. Um, Someone said Simon never talks about Class A voting rights in big corporations that are kept by the owner, like Zuckerberg, who keeps minority shares but total control. So I guess they're talking about, like, for example, do you remember like how TikTok, if you look at TikTok ownership, the CCP had a minority ownership, but then they had these Class A voting rights, which kind of showed that they had control over it. They talk about that, Simon.
Yeah, absolutely. You have voting shares, you have non-voting shares, and there are majority shareholders that have more power in every single company. But once you get to the investment banking level, once you're public, the shareholders want you to have fiduciary duties to them. And they put in all sorts of mechanisms to make sure you don't go off on your own path and start doing crazy stuff because you're an evangelical Christian and you want to return the Messiah. And if they do, they're going to sue your ass for misappropriation of funds.
Mm, cool. Joe, what Joe
Yeah,
decided to turn up? Like Joe, guess what? We've been running a space, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
John
yeah.
has been in the tunnel.
It was my birthday today, so I was
Oh,
out
happy birthday, my bro. How's it
celebrating.
doing? Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
a guy has a life. Sorry,
Oh,
uh,
bro. How old are you, Joe, now?
Happy birthday, Joa.
a big milestone today.
50.
Yeah,
Happy birthday, man.
Oh,
50.
happy
That's
thank you.
birthday,
awesome.
my bro. Joe, oh, you're bare old, bro. You make me feel
Yeah,
so young, blood.
Somebody
yeah.
told me there was confetti in the tunnels. That's what was going on in the tunnels then. You're celebrating your birthday.
That was everyone's
Joe, have you been
celebration.
drinking?
A little bit, but not much. Like a sangria. That's it. Glass of sangria. I don't drink very much, to be honest, but I'll drink on special occasions.
That's a chink drink, isn't it?
Well, it's also a Portuguese and Spanish drink, so they all men and women drink it. But yeah, in America, it's a chick drink. Um.
Go ahead, Joe.
Anyways,
Happy birthday, bro. Hope you had a good birthday.
thanks. Simon, I wanted to ask you because you said something and it kind of struck a chord with me. You're like, okay, um, Larry Fink works for the stockholders, right? They vote, but no one's voting when they tell when they vote for Larry Fink. There's nothing up for a vote that says let's invade Iran, right? There's not a single shareholder that's making
Correct.
that vote. So how are they making the decision on we're making a deal with Iran, everyone's in on it, or at least some of the people are in on it, and that's not even a vote that happens. You
Oh,
there?
what's happening? Sorry, my mute button has a delay on it, a lag on it.
Yeah.
It obviously doesn't work that way. You signal in your World Economic Forum. You give access to capital. You have BlackRock Aladdin technology that gives scenario planning. You have ETF allocations and passive flows. You can use derivatives markets in order to scenario plan. And underneath that, there's a whole structure of hierarchy. So at the level of Lockheed Martin, you have a board, and that board has access to intelligence. Those intelligence have covert operations. Those covert operations have relationships with all sorts of assets in every single country. And you just go down the chain and you can signal where you want the war, what the likely spending is. And so the Pentagon then says, all right, we've got cybersecurity and artificial budget to go over here. We got this type of equipment that goes over to here. And the lobby goes down to the government and says, we'd like the money allocated over here. And you have a game of influencing things in your direction. And now you're the financial institution. You have the hedge funds that hedge the position. You know what the covert war is trying to achieve. And you have a position that profits from both sides when things go wrong. And you manage your portfolios accordingly. And you have a network that keeps going down. And then BlackRock installs all the board seats.
Okay, but in that scenario, okay, the military industrial complex, so like like Lockheed Martin, for example, they might have operatives in the government that push for war, right? They could even have covert people in Iran or wherever to make things happen. Everyone else is reactionary to the models that you're talking about. They're not making
Correct.
decisions. So it's just so in your scenario, it's just the military industrial complex that are making the decisions and pushing things down the
No,
track.
it's the finance that determines it. It's the access to capital that is the big boss. And the military has two sources of financing. One
Okay,
is the
but they don't make
Pentagon.
the
One is
decision.
Pentagon.
But what is the mechanism of how they make the decision that we're going to invade Iran, for example? Because I can see if you tell me
So
Lockheed Martin has people lobbying.
you buy
That would
Congress, you buy Senate, and you have an agenda. Look, I'm not obviously in these games, but when I worked in investment banking, there would be
Mhm.
pitches that were put forward of different scenarios that could happen,
Mhm.
and how you can get, how you can make this company public, that company public, based upon opening up and liberalizing certain countries. Now, we know from the IMF level and the Bank for International Settlements level, if you read like Confessions of an Economic Hitman, one of those economic hitmen, John Perkins, explained exactly how this works at the IMF level. And then they need access to capital. That capital goes through the intelligence network. The intelligence network goes up to the military corporate level. And then they need to plan all of the different workflows and resources that they need in order to fulfill that goal. And if you don't have all the access to the complete supply chain that's needed, then you have another portfolio of companies that get you all of those goods, and you have this portfolio approach of signaling up. But obviously, within each structure, if you're Jamie Dimon in J.P. Morgan, you have access to a different level of information, and then you have insider information, and then you have talking around. That's why I've always said
Yeah,
it's not an
but
organized
insider.
cabal. It's a power struggle to try and knock others
Yeah,
off the top of the network.
yeah, but from okay, there's another player then from what you're saying, and I agree. Okay, military industrial complex has a motive to have war, so they probably have people they pay in order to push for war and things of that nature.
Yeah, like
The
Lindsey Graham will fulfill an agenda that's put forward.
Yeah,
So he'll do the whole rhetoric of what they want to happen for Israel and various other things.
okay,
Then you have your APAC networks. Then you have all that shit.
yeah. The Fed, or the IMF more so than the Fed, um, has the power to increase inflation in certain countries, which always follows, which always supersedes war. Right? Any country that has super high inflation always winds up in a revolution or a civil war or a war with its neighbors or something like that. Typically, when you get into double digit, triple digit type inflation, right? So they also have the power to do it.
Yeah. So for example, Iran. Let's use that as as an example.
Yeah, we saw it.
Okay. So who was involved in deciding whether to destroy the currency?
We
Well,
saw it. We saw it in Turkey too when they tried to overthrow
yeah,
Erdogan. Right.
yeah.
We saw it in Libya. No, sorry, we saw it
Yeah. So
in
those
Lebanon
those those
as well.
conversations you're allowed to have at the boardroom level when you're in military operate when you're at the military board, right? But the real
Well,
conversations
here I'm
are
saying
had
this
at the
IMF.
intelligence, yeah, the
That
real
I'm saying.
yeah, probably. But the real conversations are had at the intelligence level with the quote unquote deep state. Now those are unaccountable, or the level of accountability that exists, and they're in a mafia network. They are the mafia. They integrated the mafia into the government. These people, but they have henchmen. Everyone has their henchmen, right? And Larry
Mhm.
Fink is just a henchman. Netanyahu is just a henchman,
Yeah,
and they all have different levels.
well, here's the thing, Simon, is from what you're saying, I can also apply that to Israel, right? If Israel has like the APEC has all these senators that they're paying, basically the same thing the military industrial complex is doing, right? They would have people within the within the system in order to support certain initiatives that they want to support. So I think you have three power struggles. You have the IMF, you have the military industrial complex, and then you have Israel.
Yeah,
So
correct. But
Israel
but
is
then Israel is just like UK, US, the West. It's a bunch of
it's
private companies with shareholders, with a BlackRock ETF
but no, it's
and a
not
whole
only
hierarchy. Because
the
it's not nationalized. It's not like a monarchy like Saudi or anything.
yeah, but
It's
I
just
think it's quite
a
different when
lobby.
you have a government, okay? When you have a government that was started by two terrorists, right? Begin and Yitzhak Shamir, okay? One assassinated a diplomat that saved 30,000 Jews because he said the Zionists were going crazy and massacring people, and then he tried to join the Nazis in fascist Italy, which they rejected him, right? Because they said it was on the same side because he wanted the Jews out of Europe. The other one bombed King David Hotel. Those two get together, start the Likud party. Likud party's been in power more than 75% of the time since it started, which is in the 70s. You have Zionist Americans who donate money to AIPAC, who then AIPAC communicates to Israel, and we know that because we have the communication from Jonathan Greenblatt of, oh, we need to come up with another idea, just like we did with the other brilliant ideas from the past, because we have a TikTok problem. So obviously they're getting funding from American Zionists to make decisions to then pressure Congress, which we've seen because they've tried to pass laws over and over and over, and some of them they actually passed, right, in order to shut people up and censor people in order to get their way, right? So while I don't think Israel has control, they have a lot of control. I don't think they're they're the one that like leads the dog, let's say. But if money is the player, then the industrial military complex is simply using the same thing that Israel also uses, right? And you have a party that's been in power for 16 years, and even prior to that, 75% of the time it has been the Likud, started by two terrorists who were the only ones who actually wanted revisionist Zionism, which is to expand and not have a border from its very beginning. They're the ones who brought Jabotinsky Zionism to the forefront. Even Rothschild, when Rothschild made the deal and with the Balfour Declaration, he didn't want he wanted the Jews to integrate. He didn't actually want this separatism, right? That didn't exist. These two fucking terrorists, sorry, Beatrix, these two terrorists are the one who started this thing, and that's who's running it. And I think they have a lot of people psyoped into it's because we're fighting for our people. But no, they actually have a belief of expansionism. It's maximal expansionism. That's what revisionist
Yeah,
Zionism is,
so I
and they're
agree,
using the same. They're using the same mechanism. So neither of us,
but
neither of
I
you are
agree,
wrong.
I
They all
agree with
use the
all of
same
that.
mechanism.
But I agree with all of that power structure.
America's for
And
sale, and
yes,
it doesn't
exactly.
matter if it's Israel or it's a military-industrial complex. They could all be wanting that. They're all going to
Well,
profit.
they are because they all have shares in each other and they all profit from war.
Well, I don't know who Israel has
But
shares
then
in, but I think that's
no,
different.
Israel doesn't. Israel doesn't give itself. It's just an extraction vehicle for wealthy people. It doesn't build national assets. It just privatizes. It just takes all of its companies and puts them on the Israeli stock market. It uses the democracy neoliberal privatization model that the IMF does with all other countries. Like it's not maintaining the value within its own
I
sovereign
I
wealth
get
fund.
that, but you have said you don't think it's Israel, right? And I didn't either
No, I'm saying
until this decision with America. So then I
Israel
try
is a
to apply
layer,
it.
but Netanyahu has to call someone.
Uh, who do they have to call?
I think previously they had to call the equivalent, let's just call it Lockheed Martin, in their decision making, which is who pays for a bunch of stuff. They'd have to pull a bunch of tech executives. They'd have to pull the local wealth that funds, the local agendas. But at the top of all of it, at the very end, is financial institutions, and the most important ones are listed on the UK and US stock market.
Yeah, but you just said you've been in boardrooms when they play out scenarios. So those are being reactionary, right?
No, but you know how the whole scenario planning works. You have your NGO networks, and then you push out. You call it a think tank,
Yeah,
and then
I
the
get
think
that.
tank is just pushing forward a corporate agenda that receives a budget from a company, and so that's where you push out the different scenarios you're looking to get implemented.
Yeah, and they bring in the resources just like anyone would, right? They bring in the resources to make certain things happen. But we don't know whether the military industrial complex is the one leading. It could. Israel,
The thick is
Israel,
everyone needs capital. Capital sits at the top of everything.
yeah, but Israel has capital guaranteed.
Yeah. I think a great conversation. We'll definitely continue this on. We are wrapping up. We will be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you have your notifications on. I've got a tweet in the nest. It is the Professor Marandi interview. I think it was amazing. I think it gives you insights into what's going to happen in terms of the negotiation, what's going to happen in terms of whether there's going to be a deal or not. Tomorrow we've got Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis coming on as well. I'm lined up a couple of more interviews as well, so make sure you're back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. Will the war end? This is going to be the question tomorrow. People think it's going to end tomorrow. Let's see if it does. I don't think it is, but many on the panel do believe it is. We are going to be
Oh my God, nobody said it's going to end tomorrow. We said there's going to be a
already
dip.
they're backtracking already. But anyway, the tweet is in the nest. The tweet isn't in the. Oh, I thought I got it all right, and I forgot to put it in the YouTube comment. But come across there. It is golden, and yeah, we're all coming across there. So we will be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. I'm also just before 2 p.m. Eastern. So everyone come to the Professor Marandi interview. Even if you watched it, still support it. Watch it again. Much love to Professor Marandi. Lots to learn from him on that interview. I'm going to watch it again just because like when you're interviewing, you may miss certain things. In addition to that, we have cool. Ask your question again tomorrow, and we'll definitely go through it. It's just you asked just when we're about to show, and it'll just bring another long thread of conversation. Did I post it? Yes, I did. So everyone come across there. Click the link in the nest, which is on the tweet in the nest. It's also above us in the nest, or it's also in the YouTube comments. Professor Morandi, like who doesn't want to listen to him? What not once but twice? Some of you may have missed it as well, so it's a good chance to listen to it. It's not that long. It's only like a 30-minute interview. Come across there. Much love to you. We will be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. I appreciate every single person. Great conversations. You know, people were. Joe was really emotional, but nah, Joe wasn't emotional. It was his birthday. It was Joe's birthday. Happy birthday to Joe. Much love to him. He's basically like our grandpa. I didn't know he was that old. When I met him, he don't look that old. He looks bare young blood. He looks so young. It's because he's a good guy. That's why.
He's the
But
oldest on the stage, isn't he?
yeah, he's like basically. I mean, I thought I'm meeting one of the boys, but now at least I'm basically meeting my grandpa. I'm gonna treat him like Doc now. I'm gonna have to treat him like Doc. But anyway, see you guys on the YouTube channel. We're gonna watch it there. Much love to each and every single one of you. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. And for sure, we'll see you next time.